Cosmic Canticle. Contents. Canticle 111 Big Bang. Canticle 223. The Word. Canticle 329. Autumn Fugue. Canticle 434. Expansion. Canticle 539. Stars and Fireflies. Canticle 647. Beyond and Closer to Home. Canticle 762. The Infinitesimal Calculation of the Apples. Canticle 869. Condensations and Vision of San Jospound. De Costa Rica. Canticle 975. Song of Space-Time. Canticle 1084. Canticle of the Sun. Canticle 11. Gaia. 90. Canticle 12. Birth of Venus. 98. Canticle 13. The Tree of Life. 106. Canticle 14. The Hand. 113. Canticle 15. Nostalgia for Paradise. 120. Canticle 16. The Darkest Before Dawn. 140. Canticle 17. Journeys in the Night. 148. Canticle 18. Flights of Victory. 155. Canticle 19. Towards the New Man. 178. Canticle 20. The Music of the Spheres. 192. Canticle 21. Robber Barons. 202. Canticle 22. In an Unexceptional Galaxy. 207. Canticle 23. Room 5600. 218. Canticle 24. Latin American Documentary. 223. Canticle 25. Visit to Weimar. 245. Canticle 26 250. On Earth as in the Heavens. Canticle 27 261. Dance of the Millions. Canticle 28 274. Epithalamium. Canticle 29 279. Quantum Canticle. Canticle 30 287. Dance of the Stars. Canticle 31 295. The Empty Grave. Canticle 32 305. In the Heavens there are dens of thieves. Canticle 33 320. The Deep Outer Darkness. Canticle 34 336. Ancient Sobbing Light. Canticle 35 351. Like the Waves. Canticle 36 368. The Grave of the Gorilla. Canticle 37 379. Cosmos as Communion. Canticle 38. Assaults on Heaven from the Earth. 394. Canticle 39 The Desired of Nations, of Peoples. 403. Canticle 40. Flight and Love. 414. Canticle 41. The Canticle of Canticles. 425. Canticle 42. A certain something that they still. 452. Canticle 43. Omega. 465. Bibliography 487. Echo Beto Cardenal. Cosmic Canticle. Canticle 1. Big Bang. In the beginning there was nothing, neither space nor time. The entire universe concentrated in the space of the nucleus of an atom, and before that even less, much less than a proton, and even less still, an infinitely dense mathematical point. And that was Big Bang. The Great Explosion. The universe subjected to relations of uncertainty, its radius of curvature undefined, its geometry imprecise with the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics, spherical geometry overall but not in its detail, like any common or garden potato, undecidedly round, imprecise and constantly changing, besides in imprecision, all in a wild agitation. It was the quantic era of the universe, period in which nothing was certain, even the constants of nature fluctuating at random, that is real. Conjectures in the realm of the possible. Protons, neutrons, and electrons were completely banal. It was justified to say that in the beginning matter was completely disintegrated. Everything dark in the cosmos. Searching, according to the mysterious Polynesian song, anxiously searching in the deep darkness. 12. Searching there on the shore that divides day from night, searching in the night conceived the seed of night, the heart of the night had always been there even in the deep darkness, the palpitating pulpa of life grows in the deep darkness, out of the shadows even the most tenuous ray of light emerges, the procreative power, life's first known ecstasy, with the joy of passing from silence to sound, and thus the progeny of the great expander filled the expansion of the skies, the chorus of life arose and erupted in ecstasy and then reposed in a delight of calm. Poem brought to New Zealand from Polynesia. Everything was dark in the cosmos. Space full of electrons which let no light through. Until electrons united with protons and space became transparent and light flowed. And the universe began as in a Haydn oratorio. Before the big explosion there wasn't even empty space, for space and time, and matter and energy, emerged from the explosion, neither was there any outside into which the universe could explode, for the universe embraced it all, even the whole of empty space. Before the beginning only a one Alana existed, no one else with him in the vast space of time but the black darkness on all sides in the space of time. And he brought forth his thought into space. Nothing existed, neither did nothingness exist. Between day and night there was no frontier. Everything at the beginning was hidden. Or as they tell it in the Gilbert Islands. An Aryan seated in space like a cloud floating over the nothingness. The expansion of the universe is the velocities resulting from the great explosion. And a diffuse background radio static has remained floating, a vague radio murmur dispersed in the universe like a distant echo of Big Bang, despite the dielectric effect of pigeon droppings on the aerial, a pair of pigeons. That static is the oldest signal picked up by astronomers, earlier than the light of the farthest galaxies. Vague radiation like an echo of when the universe was opaque, 1,000 times smaller and 1,000 times cooler than now, that is, any pair of particles 1,000 times closer together. Before the sky and the earth took shape everything was vague and amorphous. When the sky and the earth were united in emptiness and pure simplicity, then, without having been created, things existed. This was the great oneness. All things emerged from this oneness, yet all being different. First was the great cosmic egg. Within the egg there was chaos. And P and Q floated above the chaos. Sky and earth without form. Everything was vague and amorphous. In the beginning there were only mists. White, blue, yellow mists. The clouds he made from white mist. The night he made from black mist. The earth he made with all the mists. He sang as he created the earth. 14. He made the earth singing. From the abyss the earth was born, when there were no skies nor earth. There where once there had been no sky. First, second, third, 3 times 400 epochs, thousands of epochs. Through his efforts alone, in the deep night, the first word sounded, there where there was no sky nor earth. The transition from the era of radiation to the present era of matter. Before, so great was the energy of the photons that the greater part of the universe was radiation and not mass. Or we can say that everything was pure radiation essentially without matter. But the era of pure radiation began only after the first minutes. Before matter truly was important, albeit a matter different from that of the present universe. In the beginning all dense darkness, without forms, empty. Then the Tao had no name. A name came and it was creation. All motionless, all still, all silent, all empty, in the sky. There was nothing united, nothing together, there existed nothing that existed, only immobility, silence, in the deep darkness, in the night. Chaos in which it was impossible to distinguish what is, Ashawai from what is not, drug, from the book burned by Alexander the Great but which was reconstructed from memory, there was nothing but twilight, is what the Kuna tell in their Coral Islands. When the universe was 10,000 times smaller than now, its heat was 10,000 times greater. There was a time when the temperature was so great that the collision of protons with protons produced material particles of pure energy. In the beginning only the one was without others, that being thought, I wish to be many. He was seated in the midst of space and became aware of himself and that only he existed. He began to consider what he could do. And he cried. His tears are the great lakes. He wished for the light, and the light was made. He came forth in the midst of the original deep darkness with his crown of feathers which are drops of dew. The mistress of the deep dark is the owl. The positron is the electron's antiparticle. When a positron collides with an electron, the energy of the two makes pure radiation. The relation between particle and particle is reciprocal, the positron is the electron's antiparticle, and the electron is the positron's antiparticle. Years were not Earth revolving around the Sun, there was no Earth nor was there Sun, time was that of the orbit of an electron around a hydrogen atom nucleus. In that time there was darkness and there was no river. First there was a zero time with infinite temperature. 1/100th of a second after the beginning, theoretical scientists believe it to have been immediately after the beginning, the universe was simpler than it will ever be again, an undifferentiated mass of matter and radiation, each particle colliding at great speed with other particles. Which is why despite the rapid expansion the universe was in a state of thermic equilibrium and the temperature was 10 degree K. The abundant particles were the electron with its antiparticle the positron. The heat was too great for these electrons and positrons, so they and the photons were nothing but radiation. Two twins put the finishing touches to creation. 16. They taught how to make fire, hunt seals. They also taught man to make love. They revealed the names of things to them. In the beginning he created two sexes and brought them together. To the enormous density of the beginning corresponds an enormous velocity of expansion. The characteristic expansion time, so they say, is 100 times the length of time in which the size of the universe would increase 1%, or gravitation continually slowing down the expansion. There is an electron for each proton but too much heat for an atom to unite. Then there's nothing more of interest for 700,000 years. Then electrons and nuclei formed atoms. The universe became transparent to radiation. Recently formed atoms glowed with great light. Then the first stars began to shine in the first galaxies. Once matter and radiation uncoupled, matter began to form in galaxies and stars, gravity gravid with stars, later gravid with planets around the stars, and 10,000 million years later Weinberg is telling this story. But before protons and electrons 1 million millionths of a second after the beginning, the world that existed could scarcely be called material. In California the world was invisible, transparent like the sky. He existed, Tairo was his name. In the immensity, there was no earth, there was no sky, there was no sea, nor Tahiti. Existing alone, he transformed himself into universe. The very idea of particle must have been meaningless. Each particle would have been the size of the observable universe, and the universe with a temperature of more than 100 million degrees, 1/10 of a millionth 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 of a second after the beginning. He made the earth of Hawaii like a sea conch and the earth began to dance. It's at least logically possible that there was a beginning prior to which time can have had no meaning. A zero temperature, since less heat than absolute no heat there cannot be. A zero time, a moment in the past when it is impossible in principle for there to have been a before, no chain of cause and effect, no before. In the beginning was an explosion, but not an explosion from a center outwards but a simultaneous explosion on all sides, filling the whole of space from the beginning, every particle of matter drawing away from every other particle. 1/100th of a second after the temperature was 100,000 million degrees centigrade, still so high that there could not be molecules nor atoms nor atomic nuclei, only elemental particles, electrons, positrons, and ghostly neutrinos without electrical charge and without mass, the closest thing to nothing that physicists have conceived of, and the universe filled with light. Night oppressed the earth like dense jungle. It's said that when it was still night, when there was still no light, when dawn had yet to break, they say that they gathered together. They said, "Who will bring the dawn?" When it was night, the light was hidden away in a big thing. 18. Day began to break and to show the light it held within, and it started to create in that first light. At the end of the first 3 minutes, protons and electrons began to form nuclei, first the hydrogen nuclei with 1 proton and 1 neutron. There were still no galaxies nor stars, but only an ionized and undifferentiated soup of matter and radiation. There must have been a time when the energy of radiation was greater than the energy contained in the matter of the universe. And it was the transition from the era of radiation, when most of the universe's energy took the form of radiation, to the present era of matter, when most of the energy is in the masses of particles. To start with, he dwelt amongst dense and dark mists there where the sky and sea meet. In the sea he created a very large island which he filled with mortal life. When the sky up above had still not been mentioned and the name of the earth not even thought of. No swamp formed yet. And there was no Mesopotamia. When the whole earth did not yet exist, and all around there was water, an immense mist. Matter continued to disperse, ever colder and less dense, and shortly after a few 100,000 years it had cooled sufficiently for electrons united to nuclei to engender atoms of hydrogen and helium, and this gas through gravitation began to gather, and then, to compress further in the form of galaxies and stars of the present universe. The stars are women who at night light frozen fires. Above there is a village of women who at night weave their molas next to brilliant lamps. Shooting stars are star excrement. From then on the pressure of matter, of mere matter, was too weak to frustrate the passionate union of matter in the galaxies which we see in the sky. The ingredients of the first stars derive from those 3 minutes. But the galaxies must have been so close together in that past that neither galaxies nor stars nor atoms, nor atomic nuclei, had a separate existence. Formerly our earth was in the place of the sky. In the beginning forms were created from cloud matter but without life. The creation of the first couple came later. The first world was black like black wool that we know from our ancestors. Said the Navajo to Eileen O'Brien, and he said that the Navajos had always known about evolution. But if expansion continues on and on, the distance between particles will increase until the entire universe will seem like an empty space. Thermonuclear reaction slowly petering out in every star, just cinders left behind from black dwarf stars, neutron stars, and black holes, the planets orbiting ever more slowly, without ever coming to rest in any finite time. Death by entropy. The sky finally utterly black. The distinction between shining stars and black space will evaporate. Or matter will transform once again into radiation and everything will be light again. The universe will slowly begin to contract again. The contraction will be an expansion in reverse. As though the film were being rewound again while the spectators are still seated in the theater. The cowboy on his white horse galloping backwards. 20. Into the pistol the fired bullet, the parted mouths returning to the slow kiss. Within 10,000 million years astronomers will observe the distant galaxies begin to shift from red to blue. The gravitational collapse of the universe. When the universe is 1/100th of its present size, the noise of radiation background will dominate the sky. The night sky as warm as our present sky at day. 70 million years later it will be brighter than the sun. The molecules in planets and stars and interstellar space will start to break down into atoms and the atoms into electrons and atomic nuclei. After another 700,000 years the temperature will reach 10 million degrees, stars and planets liquefied in a cosmic cocktail of electrons and nuclei and radiation. The temperature will rise to 10,000 million degrees in the following 22 days. Nuclei will break down into protons and neutrons. Soon after, electrons and positrons will emerge in great numbers from the collisions between photons, and the ghostly neutrinos with their antineutrinos will render the entire cosmos a thermic communion. Until the last 3 minutes. Is that when time will stop, in the last 3 minutes? And beyond, is there only infinite temperature and infinite density? Beyond the last hundredth of a second we know nothing more, just as we know nothing prior to the first hundredth of a second. The author of the book about the first 3 minutes tells us. Once again the universe would then reach 100 million degrees, but maybe the cosmic ball always bounces back and it will begin to expand again, and its expansion will proceed once more to strike the wall and return again, and so bounce back again. And so again and again, and so on forever. And what of us? Endless cycle of expansion and contraction over and over again in infinite past that had no beginning. An infinite bouncing between infinite infinities. And what do we matter? No monument stone or metal from the present universe. You human being gazing from your window at the stars. They shed tears in them too. Death in plane crash, or election to president. What do we matter? Someone who says, tomorrow's Monday, have to go to work. The hope in he who went to the place from which there's no return and returned. Who called himself an electromagnetic process. After all, life's a process. Everything's a process, after all. And why has it been given to us to know it, and to set it out in blinding coherence on a blackboard with chalk numbers, and a clutch of calculations? And what if the tendency of the entire universe is to become a single universal being? And the final stage of evolution, the universal superorganism. This universe repeating itself after each Big Bang to be better each time until it becomes the perfect cosmos, present in it all times past, recapitulated all beings. Einstein, for all his efforts, failed. His equations always gave him a non-static model of the universe. Canticle. The Word. In the beginning, before space-time was the Word. All that is then is true. Poem. Things exist in the form of word. All was night, etc. There was no sun, nor moon, nor people, nor animals, nor plants. The Word was. Amorous word. Mystery, and at the same time expression of that mystery. What is, and at the same time expresses what it is. When in the beginning there was not yet anyone, he created the words, Nikino, and gave them to us, just like the yucca in that anonymous yellowing translation from the German of a part of that massive book by Prisus which I came across in Bogotá's Museum of Ethnography. Spanish translation of Prisus translating from Wittito into German. The word in their songs, which he gave them, they say, is the same with which he made the rain. He made it rain with his word and a drum. The dead go to a region where they speak words well down river. The river is very big. What they've heard of the Amazon according to Prisus, there they haven't died again, and they are well down river without dying. The day will come when we will head down river ourselves. In the beginning then was the Word. The one that is and communicates what it is. That is. The one that totally expresses itself. Secret that surrenders itself. A yes. He in himself is a yes. Reality revealed. Eternal reality which eternally reveals itself. At the beginning. Before space-time, before there was before, at the beginning, when there wasn't even beginning, at the beginning, was the reality of the Word. When all was night, when all beings were still obscure, before being beings, a voice existed, a clear word, a song in the night. In the beginning was the song. Singing he created the cosmos. And for that reason all things sing. They don't dance except through words, through which the world was created, say the Wittitos. We do not dance without a reason. And the huge trees of the forest were born, the Kanagacha palm, with its fruit for us to drink, likewise the Corico monkey to eat the trees, the tapir that eats the fruit on the ground, the small parrot, the borugo to eat the jungle. He created all the animals like the otter, that eats fish, and the small otter, he made all the animals like the stag and the chintastag, in the air the royal eagle that eats the chayukos, he created the sidii, the pican, the cuyudo parakeet, the afoke and forbed turkey, the chilanga, the hokamake, the patiliko, the sarak parakeet, the kuakudayo, the fuikango, the shiva and the tutyeki, the stinking duck, the mariana that has learned now to eat fish. 24. The Diavwiz, the Sayata, the Hirana, and the Hymcasinios and the Wittito poem goes on in the anonymous Spanish translation from Precis *s German translation of the Wittito filed away in the museum. Even if they say, they dance for no reason. We in our festivities tell the tales. Which Precis patiently gathered on a gramophone years ago and translated into German. The dead, they have returned to the creative word whence they sprang with the rain, the fruit, and the songs. If our traditions were merely absurd, we would be sad in our feasts. And the rain a word from his mouth. He created the world by means of a dream. And he himself is something like a dream. A dream that dreams. They call him Nanuama, according to Precis. The one who is, or has, something non-existent. Or like a dream that became real without losing its dream mystery. Nanuama, the one who is something very real non-existent. And the earth is Nicaranu that dreamed, or the vision dreamed. That born from nothing like a dream of the Father. Genesis according to the Wittito or Huatoto or Itoto. In the beginning before Big Bang was the Word. There was no light, light was within the darkness and he brought the light out of the darkness, drew the two apart, and that was Big Bang or the first revolution. Word that never passes, heaven and earth will pass away, A distant murmur from that explosion lingers on in the universe like radio static. And the celestial dialectical dance began. The yang calls, the yin responds. He is in that which each thing is. And in that which each thing enjoys. Each thing coitus. The entire cosmos copulation. All things love, and he is the love with which they love. The yang calls, the yin responds. They are the two choruses. They are the two choruses which take turns to sing. And Pythagoras discovered the harmony of the universe hearing a blacksmith hammer. That is, the isotropic movement uniform and harmonious of the universe. Creation is a poem. Poem, which is creation in Greek, and thus St. Paul calls God's creation, poema, like a poem by Homer, Padre Angel used to say. Each thing is like a like in a Huidobro poem. The entire cosmos copulation. And each thing is word, word of love. Only love reveals, but it veils what it reveals, alone it reveals, alone lover and beloved in the illuminated solitude, the nights of the lovers, word that never passes while the water flows beneath the bridge and the slow moon above the houses passes. The cosmos secret word in the nuptial chamber. Each thing that is verbal. 26. Lie is what is not. And each thing is secret. Listen to the murmur of things. They say it, but say it in secret. Only alone is it revealed. Only at night in a secret place does it lay itself bare. The cosmic blushing. Nature, timid, bashful. All things lower their eyes in your presence. My secret is for my beloved alone. And space is not speechless. Who has ears to hear, let him hear. We are surrounded by sound. Everything existing united by rhythm. Cosmic jazz, not chaotic or cacophonous. In harmony. He made all things singing and the cosmos sings. Cosmos like a dark record that spins and sings in the dead of night, or romantic radio borne to us on the wind. Each thing sings. Things, not created by calculus but by poetry. By the poet, creator equals POL_T_S. Creator of the poema. With finite words and infinite meaning. Things are words to whoever understands them. As though everything were telephone or radio or TV. Words in an ear. Do you hear those frogs? And do you know what they wish to tell us? Do you hear those stars? They have something to tell us. The chorus of things. Secret melody of the night. Aeolian harp that sounds alone at the mere brush of the air. The cosmos sings. The two choruses. The yang calls. The yin responds. Dialectically. Do you hear those stars? It is love that sings. The silent music. The sonorous solitude. The music in silence of the moon, mad Cortez. Matter is waves. And waves. Questions. An I towards a you. That is searching for a you. And this because each being is word. Because the word made the world, we can communicate in the world. His word and a drum. We are word in a world born of the word and which exists only as something spoken. A secret of two lovers in the night. The firmament announces it as with neon letters. Each night swapping secrets with another night. People are words. And thus one is not if one is not dialogue. And so then each one is two or is not. Each person is for another person. I am not I, rather you are I. One is the I of a you or one is nothing. I am nothing more than you, otherwise if not I am not. I am yes. I am yes to a you for me, to a you for me. People are dialogue, I say, if not their words would touch nothing, like waves in the cosmos picked up by no radio, like messages to uninhabited planets, or a bellowing in the lunar void, or a telephone call to an empty house. 28. A person alone does not exist. I tell you again, my love. I am you and you are me. I am, love. Canticle 3. Autumn Fugue. In the beginning everything was dark. There was no sun, nor moon, nor people, nor animals, nor plants. Only the sea was everywhere, a disorganized mass of poorly connected things. Nothing breathed in it. Plants, animals did not exist, only the darkness, nothing was seen, neither the rivers nor the animals. An entity without a name sighed deeply, and there was nothing else in the world. It was a darkness concealed by a darkness. The lamp in order to shine needs dark. Planets, stars, clusters of stars, galaxies, clusters of galaxies. And 90% of the universe's matter is invisible, or perhaps 99%. Stars are formed in dark and cold gases, not in matter, hot, luminous matter, that is expanding. Matter is a form of energy, which can be created from other forms of energy and vice versa. The second law of thermodynamics, energy is indestructible in quantity but continually changes in form. And it always runs down like water. In the same direction as rivers to the sea. The step is from a few high energy quanta to many low energy quanta. The fragmentation of big quanta into small quanta, short wave ones full of energy and long wave ones with little, and so it is impossible ever to rebuild the big quanta. That is, the inevitable decadence of the universe. A day will come when the last erg of the universe's energy will stop in its tracks, and at that moment all movement in the universe will be halted. The miller women will be few and their labors cease. The clatter of the mill will die down. Birds will chirrup no more. Songs will be hushed. The shattered jug by the fountain. The second law of thermodynamics, which no one can deny, a final exhaustion. A cold caloric death of the cosmos. Order tends towards disorder. The Acropolis corroding away through pollution. Venice, its balconies crumbling like gorgonzola cheese. Like rivers to the sea. But the energy which drives the rivers to the sea is the sun's. With radiation cut off, the river ceases to run. The energy of the whole universe is the same as that of the river, emanating from the interior of stars in the form of quanta with very short waves. The waves have gradually lengthened as they lost heat. From a few high energy quanta to many low energy quanta. Drawing away in space, the waves gradually grow longer and longer. The quanta increasing immensely in number. But each quantum now of less force. Until the increasingly longer and longer waves come to die on the most distant shores of the universe. Like rivers to the sea, heat always in the direction of cold. Towards the grave of entropy. Will the day arrive when energy will regenerate itself in new protons and electrons? Will the universe which now consumes itself in radiation rise again from its thermonuclear ashes? Will there be a new perturbation? Waves of radiation arisen from a union, from that union of protons and electrons in the interior of a star sink into the shadows. A thermodynamic equilibrium. That will be the end, when all matter convertible into radiation will have been already converted. Then time will extend to infinity, but time will not flow. The universal tendency to decay. To fall and fall as much as possible in constant loss of energy and organization. The starry sky is like a city by night seen from an airplane, the stars like streets, like brightly lit supermarkets, neon signs, like motels, nightclubs, cinemas, and the lights white and red of cars which come and go along dark roads. And do they burn for nothing, a gushing forth of energy in the perpetual night, like the energy here below lost in the emptiness in avenues, shops, cafes, nightclubs, motels, cinemas with a Clark Gable superproduction? Only life creates order and maintains order. Death is the loss of organization, molecules return to the most simple, to increasingly lower levels of organization. Only life is the creation of order against destruction, and the heroic maintenance of order against destruction. But each microorganism that is born is one less. And is it not towards life that the whole universe is moving, and for its benefit the matter of the uninhabited stars and of the barren nebulae pouring out their radiation into empty spaces for millions and millions of years has been transforming itself? Yet the second law of thermodynamics, the big quanta, convert into small quanta, and then it is impossible ever to rebuild with them the quanta which once were. The second law of thermodynamics, the one which determines that time has a single direction. The film run backwards makes no sense. And who after the explosion could gather up the shards of shrapnel and reassemble the bomb? The stars * fuel finished. I see them being extinguished one by one as one puts out a cigarette butt. Neutron stars have not been seen in telescopes yet, but merely in the astronomer's * imagination. But a star a little heavier than a neutron star is a black hole. The fauces of a black hole. Like a cosmic vacuum cleaner. Where gravitation is so great, the curvature so great, that light is swallowed up. The entropy which in the end awaits us all. The inevitable descent into final equilibrium which is the grave. The second law, which is that we are condemned to die. Of the temple of this body protein upon protein shall not remain. Why does our skull boast such a buffoonish grin, and furthermore, macabre, sinister? My answer would be this: none of all that matters. About the grave? They're not us. Energy falls like autumn leaves. Yellow leaves fall in the poplar grove, where so many courting couples stroll. Quanta fall. A shift towards red in the spectrum. The cold grave of entropy. Canticle 4. Expansion. The galaxies are receding further and further away from each other, and we ourselves are receding as our universe disperses. And we will be ever more isolated. Space ever emptier. And ever colder. When each galaxy is on its own with no neighbor in sight, the stars within them will go out one by one, ever less stars to replace them. Plunging one by one into black holes. And the entire universe will plunge into black holes. Or will the galaxies come together again with ever more force as when they separated, until their gases mix, until all the atoms compress and the cosmos regains the heat and chaos from which it emerged? And then? There are astronomers who maintain that it would not re-emerge from that state. Others speculate that a new creation would explode again, a new universe without a trace of the old one. And thus the cosmos never ends, with infinite creation after creation, eternal cycle of birth and death and birth. No discovery has been greater than that of the expanding universe. Distant nebulae shifting towards red. Huge concave radio telescope dishes listening into them. The immutable heavens. Continually changing. And what there is where there are no stars, there where the sky is dark. And the stars that already consumed their energy and drift through space dark and dead. And the quantity of matter that is perhaps invisible. and whether other universes exist in other space-times. The elements found in meteorites, South Kensington Geological Museum, hailing from distant stars are those of our planet. All heavenly bodies, solid or gaseous, are composed of carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and metals in the same proportion as Earth. Are the stars just to be looked at? So much extraterrestrial matter has fallen upon the Earth that perhaps the soil we tread is extraterrestrial. From the depths of the cosmos, citizens of the universe, through our Earth, which is a heavenly body set among the others, and consciousness in countless points of the universe. 1,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 stars in the explorable universe. Feast of fireworks, perhaps a million planetary systems. New stars being born from the tenuous cloud of hydrogen. Suns with their Earth. A shared universe. 1. Without company, at a point on the surface of a small planet of a modest star on the outskirts of one of the galaxies. Telescopes scan the remote universe, and gigantic antennae try to listen into it. A space devoid of meaning? A shared universe. The certainty of not being alone in the cosmos. The color of light shifts towards red as distant galaxies draw away faster and faster, and the radio waves grow longer and longer. Whistle of melancholy train pulling off into the distance grows deeper. And the further away a galaxy, the greater its shift towards red, and thus the faster it is receding. This receding of the galaxies more and more towards red in the spectrum, greater and greater wavelength, train receding, suggests a primordial explosion, indicates a primordial union, and a common explosion. Explosion 20,000 million years ago. There still remains a vague murmur of that explosion. Radio waves come from the depths of space, something that can be detected on television screens, they say, when turned to full volume with no channel tuned. Telescopes have detected around 1,000 million galaxies in an area of 1,000 million light years. Trains in the night pulling out of a station. The whistle is sharper as they approach and deeper as they recede into the distance. First, an infinite condensation of matter. And from the marriage of protons with neutrons, life was produced. What's in a star? Ourselves. All the elements of our body and of the planet were in the entrails of a star. We are stardust. 15 billion years ago we were a mass of hydrogen floating in space, slowly rotating, dancing. And the gas condensed more and more, gaining ever more mass, and mass became star and began to shine. As they condensed they grew hot and bright. Gravitation generated thermal energy, light and heat. Like saying love. They were born, grew, and died, the stars. And the galaxy gradually took on the form of a flower as we now see it on starry nights. Our flesh and our bones come from other stars and perhaps even from other galaxies. We are universal, and after death we will contribute to form other stars and other galaxies. We come from the stars and to them we shall return. Approaching train sharper. And heavenly bodies bluer as they approach and redder if they are receding. Why is the night black? It is black because of the expanding universe. Otherwise, the whole sky would shine like the sun. And there'd be no one to see that night. And the galaxies, where are they going? Expanding like smoke dispersed by the wind. The second law of thermodynamics, this constant flow from light to the dark depths. From love to oblivion. He was 20, she 15, or just turned 16. Illumination in the streets and in the sky. The sky that of Granada. It was the final farewell, and it was when he read Neruda to her. The saddest verses this night. The night is filled with stars. And blue, stars, in the distance, shiver. Two people drew apart forever. There were no witnesses to that farewell. The two directions ever more divergent like stars shifting towards red. I have thought of you again because the night is filled with stars and I see the stars flicker in the distance with their bluish light. Canticle 5. Stars and fireflies. The energy from their union transformed into heat and light, that's what they are. The universe lit up by thousands of galaxies of thousands of millions of stars. I gaze at the universe and I am the universe gazing at itself. The universe's most subtle retina gazing upon itself, that's what we are. That first time the heavens were seen from the earth through pieces of glass, when with sand transformed into lens Galileo beheld the moon's craters and Venus in the first quarter, the world gazing at itself. Glowworm on the ground. Pointless light of the female on the ground unless its fiery companion plummets down from the sky. Quite distinct the Milky Way this summer night in Solentinaim, 300,000 million stars, shoal of silver-plated fish. Our local stars. But the earth indiscernible from them, which makes it as good as non-existent. One who is alone on this planet Earth would love somehow to soar up towards those lights and never again return. He was 20 years old. Glowworm on the ground. And can it have been after all a betrothal to an impersonal being? Alone, in a radius of 100,000 light-years burning with love. No companion body in the bed. Nor in the sand. Longing for the coming of the kingdom of heaven on earth. And at the end of space-time the eternal coitus. Essentially cosmic beings. We can't exclude the earth from eternity. Those lights there above, the celestial Jerusalem. If in mathematics numbers are infinite, even and odd numbers, why not an infinite beauty and an infinite love? It's a constant in nature, beauty. Whence poetry, song and delight in all that exists. The earth could have been just as functional, practical, without beauty. Why then? Every being is sumptuous. Did you really need to give such luxurious jewels to such ephemeral fish leaping this twilight on the floor of the boat? Love me, and if I am nothing, I will be a nothing with your beauty refracted in it. After all, everything was born of nothing, empty nothing brimming with the urgency of being. Love certainly beyond this sublunar world. With this vocation some have for a love without chromosomes. Your beauty permits you to be a tyrant. Gazing in the night at those distant worlds, distant also in the past. Stars of the past. And time is different for each of them. Alpha of Orion 5,000 times brighter than the sun. Perhaps stars which no longer exist. Alpha of the Lyre 300,000 light-years away. And 200 million away Bob's nebulae. Light's journey in the darkness. Why does the light travel? And where is it going? Gazing into the night. The tremendous profusion of Earths up above. The coincidence of man's being of intermediate size between the planet and the atom. And that in a planet the size of ours an agile being bigger than man should be impossible. Or the question why the universe is so big. Could human intelligence not exist in a smaller, younger universe? A scientist is the atom's means of understanding the atom, and I who so hated physics with Father Muristbal and still more algebra with Father Stella. Inhabitants of this heavenly body, the gigantic cosmic spaces act on our cells. As every molecule of the earth attracts the moon, the sun, and the stars. Even in stones there are imperceptible moontides. Dust from very distant points of the cosmos falls on us. Gases from the earth spread throughout the cosmos. The brotherhood of all things. Elements of our tears existed in other creatures. The unity of all natures. The galactic spiral copies the seashell. A living creature not in constant interaction with its environment is unthinkable. As the sound of the sea has remained in the shell's aperture. But isn't it the rhythm of the sea that has coiled the shell? As coconut palms need the sound of the sea, so they say, in order to grow. We gaze at them in the night, and perhaps they no longer exist. One day the sun will not exist, and its light still reaching distant stars. But since each molecule attracts another molecule in the universe, the entire universe is a single star. Since stars are no more than concentrations of interstellar matter, everything is a star. Matter is movement. The universe, transformation. The velocities within atoms are like those in the heavens. Matter in continuous dance. Clouds of hydrogen in rotation engendering rotating stars which engender rotating planets, and the galaxies in disks, spheres, or spirals, also rotating. All of it, furthermore, harmoniously expanding. And what's it all about? How came its creation? And us, why are we here? And who are we? Could the universe have a soul, and are we that soul with the entire cosmos for a body, even the most distant gases, our body? In this way the cosmos knows itself through us. Know thine own self. Our own consciousness, also the consciousness of it all. The secret of science transcends the scientific. The unity and interrelation of all things in the Avatamsaka Sutra. For an hour he tried to catch her eye, as she turned to her food without glancing at him. Eventually she stopped eating and seemed to look at him. Excited, he started dancing in front of her. She took a few more mouthfuls, and his dance became wilder. Slowly he closed in. She couldn't take her eyes off his blue back, so it seemed. Gently he caressed her leg with his leg, and she did the same. For a moment they parted. Again he caressed her. She seemed to have succumbed. He withdrew a short distance. She chased after him. And we never saw them again. The fire which created the stars and us. What we on Earth call human nature, child of processes of nuclear reactions. Stars are not believed to be bomb alone. Although now the sun is seen alone, the sun alone, we along with it, we emerge as members of a huge group. On those nights the Solentiname sky was clear, and I lay down with my head filled with stars, pondering my being a child of the creator of them all. But a glowworm in the long grass had more companionship, and compared with a physical love in the bay sands the firmament is worthless, equivalent to a Seiko watch with luminous numbers on the wrist of a lover with his sweetheart in the bay. I solitary among the stars. Just like Sappho and those Pleiades of hers. Does the flow of time go from past to future, or from future to past? Or does time not flow and is all present? It's the other dimension we gaze at up there in the firmament. Time doesn't pass. Merely space, merely a permanent space. Embracing the totality of time. Time's not like a clock constantly ticking away, present past, but a clock that has ceased to beat. Time doesn't pass, but we pass. Ah, Saint Augustine, my friend. It's the passing of our lives which appears to give movement to time, like the posts which from a train appear to pass, the posts from that Naples train, at the age of 25, which flashed past and never returned. Airport runway lights which rush by, and then we gaze down motionless from above, the plane now in flight. The cowboy at the gallop, the shot, the kiss, all motionless, wound tight in the canister. A place in space is time. Like railway timetables. Distant hours in distant stations for the same train. We journey in space-time like a train in the night. And with telescopes we gaze at the past in space, 2,000 million years back through the crystal galaxies as they existed those millions of years ago. That old clock on La Merced, half lit, its hands on 8, the time for visiting her, and time when old Maria Cabezas in her old armchair at the rear of the house would begin her first rosary. Now as I write these lines, so many years later, is it telling the present time, or is it out of order, stopped at any time, maybe 8 at night of many years ago, pointlessly? Gazing at this starry sky so utterly silent and yet populated with millions of civilizations. 250,000 million suns in our galaxy alone, in a radius of 100,000 light years. Millions of civilizations there, Compafiero planets. The heavens. Stars much older than the sun, societies very much more advanced than us. Or maybe like Hollywood's extraterrestrial monsters. Astronomers have gazed very far into space, and very far into time, 15,000 million light years. Now establishing our Earth as a heavenly body. An assembly of galaxies, the metagalaxy. Perhaps the metagalaxy is disc-shaped and rotates on its axis, and there may be clusters of metagalaxies. Beyond the most distant world another even more distant, even the most remote past has another past, and every future another future. The light of a visible star may be 1,000 light years, but that wait outside the brightly lit house was too long a time. The round clock on La Merced filling the entire night and never striking 8. We, living beings still, with the ability to export entropy. A word which is not part of our everyday speech, entropy. There is still that faint sound in the cosmos which comes from the creation. The second law, that cold does not become hot. The Solentiname sunset bathed a head of hazel hair in light, and the breeze from the boat ruffled it. Hazel curls which will be hazel but for a few years. Mine was black. Above us those black holes whence there's no return. And where space and time end, is the total gravitational collapse of the universe into oblivion really inevitable? Whatever the case, the huge concave dish, the gigantic aerial, let's focus them in the direction of love. Canticle 6. Beyond and closer to home. One day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. Epistle of St. Peter. What days, for instance? There are days and days. Perhaps one day for someone a telephone may assume cosmic importance. It did once for me. You see, girls go by fresh as flowers, or rather like fresh flowers, less ephemeral than flowers but only a little less. Notwithstanding, Mirakovsky dared to say, and it's no irreverence to say, that sex is the human body's trinity. On the other hand, could space be matter and time consciousness? And space and time be one like body and soul? Time and space like one within the other? He was 20 years old, but one day is as 1,000 years to the relativist as to St. Peter. Or like saying, after all, time's a subjective phenomenon. Or also, that perhaps time's composed of particles. Or in accordance with the curvature of time. Now means nothing more than here. Time is distance. Depending on the distance, an event may be in the past of here and in the future of there. Space also subjective. You who do not exist, Alfonso said to time. They say. It should be possible to go back in time if anti-gravity existed. Where is space-time flowing to? That hour which approaches from the tower. And that mystery so simple, in the seed of a tree is enclosed all the space and time of the tree, including the seeds of that tree. All the dimensions of its age, its foliage with fresh birds, and its years, including its seed, and the seed of its seed. 1,000 years as a day, and one day as 1,000 years. Perhaps it's not that the universe is expanding in space, but space that is expanding. Or are both things the same thing? According to Einstein's theory, space is almost material. And how can the science of the infinite rank among the exact sciences? Astronomy is no more exact than horse racing, says Murchie. As to whether creation was caused by anything. Why does the golden oriole come in October with its olive green garb and red eye? Or whither, for what purpose the V of ducks at dusk? Humanity is like a child who has whys for everything. To leave time and being Eckhart's sermon and arrive at the cause without cause. What being is, we scarcely know. Much less what is cause. What does it mean to be without cause? And cause without cause? Motionless is a word for something that doesn't exist in the universe. And the opinion at present most widely held, that there's a point in the universe beyond which there are no heavenly bodies. Still valid Aristotle's precept, in the face of the cosmos adjust your toga with respect. It appears that matter has the tendency to produce life. In the interstellar spaces, organic compounds, rudiments of life have been found. We don't exist by chance in the universe, or as an aberration. As for death, you die so that others may be bomb. Were you not to die, nobody would be bomb. Reproduction battling it out against death. On the other hand, only death makes immortality possible. Eyes in which human immortality peeks through. At that time he told them this parable: if the fertilized and mature ovule does not fall into the earth, the tegument covering it open and the tiny root and gemma emerge with its cotyledons, while the tegument rots, it remains alone. But if death's an absurdity, life is, but if it makes sense, life does too. Bomb into an increasingly dispersing universe. But when death disperses your body into the universe, you won't be dead. Your atoms, those of your life, will remain alive. They won't be dead atoms, neither before your life were they dead. They go up as they don't die, though here they die, said the Nicaraguas by the lakeside. To the conquistador. In a cognizable universe, at least in part cognizable. The diversity of reality and its unity. All us beings are of the same essence, composed of the same elemental particles. Physicists now speak like mystics. I am the son of the earth and of the star-filled heavens, engraved on an Orphic tablet which is in the museum and which they took to the grave. At least in part cognizable. They said that, like everything that moves, it has sound. And since those movements were ordered and harmonious, those sounds also had to be a musical harmony, and if we couldn't hear the music of the great spheres, it's because from birth we've been hearing it without the contrast of silence to pick it out. The pentachord of the planets. Like now in physics the music of atoms. Although the interior of atoms is chaotic, note, but with music. The hearth fire below is the same as the hearth above. The fans sing in their fire canticle. Psychic interactions of electrons. An exchange of virtual, as if to say spiritual, impulses. The confusion now between physics and spirit. Whether its future is finite or infinite, the universe's only fantastic theories stand a chance of being true. It's not sufficiently mad, thus Bohr criticized a theory. There may be infinities of universes. The enigma is where and when. Words of our universe alone. I remember that Woolworth branch on Broadway, around 102nd, and the cute salesgirl aged 17 or 18, at a cut-price counter beset by greedy ladies, she snapped at another of them, she was beat, it was close to closing time, she there on her feet all day, and instantly the sharpness blossomed into a smile when she saw me, 23 years old, in the entrance. She gave me a smile. A warm smile, as if to say, I'm beat. Slim, golden hair and pink skin. Instead of that work she could have been in films. Or I could have hung around outside for her until closing time. I continued along Broadway. Down Broadway. Exactly 38 years ago now. There by 102nd Street and Broadway on the right as you come from Columbia, close to closing time, that is, maybe something like 5:45. Now I'm 61. Space-time has shot by like an electric train in a reality as illusory as film. The stars, the colors come from them too. Colorless though the air is, the sky is blue. And that green vastness, green how I want you green, thanks to which we breathe and eat. The mutual attraction of matter. Gravity attracts all matter to all matter. Because of gravity, too, there's an atmosphere, and because of gravity we breathe. All life lives off other life in communion. The corn seed has now been bomb, with the drum. On cutting the umbilical cord. Just as Dalmatov witnessed it in the Sierra Nevada. Also when the Spaniard asked, "And what do your gods eat?" The Nicaraguan cacique, "What we eat here, for it came to us from their maize. The root pulled down by the earth, the stem drawn up by the sky. Diffuse gases become habitable worlds. Energies from the cosmos produce interference in our radiophonic broadcasts. A grain of sand among the suns. Land of lakes and volcanoes. Dario called this one. But earthquakes and eruptions are the delayed consequences of the explosion of the stars. Which is why I maintain, I repeat, the heavens are here on earth. Aren't we the heavens for others? The Pleiades still in their youth. For argument's sake, say God laid out the stars, say for argument's sake that he laid them out, but could it have been just for us to see them? The sun is nothing but gas, the sun that engendered life on the planet. Do we know the universe's metabolism? All living beings, relatives, to Pythagoras. They say he was the first to call it cosmos, order, harmony, beauty, and man should be cosmos in miniature. Anaxagoras questioned about his civic values. To comply with the fatherland, pointing skywards. Fatherland, in Plotinus. His flight to the fatherland. Citizens of the universe. Total Christ in Clement of Alexandria. Polybius, long before the Roman Empire. Events were leading the world to a unity. not water, fire, etc. for Anaximander according to Theophrastus, but the essential element of being's infinity. And in Anaxagoras, that in all things there's something of each thing since all things were together and in repose. Even a pebble part of the plan, to the Maoris uprooted from Polynesia who now rowing in New Zealand sing it was you that began this love affair with me. From Brahman down to a blade of grass. The order of this poem. It has no order nor disorder. Where the earth begins and where it ends. Where a galaxy begins and a galaxy ends. We among electrons and stars. As Socrates had seen, eyes are not chance. And materially made of stars. According to what law of physics are molecules always excited like children let out of school? The hymns which the spheres sing in the skies we attempt to reproduce with lutes, with our throats. And it's because we once heard that song, we still retain the memory of that song. So sang Jalaluddin Rumi. Suffice it to say here that nature would appear to be forcing mysticism into science. It was the Pleistocene era when a hominid became Homo sapiens. To walk upright, speak with the mouth, build with the hands. Before all were in a huge village, men and animals together. The Creator frequently came down to the village. No one is left in the village. Or, God in the beginning lived in a cave with animals and with men. Animals are forever hankering for a delicious food they once tasted. Curiously, researchers have found little trace of war in the Ice Age. But does biologically based original sin exist in Homo sapiens? Mr. Cummings' business and the fascinating catalogue of his products finish Lottie 20mm anti-tank cannons bazookas, the perfect weapon. International Armaments Corporation, Interarms, or rather distributors of Death Limited bought from Israel Soviet weapons captured from Egypt to be sold to Latin Americans in the United States, sold weapons to the Costa Rica of Figueres likewise to Somoza enemy of Figueres, it armed the RFG with Dutch MGS, for $1 million bought all Franco's old weapons and sold 500,000 FN rifles to an Argentine guerrilla, 27 vampires to Trujillo bought from Sweden. Mr. Cummings' business. Weapons to invade Cuba, to prop up Somoza, to kill blacks in Africa, for the CIA, of untraceable origin. Mr. Cummings' business friend of Franco, of Somoza, the Shah. Prosperous years these have been for his company. 97 wars for the United States since Pearl Harbor. The sole business of Mr. Cummings, merchant of death but a retail merchant of death, more respectable firms have the monopoly. As for peace prospects deeply skeptical. A Yankee soldier, on a camp bed, in shirt sleeves, smoking with eyes half closed, it's Humphrey Bogart, naturally. Pythagoras inspired the poet Aratus whom St. Paul quotes in the Areopagus, men are of God's race according to Pythagoras. The whole universe musical harmony. Everything is number and harmony in music and in heavenly bodies. Or waves as we now understand, melodic waves, Hertzian waves, light waves, sea waves and the waves of atoms. A flower's color is light waves which that flower fails to absorb. And waves also the beauty of girls. The flower's scent is its song. Vibration of its atoms. The harmonious array of the atoms of the rose is its scent. From diffuse and shapeless gaseous states to condensed and complex solidity. From undefined clouds of random atoms to structural symmetry and developed form. The relationship between mass and light, mass creates pressure which produces heat which generates light. The sky spinning round. And so then matter, all matter is nothing but clouds, rotating shapes, or spheres its steps uneven and in harmonious proportion so equal. The cosmos, like a circle to the Omaha. Blue clay pot to the Jivaro. The sky to the Maya a turtle shell. Asterisk and like a single tense string plot Enus felt it? Which when plucked at one end receives the movement at the other end too and when another string's plucked there's a single harmony and vibrations pass from one lyre to another, sympathetically, in the universe, too, there's a single harmony. Suddenly the first notes, and a pretty black girl emerges, moving every mobile bit of her body towards the multicolored maypole and a boy darts in close to her, close, with contortions like those of a snake injected with alcohol from behind to the front and behind, and she flirts in surrender and rejection, rejection and surrender, and now others are joining the circle. Mayo ya 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 ya. The rapid body movements are the rapid movements of the music. In the center of circles full of fire and of other circles further off full of night, urging on the union of female with male and male with female, so God to Parmenides. Which is why Sean the dancer used to say, he couldn't imagine God without rhythm. His infinite rhythmic being those that respond to the lengthening of the day in spring or its shortening in autumn. Earth, sun, stars, such well-ordered seasons. Is it not easy to prove that gods exist, dear guest? Being, for the newer tribes, one and many at the same time. As the bird emerges from its egg, say the Zuni. The first men did not walk upright. They had tails. When the world was still new and fresh. The Sumerians spoke of an age without hyenas. The Algonquin have scoured the lakes in their canoes for the islands of the other world where hunger and war are unknown. They claim to have seen them. Pygmies remember the mighty tree which united heaven and earth. We have lost the heavens, the Ojibwe sing. The 4 seasons in their regular sequence, without confusion, nothing harmed man and man harmed nothing, but the order of the universe was disturbed, say the Chinese. For argument's sake, let's say an immense wheat harvest. Abundance is not more food for all but hunger. Overproduction lowers production and brings layoffs, and due to unemployment sales fall and more factories fall idle until scarcity increases production once again and overproduction resumes and crisis and once again the return, unless the overproduction is in weapons and there's war, because this breaks the cycle so there's really no overproduction. And thus they thrive on war. Getty made his first million in the first war. When the war ended, a Texan with more oil than the Axis, Hunt, than Germany, Italy, and Japan together. D.K. Ludwig shipwelder when war broke out already owned a fleet, 5th largest in the world when the war ended. The basic functions of war? Young men died in the trenches so that Republic iron could grow from 3 million to 148 million. Young men died in the trenches so that Anaconda copper could grow from 12 million to 58 million. Young men died in the trenches so that International nickel could grow from 4 million to 74 million. You'll hear talk of war and rumors of war on the radios. They'll end when the monopolies end. They ruin their opponents without hating them. Natural, like the heat or the rain. The rest like animals. Irrelevant who said this or where or when. In Mexico, for example, they were sold for 40 pesos, in Guatemala for 2 pesos each. Which is why there'll soon be 2 human groups, such a sharp division that within a short time it will come to be a true anthropological differentiation. As for the spread of ideas, exactly equivalent to a contraband in narcotics. And Mill's point, a list of the 100 most powerful people in the USA and another of the 100 wisest few would be on both, if any. Mr. Daly, chubby and bald, with loud ties inscribed with the world's a delight, surprised his banker colleagues by entering the conference hall on a tricycle. Flew from there to the Caribbean to set up the Jamaica Citizens Bank, the world's a delight. In competition, unconsciously without hating them. And ladies as hard as their diamonds. It's light elusive, all the colors everywhere, never twice in the same place, from red reflection to green scintillation to blue spark, an undying flame in an infinity of prisms and mirrors without beginning nor end. Created 1,000,000 years ago, this diamond will continue to exist for another 1,000,000 years. It will cost Madam merely $100,000 at B.A. Ballo & Co. Inc., the closest you can get to the eternal. And businesses whose abyss we barely glimpse. Businesses which are like a bad check. Allende's days are numbered. The banker on Wall Street, one January morn, an icy wind sweeping through the gloomy gorge of Wall Street. Deaths in Calcutta, not because of overpopulation but because of capitalism. Which explains, threat of rice overproduction in India. Threat of wheat overproduction. The horror of abundance and sufficiency. General Electric invented the means whereby a light bulb instead of 1,000 hours would last 750. Corporation presidents, Common criminals bang. Bang. With planes that don't last too long. And on purpose now the corporations avoid inventing. One of the greatest inventions of the 50s was the tranquilizer. The 100,000-mile tire. Can do it. But they don't want to. Outboard motors increasingly perfected to be less long-lasting. Accelerate obsolescence. President of Allied Stores Corporation. Are producers of scarcity. As we know, bankers have no money. So that for naturalists it's enough to know a member of a species. Or a few members, but with the human species it seems unity does not exist. In other words, biological evolution is equal in species but not social evolution in the human species. Thus 3/4 of the planet's wealth, etc. The fierce Modi loans were gentle. B. Olson discovered in '63, I was in Colombia then. They believed that the white men ate human flesh. The Indian can hear the soul, say the Modi loans. Or Australian tribes for whom the soul resides in the ear. Pythagoras used to say according to Hippolytus that the universe sings. There was geometry in the vibration of the strings and music in the distance of the planets. They used to say the universe is musical, the Pythagoreans. And that the soul is like a harmony, or like a music. The protons in my body and the electrons in the moon. Modern physics stepped back millennia when it taught that the universe is a union of complexity and simplicity, of variability and order. Why are we attracted to music, rhythm, dance, if not because it unites our atoms and molecules? The young Pleiades in the heavens and Sappho alone in her bed. As for this poem's unity, it has none. The unity is outside. The unity of everything. The inanimate universe is not that separate from us. Thus Sila, who is also universe, he's God to the Eskimos and simultaneously universe, says to the children who are playing in the snow. Sila says to them, Sila ersanarsanif lugo. Have no fear of the universe. In a soft voice like a woman's. Soft voice of Sila with soft snow. To the Arhuaco he speaks through waterfalls and rivers and the murmur of leaves in Arhuaco. He utters a word in the Ma and Bh and Rata without beginning or end. Diverse manifestations and a single consciousness. Beavers who communicate amongst themselves with tails thrashing the water. Who makes the weasel turn white in winter? Butterflies amid flowers with colors of flowers, of dry leaf amid dry leaves. The redbreast shapes its mud nest with its feathers like a potter. Like a potter. To in turn shape the egg of the world. Or, God and man, united in clay. The rest of the tablet is destroyed. They said they were sad in Tierra del Fuego for not knowing much about the beyond. Canticle 7. The infinitesimal calculation of the apples. It was thought that atoms moved according to Newton's laws, and could be predicted like the falling of apples in the autumn afternoon. Atoms are huge. Vacuous atoms. An atom is as empty as the solar system. Turned out to be an immense, desolate emptiness, a space as vast and mysterious as that of the heavens. An apple's a few elements, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon. Like a woman too, they're the same elements with the same compounds, water, sugar. Apple and woman. Even quasars are formed from our ordinary matter. There's not an atom of hydrogen traveling in space and time which cannot evolve, transmuting into helium. With a great economy of resources you made the universe. And this strange planet in the solar system which spinning round and round, understood itself. Acquired a mind and love. This earth apple-shaped, though to Columbus it was pear-like, or like a woman's breast with paradise on the nipple, thanks to gravity with its tendency to concentrate matter in spheres. Newton began to grasp it that autumn in Woolsthorpe's garden with the falling apples, upon which like English girls a blush had spread. That the universe should be capable of the fragile biochemistry of life. Is it accident or design, merely accident, or quite the opposite? We're the products of trial and error, but with a destiny which can be neither error nor trial. Proton and neutron equations with their antiproton and antineutron, and the photon which is indistinguishable from the antiphoton, or rather, the photon, which is its own antiparticle. If a boy falls in love with a girl of antimatter, they say, their love couldn't but be platonic. Like the music of the spheres, the subatomic music. The subatomic chaos which produces a kind of order. Background radiation allows us to deduce that the universe is harmoniously curved like a woman. An atom's light spectrum is similar to that emitted by a musical instrument. The beautiful unity of the physical world in which we are, whether we realize it or not. The colors of hydrogen or carbon atoms differ like the timbres of violin and drum. Why the universe is as we perceive it is the question. Because were it different there'd be nobody to see it is the answer. In other words, it's so we might exist. Which is the same as saying, literally a miracle. Or what Wheeler says, that a universe without life could not have existed. A universe without an observer is no such thing. Circles or ellipses. The star's circumvallations match those of our brain or vice versa, according to Galileo in Bertolt Brecht, Life of Galileo, or vice versa. Electrons gaze thanks to us at the galaxies. In those cave times bow and arrow were invented, they're depicted in the caves, and as the arrow was let fly and the twang of the chord heard, the lyre was invented. And its harmony was attuned to the stars. Light displaces itself through a space which lengthens in the same direction as the light. Most ancient light. Telescopes focused on the past. Illuminati's * most ancient light. It was only a grease stain in a gas station, and it shone with all the colors of the rainbow and the peacock. That a thing may be both wave and particle. So that there would be quantum mechanics 100 years earlier, wave equations were discovered. And earlier still the waves of bow and lyre strings. Reality is not an invention of the mind, but it's not entirely out of the mind. Minds are like television screens, with a reality inside them but which is outside them. There is a real reality which even in dreams we recognize. Everything I write is fragmentary, a collection of quanta. Particles appear to form part of an indivisible whole, and each one plays a part in what happens to the remainder, reading up on Schrödinger's theoretical cat. Fragmentary and also incoherent. The cat in a box, which is neither alive nor dead, can be alive or dead only if the box is opened. Let's suppose we are traveling in a lift. That a moving train. Relativity is that the observer is relative. Not reality relative. Electrons, planets, or billiard balls. What Nobel laureate will explain to us why we are in a universe which learned to think? And why this planet filled with metals? Subatomic particles have no defined identity, they say, and yet we are made up of them. As also, finally the mass of matter disappears and there is only immaterial energy. We invent categories such as left and right, but there are mirrors where it's the reverse. There having to be something greater than reality and the mirror. I mean a reality that unifies reality and the mirror. Physicists talking now of universes which are not solely physical. Mystical abstractions which appear to be the essence of matter, says Murchie. The more is known of it, the less is understood. There's speculation about illusory particles, with very little mass, which never interact with anything, or perhaps have too much mass. Scientific progress has not always advanced further through having an open mind. Or, it's not a question of not having theoretical prejudices but of having the correct theoretical prejudices. We are not merely atoms, or we're atoms with an infinite thirst for dreams. Atoms whose lips touched under the poplars. From poplars I come, atoms, mother, that don't want to die. The half-life of the atom which is today and gone tomorrow. According to process theory, everything is in all places although it may appear in just a particular spot. Increasingly similar, physics and mysticism. Or according to Bohm, the entire universe is in each of its parts. And death, why fear it? When you die, only what is not you dies. Maybe matter's composed of a single particle under various guises. Didn't Saint Benedict see the whole universe in a ray of sun, and all consciousness makes up a single consciousness, the whole universe being conscious matter? It's said that no theory on its own explains the entire real world except one based on a hypothetical particle called. But I tell you, girl, the hair on your head, your black eyes, actively cooperate, they follow a defined plan. A strange subjective element in the physical world, according to Davies, or that free will might obtrude into the micro-world. A kind of mind domination over matter. And re-evaluate the traditional concept of reality. Matter we are, but not entirely matter. Unless we were to talk along the lines of spiritual matter. The second law is that the sun will fade away. And that Miriam more beautiful than the sun will fade away. It's not a figure from G6 Angora or Quevedo, she was a Miriam once mine, her black eyes came from the sun, whose black spots are so brilliant, they say, but on the scale of evolution, more beautiful and more complex than the sun. The theory that the universe is a fluctuation of the void with the explosion of an infinity of particles come out of nothing and after a defined period of time reabsorbed into the void. Theory of the universe and everything in it. That it's born from the ball of fire of Big Bang, it expands, and it later contracts in a ball of fire and vanishes. And the theory that we exist only because of a strange deflection in the equilibrium of the universe. The possibility, they say, which emerged in 1971. That the universe might have been bomb as fire, expanded, and will finally collapse into nothing. But as Aristotle observed, our life is programmed in computers. Or Claude Bernard said, it would appear an invisible guide is leading us. Hyperactive matter, that's what life is. For example, Miriam on her 15th birthday blowing out 15 candles, Avenida Bolivar, Managua, pre-earthquake, a Miriam who, as this poem maintains, will never be repeated. That characteristic of human beings, unpredictability. You had so much of that. Molecules and atoms so alive in your cells. But do molecules and atoms ever really die? What marks the frontiers between what is alive and dead? The atom from another galaxy in a girl. What frontier between body and soul? Who draws the line between life and non-life, memory and matter? First all was gas. Then from gas to atoms to cells to people and to the person you love. The office worker who gets back exhausted to her 8th floor and the cat that she pets on the pink sofa, are they inevitable products of evolution? Our lives and our ephemeral and infinite destiny. That we should be living in a universe that makes sense. And that we're not merely chemical elements. My mathematical metaphors are in defense of life. We're not alone in the cosmos, still less in the chaos. We can conceive of a cosmos where chaos reigns, as Paul Davies says, where people and stars have no reason to exist. 68. Yet the evidence goes beyond unity. The tendency is also toward complexity and order. To the reductionist, there's nothing fundamental in a cat which isn't contained in that animal's atoms, never mind mysterious forces or laws or principles. But a cat is a cat and not another cat. To what extent are electrons not individuals? And that we don't know what we don't know. Tears are H20 and go down to the sea. But the sea and love, where do they go? Is it a particle or is it a wave? Canticle 8. Condensations and vision of San Jospound de Costa Rica. Up above the stars call out, inviting us to awaken, to evolve, to venture forth into the cosmos. Engendered they by pressure and heat. Like merry boulevards lit up or towns seen by night from a plane. Love, which lit up the stars. The universe is made of union. The universe is condensation. Condensation is union, and it is heat. Love. The universe is love. An electron never wants to be alone. Condensation, union, that's what stars are. The law of gravity Chamu of il Sol el Altristel is an attraction between bodies, and the attraction accelerates when bodies draw closer. The force of attraction of chaotic matter. Each molecule attracts every other molecule in the universe. The straightest line is curved. Only love is revolutionary. Hatred is always reactionary. Heat is a movement, agitation, of molecules as love is movement, and as love is heat. An electron strives to belong to a complete group or subgroup. All matter is attraction. The electrons of an atom revolve in elliptical orbits as the planets revolve in elliptical orbits, and love orbits elliptically. Every one of the Earth's molecules attracts the moon, the sun, and the stars. It has rained in the night and the toads are singing under the moon, singing for their females, calling them to copulation. And atoms, loving atoms join together until so many atoms have joined together that they begin to shine and it's a star. What happens in sexual union? And how does it produce new life? And dance came from the stars. Amid stalactites and stalagmites, final gallery, a bison shaped from clay from the cave itself mounting a female shaped from the same clay, and on the floor prints, soles, and heels in the clay of Ice Age adolescents who danced and danced before the two bison. The dance learned from the stars. Sunday night, and on Wall Street a foul wind blows newspapers along the empty sidewalk. Wall St with stars eerie and empty. The bank windows dark though not all. A few rows lit up in the black monstrosities. They can be identified, the foreign departments of the big banks. The iron doors barred and padlocked. But by back doors some people have entered the foreign departments. The light secret meetings, decisions we're unaware of, and their cigar smoke rising like shares, but they affect us all. Devaluation sparks off a riot in Malaysia, buses burned and blood flows in the streets like water from a hydrant. At the hour that the stars shine over Wall Street and the hour the banks open in London. Matter attracts matter, and as condensation increases so its power of attraction increases. Under equal conditions. A condensation 2 million miles in diameter exerts 8 times the attraction as one of a million. So the greater the condensation the greater its capacity to grow more, gathering in smaller condensations. Let's suppose now that a huge mass of uniform vapor spreads out in space for millions and millions of miles in all directions. Any slight alteration in its uniformity can unleash condensation after condensation, of every imaginable dimension. Capitalism will pass away. You'll no longer see the stock exchange. Just as sure as spring follows winter. My vision of San José de Costa Rica. And if the last enemy destroyed will be death, selfishness will be destroyed before. As different from present man as he is from Peking man. Competition impedes cooperation. There is separation between man and man. A broken humanity. The first fish died of suffocation. The first fish that leaped onto land was like Elche. But others followed after. Anyone might think that a small disturbance which only affects a small mass of gas would produce a condensation of small proportions. But the gravitation of the smallest body is felt throughout the entire universe. The moon creates tides on the earth and on the most distant stars. When a baby throws his toy to the floor, it disturbs the motion of every star in the universe. While gravitation lasts, no disturbance can remain confined to an area less than the totality of space. An attempt to storm the heavens, said Lenin. Lenin no less, the Paris Commune. Communal and personal, without classes and without state. A new man with new chromosomes. Easy to produce and distribute what we need on this celestial body. Economics is not complicated. The more violent the disturbance, the more intense will be the condensations, but even the most insignificant one develops condensations, though they're of exceedingly weak intensity, and we've seen already that the destiny of a condensation is not determined by its intensity but by its mass. However weak their original intensity may have been, the large condensations continue to grow bigger and bigger, and small condensations vanish, absorbed by the larger ones, and nothing remains in the end but a clutch of enormous condensations. Such are the phenomena that we call socializations, and such is the revolution. The universe is homogeneous. The star fragments in the Geological Museum of South Kensington demonstrate that they are of the same flesh as us. We too are stars. Celestial flesh, said Rubpound N. We too are children of the sun, the heat of our blood is solar heat. Engendered by the stars. My black beauty, I am happy in the mountains because I am at my people's battle front. And the battle's already 20,000 million years old. But, the revolution doesn't end in this world if we don't defeat death. The status quo triumphs once and for all. Death is the status quo. And my vision in San Jose to Costa Rica, I'll tell of my vision in a taxi at night having just arrived by plane for a writers' congress. My vision was, some neon signs, drugstores, cars, kids on motorbikes, gas stations, bars, people on the sidewalks, group of girls in uniform, workers in groups, and I saw everything organized by love. The color of a sweater spoke to me of love. Love moved the cars, lit up those lights, all of them. The girls' fashions, what were they but love? The kids in the barrios, brought together by love, and red flowering trees planted by love. A long-haired youth, long-haired through love, and imperial. Who knows what for, but it has to be something you share, you give. A call box and somebody calling. What person? Which people? Mother and daughter along the street, and behold another love. A couple goes by arm in arm, another love. A pregnant woman virtually bellowing love. My taxi moves on. Two on a sidewalk, one telling a story, must be friends. Beautiful animal man is, I tell myself. Fried chicken, patisserie, love too. Someone in a hurry, late arriving. Where? For a date or a party, a house where he loves. Another carrying bread. For him with others. Communion. Brightly lit restaurants, there also for a union. Pills and beer, it too announces association, gathering together. Coca-Cola, real shit, but the sign tonight spells out, communion. Beautiful species, I said, how I love it. All of us bomb of copulations, bomb for love, in a barrio, a house with a small party. And how moving. I saw that it was beautiful to die for others. That was my vision that night in San Jose de Costa Rica. 74. The whole of creation down to the hoardings groaned with pain because of man's exploitation of man. The whole of creation was clamoring in full cry for the revolution. Canticle 9. Song of Space-Time. In the beginning. The time before time. Let's begin our speculation before the beginning. When there was no matter nor motion, nor space, nor time. When, in the words of the Rig Veda, neither non-being nor being existed. What occurred before the great explosion? Nothing, if there was no before. Was Big Bang creation? Or merely the start of creation, which is with us still? Or is this a merely renewed universe, without creation, the authentic creation generations of universes back? The sacred starry sky. They and their inhabitants. Our celestial community in the curvature of the void? To a point beyond which no telescopes can reach. So great the space of time of those lights that we will be seeing the birth from the dark depths of the first galaxies in constantly receding telescopes. And Alfonso, does space expand or us in it? Space, where you and I are. I who live in you and you that do not exist. Stars dying throughout the universe. Order is born from chaos and returns to chaos. Unable to be order ever again. The relationship, for example, between a refrigerator and the final destiny of the universe. When the sun's on the point of burning the last of its oxygen. Newton thinking about that etch. Rejecting that etch. Beyond which there would be a dark emptiness without limit or frontiers. And Einstein. There is no center nor edge although the surface is finite. A curved universe which meets on the opposite side. In it galaxies rotating like gigantic girandoles of radiation. In an infinite universe there would be an infinity of inhabited planets, an infinity of us. That it could be comprehensible was the great mystery to Einstein. Gazing in the distance we gaze towards the universe's past. At a distance greater than 5,000 mpc, an age when quasars had yet to be born because God has so far failed to pinch the skin of the night. When it comes to such colossal distances there is, as Alfonso Cortés said, the distance to a star that has never existed. Particles, atoms, molecules, dust, planets, stars, galaxies, clusters of galaxies, and what else? When it comes to such colossal distances our problem, Lord, is that one is never satisfied. The galaxies are details in cosmic space. And a million years like the blink of an eye. Despite Copernicus, his 5 planets etc., we continue to consider ourselves the center of the universe. Atoms tend to unite in the direction of life, it seems. And life is an inevitable phenomenon. That secret voice which tells you that you are irreplaceable in the universe and should live forever. Biological death is not of the entire being, it's another mode of being. A universal corporeity. Immersed in the totality of the universe. In union with the radical unity of matter, in communion in the heart of the earth, Matthew 12:40. The death of a loved one unites us with that world, Rilke noted, more or less. Above the blue atmosphere the sky is profoundly black. We see them neither in their proper place nor in the present. Radiation reaches us from the past. Even from times when there was no Milky Way. And Bohm says, naturally there may be other universes expanding. Perhaps worlds in which our physical laws are false. So many worlds that not even the Buddha can count them according to the Tibetan text. Our middling star of average brilliance in the Milky Way. Neither is our galaxy in the center of our local group of galaxies. No special place in the universe. And besides we see it as it was and not as it is. Time is space. It's the advance of matter in space. There was nothing in space without time and there has only been time in space. Matter moves and that is time-space. Gazing into space we are gazing backwards in time, backwards only. Astronomers faced with present stars that no longer exist. In today's telescopes the galaxies as they were millions of years ago. And so in other heavenly bodies they'll see us in the future present as we once were. Time, a train itinerary. A space in time and a time in space. And my recollection today of Mexico way back. To give an example, her, and her house opposite the Parque Espacio. The getting off buses, puddles, and kisses in the rain like stations and trains all space with a time and time in a space and we happily leapt those puddles, and splattered ourselves, coming back from the university. But to astronomers, they're present, and they no longer exist. I'm talking about a long time ago in Mexico. In the four-dimensional universe the past and the future always exist. Me forever helping her into that raincoat as we left the faculty. In the three-dimensional one as though time elapses. But it's a mirage. Time is an optical illusion of space. Or, time is hunger and space is cold. Said Alfonso Cortés. What did he mean? Hunger is felt with time. Like if one does not eat the 3 times a day. Space separates us. It is solitude and cold. In space-time we are. Like those children sleeping on the street wrapped up in newspapers in the great city hungry and cold. A light has traveled 1,000 million light years and is printed one night on a photographic plate. Is it remote that galaxy? It is remote but in time. Just as remote from us the Maya observatories. In space-time we are, we were, we will be forever. Although here and now, with the cold of space and hunger of time. Sacred time, sacred space. Iliad has studied them. Eternity and paradise. All myths and rituals are that nostalgia. But time left the circle and became linear thanks to St. Paul. With 2 eons. Linear and curved. Also the curvature of time they speak of nowadays. The fact that the curvatures of time are real, says Davies. Gravity, which is love we were saying, thanks to which kisses are given, gravity is a consequence of the space-time curve. Gravity and all of us. Also Paul Davies himself says, time and space, those approximate ideas. Perhaps a future theory may not even use the notions of space and time. Past, present, and future, it's linguistics. But will the last thing to prevail be the second law of thermodynamics? Nothing but black hole after black hole after black hole in which all has been submerged in oblivion. St. Paul says the final enemy to be defeated will be death, will be the second law of thermodynamics. Perhaps matter again, as in the beginning, reduced to an infinite density. Apocalypse according to Davies. The heavenly bodies and ours. Walking stars the Chaldeans. About those not fixed. In Greek walking is planets, so that we inhabit a walking star. Men who shaped man or rather wool. Or the prospect before us is merely a barren planet like Mars. A mushroom-shaped cloud slowly rising on the horizon. Star Wars, which the Wall Street Journal called dollars falling from the skies. Neanderthal Wall Street Journal, but no. We have, for example, evolution from the primitive shark until it transforms into dove. Man's death instinct is not inherited from animal ancestors. Biology also teaches, natural selection favors peace-loving animals. Murderous groups within a same species do not prosper. Somozas, Pinochet, etc. Gorillas are meditative, they like to spend their time in contemplation. That the solution to all China's social problems was love was discovered 5 centuries before our era. One man helping another, which to Pliny is God. The incarnation of God in our biology. In our still mammal condition. Jesus, with Adam's chromosomes. Only a million years since Pithecanthropus erectus. The government rooted in the sky, which Confucius mentioned. Not dollars from the sky. We've left excrement behind in plastic bags on the moon. The Mayas had already discovered the lunar month only out by 34 seconds. 34 seconds in a time for them infinite, without beginning nor end. The enemies of evolution, Somoza etc. Counter-evolutionaries. How can there be unemployment on this planet? But there is a tower we wish to build, Chuang Tse said, that might reach to infinity. Shit-eating counter-evolutionaries. On that day even physical beauty will be egalitarian. Basically composed of bacteria. Descendants of single-celled creatures still to be found in any drop of water. Cephalopoda, vertebrates, vermiforms, the one from Assisi called them brothers before the origin of the species. To believers in an author of evolution, that is in a creator, it's strange to us to see it making mistakes creating creatures with a dead end. A premeditated evolutionary path? In reality, no. But rectifying in hindsight. Rectifying, for example, a defective air bladder. Likewise reversibilities of evolution. Even in human society. Even in the revolution. Also living fossils in the depths of the sea, the case of the Crossopterygii, or in the White House. Likewise Christian Democrats, left or right wing, and those whose paws and wings changed back to fins. We are not only product of the process but the process and responsible for the process being free from it. There's a theory that the chimpanzee is ex-human. Out of fear he regressed from man. Evolution is not predictable but certainly controllable. Will artificial intelligence be the next stage? Silica being superior to human beings of carbon? We've already programmed computers to think. Unlike us, an error once committed they will never repeat. That's how they can beat us at chess. Robots have freely ventured forth to explore the solar system. Those who at present answer, will they one day be able to ask? Are we humans mere machines to manufacture machines better than ourselves? Their information one day will be vaster than ours. Will they then have consciousness or even emotions? And reproduction even without love? Will we be able, in the event of danger, to unplug them in time? Energy, matter, galaxy, sun. And then what? Planet life technology. When the universe was the size of a grapefruit. And before, of an apple. We're quite familiar with how the universe was born but not how it will end. Will it end? Either total entropy or the return to Big Bang. Either death by ice or death by fire. Hence hope has to lie elsewhere. Before there were distinctions between terrestrial and celestial. When apples were falling in Woolsthorpe's garden, Newton saw that everything was attracted, apples like the moon. Planets not yet seen were guessed at because of the falling of apples. And the celestial fell the same as the terrestrial. Even the galactic system a living organism, and beyond. the gas ever denser and hotter until it is a star. Why did the interior of the stars grow hot? The metabolism of the stars. Maybe love is particle and is wave. The excitement of molecules, which is what the word heat signifies. Waves of particles or particles of waves. Whatever the case, the universe would seem to be overflowing with intelligence. Permeated by consciousness. They are not merely jewels in the night. Where chance and necessity go together, neither subordinated to the other. There's a murmur of intelligence in everything. A subtle mental aspect to inanimate matter. Is fire matter? Fire's not matter but a process. And life's not matter but a form of fire and a process. Biology is not excluded from the kingdom of heaven. As for what came before, for example 10 seconds before the great explosion. Before time, what was there before? The sun will change into a red sunflower. I can only say that if time is simultaneous, past, present, and future simultaneous, nothing is buried in oblivion. Canticle 10. Canticle of the Sun. Slowly the sun rises from the sea, rather, slowly the earth spinning, seeming to us that the sun rises from the sea. Sun just gas. And sun that we eat. For plants eat solar energy, and animals, plants, or plant-devouring animals. Green chlorophyll and red hemoglobin. Thus the sun feeds us all. Through solar radiation life was born, organic compounds fusing together in large molecular communities under the influence of solar radiation. Life, a few combinations of amino acids with infinite forms. The pull of the earth draws down roots and the pull of the sun raises up stems. And we also, like plants, between the earth and the light. It had to remain stable through millions of years of evolution, until consciousness came about beneath it. It did not burn out before us. We between the earth and the light. And even the light of a torch or of a pair of eyes, comes from the sun. The earth's colors have their origins there. That mass of fibers which covers your entire head and hangs down your back in coils, from what mine did you plunder it or what jeweler's shop? Movement of the eye's molecules struck by light, that's the colors. And we only see 30% of the light. Single-celled organisms the entire solar light. They see the world as it is. As I will see it one day as it is. Extraplanetarily perhaps. Or beyond the visible universe. And way out the dark frozen depths, the dark emptiness between star and star, where dead suns like extinguished coals, scoria, ash, wander with their black and frozen planets. Where matter plunges into the never again of the black holes, space-time converted through gravity into black hole from which not even light escapes. But we, like the plants, between the sun and the earth, earth from where Persephone emerges each year in spring. Plants turn to humus, turn to plants again. And the blood of Adonis rises in red anemones. Tissues unknit and knit again. Organic matter, simple molecules, and once again organic matter. And Persephone once again emerges from Hades into the light. Were there no eyes to see it, there'd be no light. Can we imagine a light without eyes or eyes without light? Would there be light everywhere in the universe with no one to see it? But, as we know, eyes were created by light so that there'd be beings to behold it. The earth came from the sun, and its water. From the sun comes this water, with its life and its colors and its light. This water in San Bias. Full of light. Where fish come and go, some like neon signs, or traffic light yellow. Phosphorescent, or as though painted with fluorescent paint, iridescent, scintillating, others as though illuminated within strange light in their entrails. Tiny fish that nuzzle up curious like tourists. Or where the angelfish swims slantwise the better to display its black and yellow stripes. The light cuts through the transparency and the white sand refracts it. The atmosphere is turquoise in the magic wood. Creatures in the shape of trees and others in the shape of grasses or mushrooms, and between them others dart and glint. Motionless polyps or with tentacles in motion, hungry whips. Gentle corals swaying and others turned to rock. Rock carnations. Colors upon colors behind other colors in quivering crystal. The floor coral sand, calcareous algae, foraminifera. A fish gaudily daubed like a clown, red and black snout with a white patch, and others pass by in masks or with bulging eyes as though wearing glasses. Bonsai groves from which a tiny dragon peers out. Medusas like an umbrella of water. Mollusks soft as mucous membrane. Petrified lettuces. The light diffuse. Fleshy escarpments or of calcareous algae. In a water like air. Invisible like spectacles. Black velvet fish dragging the train of its ceremonial costume between corals. Like tumbled down terraces and abandoned gardens. Filamentous shapes. Curls, cacti, candelabra. An air like water. Or like liquid light. Purple fans fluttering in the water like women fanning themselves. Polished red pebbles that are plants. Gelatinous carpets trapping the light for photosynthesis. Transformation of the light into food. Bodies color of murky water or color of whitish sand or chine like clear water in sunlight. Mere 6 fish. Paul K.L. Poundy fish. Color foods that come and go. Living colors and lights that come and go. The sun drenching the water that stems from the sun. Corals with circumvallations of brains. Forked like deer antlers. Like vanilla ice creams melting away. Like pine branches covered with snow. Their lilies sway. Huge bird feathers. The green parrotfish eats soft green corals, defecating a cloud of golden sand as it eats, shoals of fish at dance. And the odd pensive one. That harlequin. Gold and silver plated fish. Or even gold with black, and others black with silver. Skyscrapers. Cathedrals. Millenary creatures these corals. Light submerged. The sun within the water come from the sun. Liquid light, and the water seemingly solid. The light is turned water and the water turned light. Jungle beneath the water. As in a dream. Creatures the shape of dahlias or daisies. Stone-strewn pastures. And there the clefts teeming with fish. Patches of opaque tangled algae. Purple, cream, lilac, the sponges. Fosses half agape clustered with tentacles. A voracious orange color coils and uncoils. Silent undulating ferns. Pliant chains of discs of flesh. Luminous energy in food, converted into food. Branching stalks and on them the baby offspring of medusas. The youthful barracuda among terrified tiny silverfish. Others on the curve, twisting, somersaulting, looping the low up. Up above the sun shimmers in the gold nose pieces, the gold rings in the noses of the Kuna girls, who on the seashore, beneath the palm trees sow their many-colored molus, and from the sun come all the colors of their molus on this island of San Bias which came from the sun. With its palms and everything the sun is also San Bias, and the Indians are sun. Upon aquamarine water, in their canoes, the men are fishing, further out the long net deployed, where it changes from aquamarine to deep blue, and you shield your eyes with your hand from light so fierce it burns your spectacles, from so much light, in the eyes that the light created. Light travels at 300,000 kilometers per second. Why does light travel and where is it going? Canticle 11. Gaia. In the beginning there was a turbulence. The Spirit of God was stirring. In the beginning was Chaos, father of Gaia, goddess of the earth. Once there would have been only tenuous matter spread uniformly throughout space. The primeval chaos, which produced the first perturbation. First condensations of the most tenuous nebulae. The condensations compressed into stars. Those believed to be newest they called nova and supernova. Ironically, because they are the destruction of a star. But a supernova created at least one new star, the Sun. As the Earth maintains the Moon revolving around it, the Sun maintains the Earth and the rest of the planets in circles around it. The planets were born as condensations of gas, torn away from the Sun they compressed, becoming liquid and then solid. The Sun and its children the planets. The planets and their offspring the satellites. revolving around the Sun. Their unequal distances around the Sun produced as they moved together a harmony, to the Greeks, like the uneven lengths of lyre strings as they moved together. Mercury first with its elliptical orbit and no atmosphere, the most desolate of all the planets. Then Venus with its yellowish atmosphere of sulfuric acid, the Earth with its moon arid Mars, its pinkish atmosphere of carbon dioxide and 2 moons, the 60,000 asteroids, planetary debris, giant Jupiter with its multicolored stormy atmosphere with 16 moons, Saturn immense but vaporous with 3 rings and 21 moons, Uranus of frozen methane with 15 moons and many rings, Neptune pale green and little brightness, with 2 moons, and much further out, the last one, Pluto, the planet with the longest year. 2.5 times our century, and the coldest, with 1 moon, the 58 moons rotating on their axes and around their planets and the planets on their axes and around the Sun and the Sun turning on its axis and with all the planets and moons rotating in the galaxy towards the constellations of Hercules and the Lyre and the galaxy rotating around other galaxies and all of it rotating around what or whom. The largest living creature on Earth is the Earth. We've seen it in the photos, sapphire sphere amid white fleeces and gleaming white skull caps at its poles. The new notion of Gaia, a living Earth. The planet Earth, all of it a single living being. It was so, long before there was life on its surface. There is nowhere to live except in the sky, therefore, having emerged from the Sun's equatorial region it became round in order to spin. Living being that needed neither legs nor arms nor mouth nor anus but merely to be round and spin around the Sun. It revolved quickly, 5-hour days and 5-hour nights, the moon already creating tides even then. By itself it created conditions for supporting organisms and later organisms with consciousness, people, and later an organism which is both community and individuals. Burning and arid, smoldering, gushing forth lava, molten glass, it seemed that the Earth had no future. Who'd have said that from that flaming magma woods and cities and songs and nostalgias would emerge? But rains came. The rain evaporated and on it rained. Torrential rain fell for 100,000 years. 1,000 million times it traveled around the Sun devoid of life. At that stage the globe would not have been blue and white with pinkish land. The Sun always the color of twilight. The sky color of dried leaves and the sea copying that color. Gray waves breaking on the gray and dead earth. The eolic erosion of rocks was for life. Continents very different from those today floated adrift. Everest was pushing up 2 inches a year. The sky began to turn blue as it filled with oxygen. The sky gradually turned blue because the sea was turning green, with life, and later the earth green. Chlorophyll and oxygen, all green and blue. We had a wet planet, and already cooled down for life. Still little chemical difference between cell and non-cell. At first life was merely a purplish-greenish tint. Microcosmos that lives on within us. Certain anomalous qualities of water with exceptional properties of radiation and temperature etc. Until it became the dynamic system we call life. First in a foamy slime perhaps. Certainly microscopic. But already with mouths, open microscopic mouths, avid mouth still without song, and then later with fins foreshadowing the wing and the hand. First life was very aqueous, delicate, slight. And left no fossils, not even microscopic ones. Later there are limulus fossils copulating in the Cambrian. There were still no lobsters, oysters, or fish. The step onto land was like a trip to another planet. The organisms were crushed by their own weight. Whence bones and skin, pelts, integuments against the direct light of the sun which fell on the earth. And the dryness, which is why water had to be carried internally. Vertebrates on land, we continued to be aquatic. Seals, dolphins, whales preferred to return to the water. The essential act of procreation is always in water. And swimming in the waters of the womb the embryo grows. And humans still sweat and weep sea water. On its own the globe learned to cover itself with plant-sustaining soil. It is a living earth, all of it, palpitating. Stone also vibrates, although slowly. In its core the planet palpates. A living body which wanders through the sky among the stars. An atmosphere protects us from harmful radiations. The sun which gives us light allows us to sleep. A cell is not just its molecules and an organism is not just its cells, so this living planet is not merely its living creatures. Extension of our body is the spherical body floating in space. Lakes and volcanoes are also our flesh. Our flesh of carbon compounds brought out of the depths of the earth by volcanoes. With ultraviolet light it extracted ozone from oxygen, ozone which was the defense against ultraviolet light. In the Cambrian the sea was populated by invertebrates. The earth was a sterile desert with volcanic eruptions. In the Siluric the earth had plants as yet without leaves. In the Carboniferous the first copulations took place on earth. In the Eocene and Paleocene plants with flowers. Then reptiles, birds, and later, mammals. The first tiny mammals, with warm blood which enabled them to endure the night chill. They came out at night by the moonlight, and the night dilated their eyes. Then Gaia raised the temperature and mankind abandoned the caves to build cities. Always superior forms after other inferior ones in the structural organization. Gaia, Earth, which is simply the largest living creature on the earth. All living beings being merely part of the vast entity, of the total organism. A strange atmosphere, of incompatible gases. And for the unstable atmosphere to remain the same only a living creature can manage that, Gaia. Its animals altered the atmosphere with their breath. First it was poisonous like the gas billowing from Union Carbide in Bhopal. They invented how to breathe the lethal oxygen. The red of our blood is on account of the iron. And iron oxidizes quickly with oxygen. To breathe is to burn. Life evolved not adapting to the environment as Darwin believed but changing the environment. Living beings transformed this chemically inert globe into an immense organism. Oxygen didn't appear until 2,000 million years ago when the first plants used photosynthesis, and for hundreds of millions of years they have maintained the ideal 21% oxygen. The humble plankton submerged in the ocean influences the density of the towering white clouds which influence the Earth's temperature. That all the atoms should be swirling around, and that the planet should emerge by chance with life and all, the probability is zero. Our anomalous Earth, says Lovelock. Strange and beautiful anomaly. Blue sky, sea, and earth. And the planet as a biological construction. Against the flow of all chemistry. This oxygen which makes it possible for us to light fires, for birds to fly and for you to think. With 21% oxygen we can light fires, but with 4% more, the entire Amazon would set ablaze. Neither very hot nor very cold, nor very acid nor very alkaline. Sufficiently large for a thin, translucent atmosphere, but not so large as to make it dense and opaque. A little further from the sun it would be too cold, a little closer too hot. Control that only a living planet can exercise. Its biological rhythm now altered by our technical rhythm. A life created by chance, they say, is more difficult than for a hurricane to assemble a Boeing 707. And that life is fragile and delicate, is merely, says Lovelock, the Victorian concept of woman. The death of the individual is certain, certainly. But there is a life in Gaia which will outlive us all. Although only so long as the sun permits. Living Earth that made itself in the sky life's habitat. The celestial habitat of life. And every living thing on Earth, from whales to viruses, a single living being. Its depressions and mountains like the curves of a living body, and we inhabit a planet which is entirely alive. A vast living thing, which developed as something living from the beginning. Gaia eats. It feeds on sunlight. Strange and beautiful anomaly of the solar system. And we, as a species, its nervous system. 5,000 million years ago. From dust and gas it took shape and remained then as it is. Rock and metal with a fine film of air and water. The gas of farts and of the fetid bubbles of marshes keep our oxygen level in check, so that it's not so high as to set the woods ablaze. Without foul-smelling marshlands neither you nor flowers would exist. Water, they call, one of the strangest substances to science. So unusual and so abundant. Both attributes which make the planet habitable. Organisms themselves invented blood, a piece of ocean within them. The sailor thrown into the water one night by the Contras, he knowing it was 38 fathoms deep, he remained hidden in the dark on his plank. Now he goes under in his memories. At 3 I got my bearing from the star they call the Sloth. When the sun rose, I was floating, lost, having swum and swum. I saw huge waves in the sea the height of a coconut palm. I spoke to the sea, "Why are you treating me so unkindly? Let me sleep, which is what I want to do." And instantly it became calm. When you live at sea you form a close relationship with the ocean. I slept about half an hour. The swell and the huge waves returned as though to awaken me, as though to receive the sea's message, to tell me, "The boats are there. Now Solentiname, hours from Bangkok." Until all are conscious particles of a single organism. Bodies of a huge body. A planet signals to another planet. There's nowhere to live except in the sky. The sight of the illuminated globe in dark space inspired even the prosaic astronaut's gleaming blue and white jewel. In the immense sea of mysterious blackness. Hyler quoted the African chief who said to the white man, "As though we'd had the same mother." And Lovelock, the inventor of the Gaia theory, wonders whether another name for Gaia might not be Mary. What song will the earth sing that day? Lying in my bed in Managua. I'm dropping off to sleep and suddenly I ask myself, where are we going? We are on the dark side of the earth, the other side, lit up. Tomorrow we will be in the light and the others in darkness. This night lying in my bed I feel the journey. But where are we going? I recall numbers learned in other times, around the sun at 30 kilometers per second, and together with the sun in the galaxy at 250 kilometers per second, and the galaxy is traveling at what speed? Take it easy Felipe Pefla, fallen we know not where, and Donald and Elvis buried down by the Costa Rican border. Take it easy boys, we're doing fine. Spinning around in black space wherever we're going, we're doing fine. And also, the revolution's doing fine. Canticle 12. Birth of Venus. In the beginning was the Word and the Word was light. Or quarks without which there'd be no light. Let there be light was let there be universe, after all, the universe is really light, all light. Since 1905 we've known that light is also mass, and conversely mass can convert into radiation just as a gram of matter was converted into radiation above Hiroshima. A disorganized mass of poorly connected things. In the beginning God said, "Let there be radiation." The universe at that hour so hot and dense. Although to Atkins we are merely children of a random chance. Who'd have said that out of such confusion there would one day emerge such a beautiful and fragile filigree, life. Fresh from the sea like Venus life. The sea was born from the wedding of hydrogen and oxygen, and life was born from the sea in the salt transparency molecules transforming into protoplasm. Venus dripping, fresh from the sea. The composition of our blood much akin, according to Cousteau, to that of sea water. The salt of sweat and of our tears is from the sea. Dripping. Even now our bodies gush sea water. And the contents of each cell a form of ocean water. Hence our need for water. Thirst. Venus gushing water, the first algae. Then the first prints in the sand. The first eyes opened and already the earth was green. Plants. From gas and water and sunlight. The stench of mud and crushed leaves created the sense of smell. Toads and frogs were the first to hear. Life came out of the sea, which explains this oceanic to and fro in our veins. And the moon's hold on us. Life came out of the sea like a bather on Corn Island beach. Coconut palms in the foreground, against the blue, the blues, bluest of blues, and green swathes like light green rivers between the blue dark blue blue black patches, and the sky is scarcely blue at all against so many blues, and on the shore, on the stones, crystal, colorless, crystal, closer in, sugar-like sand, and coconut palms with coconuts in the foreground. And the female bather saunters towards us dripping wet. Life came out of the sea. Venus gushing water. That's why our blood is salty like the ocean, and the proportion of salt is the same. And likewise the sodium, the potassium in our veins, come from the primeval ocean. Gushing blood and tears. Clay began to live. That's to say, the glutinous mud converting into organism. Clay has an innate tendency to evolve. The earth molecule became a virus, later reproducing. Clay, from which the human body was shaped like an amphora. A perpetual night. Only the blaze of lightning and eruptions. Searing acid rains upon black rocks. Then it rained less. A cloud parted, and above the ocean the first day shed its light. As soon as the earth had cooled, life at once burst forth. A most telling sign, to say the least. If it was the product of highly improbable chance, how did it come to be born at the first opportunity? Life came from the water. Medusas appeared first. Then the transition from worm to fish. Then on to dry land, where ocean eyes gazed at non-aquatic images. 200 million years later came the Saurians. Another 100 million the invention of warm blood. Homo erectus set apart from the animals because of fire. From the physico-chemical to freedom. Inanimate matter became spiritual. What's your understanding, General, of that first force? The journalist Belostigi Goisha asked. Sandino replied. As a conscious force. Initially it was love. That love creates, evolves. But everything is eternal. And we are moving towards life being not a passing moment but an eternity, through the multiple facets of the ephemeral. Our teeth have their origin in sharks, but later as mammals we acquired lips that could suck, and because of those lips that could suck we acquired kisses. The opening of the mouth 1,000 million years ago, in those waters, 400 million years ago teeth, red lips merely 2 or 3 million ago. Having climbed out of the trees the tall grasses forced him to stand up. In Oranac, at the end of the last ice age, a being no longer simply a scrap of nature, but carved ivory, wall paintings, myths. Beyond the village with its chapel and the pitch where Greek boys played soccer, a blue deeper than any blue, amid the dark green olive groves and cypresses darker still. The mountains a pallid blue, the sky merest hint of blue, calcimine cliffs, down below barren white keys, limestone no doubt, all of this to further enhance that sea blue. And catching sight of that sea quite suddenly at a road bend in the Peloponnesus, just outside Corinth, only a glimpse of the sea, the car tearing along, I imagined I saw in a flash Aphrodite completely naked. Or to see nothing, and be blind, and perched on a step imagining Odysseus under sail. Melina Mercury was Athene Minister of Culture, and at a restaurant on the terrace of a tall Athens hotel she showed me the Parthenon lit by night, high above the hotel. She bemoaned being a minister and no longer able to make films. Athene Mercury also paid our way for a trip on the Aegean Sea. Excursion to the island of Hydra by hydrofoil. And to the island of Aegina, where the beach was full of naked flesh, people with nothing more than their bodies and their tangas, on sands much warmed by Apollo, or in the water, or under sunshades, or emerging dripping wet. And I thought how those bodies, with nothing more than their bodies, made sunshades, folding chairs, the cans of beer they sip, spectacles, cameras, the newspapers and books that they read in the sun, the boats and yachts bobbing in the bay. Hydrofoil, Parthenon, etc. Life came out of the sea. Bacteria after 3,500 million years now gazing on 100,000 million stars in the galaxy. We listen to the microwave music of hydrogen atoms. We have weighed the stars. Strange body is this, head, trunk, limbs. Elongated trunk and limbs even more so, but not just another vertebrate or another mammal, bipped with chest extremities ending in hands, not merely that, but rather a harmonious God-befitting composition. The step to land. The step to land in the Devonian. Great intelligence was born in the oceans, but technology needed to be land-based. There've been about 40 evolutions of eyes on Earth, but only one of consciousness. Hence our importance, Luz Marina. Eyes are to see with. The other, what can the point of that be? A touch more ammonia, a touch less, and the planet would be vapors and boiling water, or a ball of snow stable and dead. The seas had to have the correct salinity, that of our blood. Coincidences really? Venus's night is very long or never ends. Merely products of an inconceivably improbable event? The necessary conditions for stars and galaxies and their observers. This my astrophysical epic has but one purpose, to proclaim that the universe makes sense. Consciousness slowly forming itself for eons. For what? For whom? Or as Dyson said, it appears that the universe was expecting us. In the totality of space and time, the universe in its total evolution. The organic born of the inorganic. Life as the flowering of matter. A single-celled bacteria is more complex than an entire Apollo spaceship including its Earth station. Life an error of the universe? The Earth revolved for 5,000 million years until it acquired consciousness. A mere 5,000 million years. Until the rivers and winds found a voice in man. And we became the consciousness of basalt and poplars. Suffering consciousness. Born a tiny sphere of blended proteins and liquids. Taking into account also the close kinship between the human hand and a whale's fin. From a tenuous cloud of gas to you and I evolution down the cosmic ages like the evolution of freedom. Or matter increasingly more conscious. The appearance of the first cell, a revolution within the universe. Something individualized and free emerged. The dialectical evolution of the universe towards the kingdom of heaven. And Sandino in his misty camp. Let me tell you, spirits also struggle in the flesh and outside it. Ever since the world began, the earth has been in continual evolution. But here, in Central America, is where I see a tremendous transformation. I see something which I've never mentioned. It's as though one sea had emptied into another. I see Nicaragua surrounded by water. The volcanoes above only. Sandino, firstborn of murder victims. It represents a tiny proportion of the universe's matter, organized matter. Water sparked off the organization. Molecules tossed about by the waves, intermingling with the surf and feeding upon solar photons. And life began, liberty began. Until we appeared, the earth's language. And we named the rock rock and the poplar poplar, we being matter gazing upon itself. But are we the observers of the universe by pure accident, or is the entire universe an evolution towards an observer? Canticle 13. The Tree of Life. In the beginning was the big grandfather who has no beginning nor end. He taught them to produce fire by friction after the flood. He taught them to govern themselves. A girl he taught how to sow manioc. As for the Tucano, they ate the fruit of the star apple tree. He said to them, "You have no respect for me." And he told them they would die. And he told the Tucano, "You will have riches in this world. Feathers, arrows, blowguns, sticks to kill people. Your riches will remain in the Tucano's huts. And there are all their riches. Which are few." And he said later to the Germans, "You will have armaments, muskets, knives, papers. And you, German, will never be able to remember things by memory alone, but will have to write it down on paper. The Tucano will remember by memory alone everything that goes on in the world." And he also said to the German, "Your riches will bring power. Your factories will have planes, automobiles, ships, submarines. And you will also die." We began as tree creatures until later we became Homo sapiens. The tree of life, which is the tangled tree of evolution. The history of evolution is of creation, and of invention. Insects don't try new things. Ants, well organized, but they don't learn. The step from the monkey's brain to metaphysics. Note, in France they adorned their villages with skulls. Herodotus tells of head hunters in the Danube. Can ideas be merely a process of inanimate matter? And is love merely physical and chemical? Certainly we are interactions of electromagnetic fields. But how is this mystery that we humans are? Computer designers would love to know. A mutation which was that of thought, says Teilhard. And when man appeared, all other branches of the tree stopped growing. We have not, like birds, inherited what has been learnt but the ability to learn. Man, a learning animal / the oyster of 150 million years ago, identical to the one in the restaurants. Antelopes haven't changed in 2 million years, but those who hunted antelopes have. Learning came to be evolution. Oh, that in the White House they might learn. Child Cro-Magnons learned from old Cro-Magnons. Thus, gradually, Cro-Magnon, for whom evolution, more than biological, was cultural. The invention of the needle spread throughout Europe more swiftly than a galloping bison. First only bodies were beautiful. Naked bodies, of course. Then clothes, paintings, flowers, a twilight. And also bodies, naked or dressed, of course. And so you may find her at the foot of a traffic light, a beauty such, as we have painted the gods and the angels. At the beginning of the Mysterian signs appear of belief in immortality. And the rapid transition from hunter-gatherers to industrial society. It seems that the Australopithecus, who hunted and gathered, did not compete for money and social position. Like the stars in the sky and the sands in the sea. A tree creature, and now he makes skyscrapers. We are chemical substances which we develop for eons until thought and dreams. Metals, of short evolution, preferred to remain fixed. Although the chemical of holiness or heroism does not exist. And faced with something very new now, as when the invention of fire occurred. When those animals returned to the ground they had been perfected in the trees. Their manual skill, binocular vision, more advanced than any animal on the ground. The Sinanthropus was already making fire and sharpening stones. There was much time for art in the Ice Age. With no more than 30 hours of gathering and hunting needed a week. Later the cultivation of grasses, among them, wheat. Afterwards the divinity ceased to feed on human flesh and ate only that of ruminants. Pay no heed to the dreams they have, Jeremiah said of the false prophets, who supported views held today, the poor are poor because of biological inferiority. What the fabulous Reagan believes, fabulous in the strict sense of this word as used in Hollywood. Simians descended from those that preferred to remain in their surroundings. Those afraid to come down from the trees. The others, the zoological group of humanity. Humanity whose activity is political, like that of the earth to produce plants. According to the grandson of Confucius. While there are poor, a religion. Said Roque Dalton, the revolution. And also, soul-valid fanaticism. Christianity is the phylum of evolution to Chardin, but I say not all Christianity, only that of the revolution. Nobody knows what percentage will enter the kingdom. But the hesitant steps of life. Animals that proved to be inefficient and ceased to exist even before the Cambrian. And following error after error we became conscious mammals. Turtle hunters in the Galapagos told Darwin they could identify from which island each turtle came, and Darwin inferred that they all came from the same species. And later, that living beings were all one single family. Let us consider it scientific to say that the evolutionary cycle doesn't end with consciousness and there will be something else ahead. Humble little warm-blooded animals fleeing from enormous cold-blooded dragons. Trying to move about undetected. Stealing the odd egg from them. Dinosaurs and their allies were at their peak. Perhaps we robbed too many eggs from Goliath, says Professor Barak. Descendants of the shrew, we climbed the trees. And then we gazed at the stars. Descendants of apes. The Bishop of Worcester's wife exclaimed, horrified. From chaos to cosmic intelligence. The thrust of evolution is unswerving. the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdom and the other kingdom. Harmonized collectivity of consciousnesses, or Chardin superconsciousness. The planet with a single thinking envelope. The plurality of individual reflections. In a single unanimous reflection on a sidereal scale. What name shall we give you? Mata Tiru La? Birds, 8,500 species. Insects 500,000. Man, a single species. The difference between the human species and other species is that it did not fragment into different species. The further it has spread throughout the planet, more and more it has come together as a single species. And all because it is round. Gaia, the earth, being round. We scatter throughout it so as to be united on it. As meridians draw apart and converge again on every sphere. Or planetization, Chardin again. Roundness is unification. Harmonization. This earth which is always in the moon's sky, the part of the moon that always faces the earth, the moon having neither earth rise not set. Sun rises and sets. But the earth is there always. The moon's sky always black, black even with sun and even with sun, with stars. And the earth, enormous, 4 times bigger than the moon to us, spinning round and round, with Europe, China, the third world, it shines always serenely upon the moon. Pliny on the moon would have confirmed the divinity of the earth. Knowledge is not what's human, brother chimpanzee knows, sister whale, knowing oneself, knowing one knows oneself, that's being human, in depths within oneself deeper than those outside that the whale or dolphin knows. Reflection is knowledge reflected in oneself. To be conscious of being conscious. Not merely to be conscious, but of being conscious, highly conscious, which can entail much suffering. Non plus seulement connaître, mais se connaître, non plus seulement savoir, mais savoir qu'avancer. Which signifies abstraction, logic, anxieties, dreams. The dolphin knows in those deep depths where it swims and doesn't know that it knows. Dario envying stone even more, and hard stone even more because it feels nothing at all. From the most simple to the most complex, from lesser to greater organization. Life evolved from non-life. Fed in the primeval waters on energy from volcanic eruptions and electrical discharges. Poisonous volcanic eruptions and chilling flashes of lightning. Cells began to eat light, extracting sugar from the sun. From sterile rock, sources of photosynthesis sprang forth, the abundant sources of energy from solar radiation. We are still born in the sea, in the salt water of the amniotic sac. First there were soft and gelatinous eggs in the water. Then on land, with a hard shell and water inside. We humans still gestating within water and carrying within us the sea called blood. The God human died on the cross asking for water. DNA our atom. We began to walk upright and gazed at the sky. 3,000 million years since the primeval mire to the human being. Animals that speak. And now trying to listen into radio transmissions from distant planets hoping that we operate in the same geological time. Part of a process that began in some archaic pool, recording on the tablet of baked clay. In the beginning, on the threshold of a new evolution like when life emerged from matter. From the most simple to the most complex, from lesser to greater organization. The laws of evolution are the same as the cosmic ones. Today 1918 resurrection is revolution *, Karl Barth. And shall be so while the life of the sun permits it? On the planet it is once again July 19th. Once again after the triumph. That is. July 19th is going round and round the entire planet and daybreak is going round and round the entire planet, or rather, the planet going round and round the daybreak, this daybreak of July 19th, and our Nicaraguan bid heads towards midday with the July 19th square crammed with people under the sun, all the colors in it as though teeming with flowers, and it is traveling on, towards the cone of darkness, the starry cone of night, and now the first stars are shining above July 19th square, in company with other dates from other calendars from other orbits. Could there be a planet there under unending rain? Or could there be dinosaurs still? Or could the kingdom of heaven have arrived already? And what will we look like from there? Like one of those stars. How beautiful our earth will be seen among them. Canticle 14. The hand. Our first parents in the trees ate all kinds of fruit, including the fruit of good and of evil, their arms and legs stretched by those trees. Gripping onto the branches perfected the hands. The body became upright to better survey the surroundings, and judging the distance between branches developed binocular vision, and the complexity of treetop activity made the brain agile. Trees three-dimensional, unlike the ground. Which brought their eyes forward, with stereoscopic binocular vision, eyes together on the same plane, the long mustachioed snout shrinking. A prehensile hand was more useful than claws. To the branches we owe the thin fingers with opposable thumb. First came fins. Branching off on one side into wings to fly and on the other into the human hand. 5 fingers was perfect and that never changed. Fins could caress but not play the piano. 1 finger separated from the rest gave a better grip to branches. The prehensile finger produced interspace flights. Spirituality included due to the prehensile finger. You had to grasp on tightly so as not to fall. Which is why babies clench their tiny hands like small monkeys, and we are so often woken by the dream of tumbling into the void. The hand of man, man made it. Like saying, shaping it. The part of the human body that reaches farthest. Being perfected in the branches of trees, becoming more and more dexterous until able to work, to transform, transforming transforms us, and also caress better than the fin, the wing, the claw. Which is why we began to lose the sunken forehead, the prominent jawbone. Claw became hand, talon soft fingers. Called to be passionate about change, by an evolution irreversible and incompatible with the hypothesis of total death. Which is why the human face became flat. The most human thing about man is his hands. Dolphins are brilliant, but without hands. And one looks at them beautiful, for a second, breathing, and sadly plunging once again into their deep shadows. Smell was of little use up on high with the winds. That's why afterwards we didn't walk around sniffing the ground head down, and upright. It is more important to see than to smell, but looking forward head high through the grasslands and to the heavens. And we gazed at the stars. We don't know what or who brought them out of the trees. The hands for grasping branches and fruit were for grasping everything. No longer for walking but for making and communicating. The liberated hand Engels spoke of. The hand made work, as work made the hand. And through work and the hand the evolution of the mind and consequently the enlarged human brain. The thinking hand. Not like the monkey's hand only for grasping and holding on, scarcely. Much more than the feet. Differentiated from the foot, it evolved into tool. Hands excavated caves, lit fires. Hand and tool approximately at the same time. Together with the first conscious thought. The faculty of making thought a reality. Many defective pieces cast aside demonstrate that there was much struggle. Our teeth and nails were no longer weapons. Product of the work of man was man. The first product of work was the hand, and man is made by the hand of man. And work made of man society of men, and making him society made him talk. In Oranak period, simultaneous with the first appearance of art, symbolic hands on the cave walls. In relief on clay, or painted with colors in positive or negative. First appearance of color in the history of art. A great leap forward for humanity. It's the start of the art of painting. And the first thing painted was the painting hand. The hand daubed with red or black paint and flattened fingers spread against the stone. Red ochre and blue-black manganese in cave crevices. Or the hand placed open against the stone, and the color around the outline. Without a brush. This with greater visual impact, and most widely used, the color fading away with a magical, invocatory force. Characteristic of the Oranak plastic period, rows of hands surrounded by color rising up from the ground across the rough rock. there is a long refined hand in those semi-darknesses, left hand, with delicate fingers separated upon the rock as though caressing or laying a spell on a body. With a most beautiful curve between index and thumb, now no longer like the result of a simple impression but refined and stylized with paintbrush. The most charming prehistoric human image, they say, is this hand, and as though already a spiritual revelation of Homo sapiens using art to externalize his inner self on the cave wall. Hand that is action, which grasps and makes and appears to think. The interior on the exterior crystallized in symbol that hand. At the revolutionary float competition, me one of the jury on a raised platform, next to Commandante Tomsborga, watching the floats go by, and the tide of people the majority waving, their hands aloft, shaking their palms, or tightly clenched fists. Suddenly I saw a hand. Everything else eclipsed, I saw only that raised hand, as when the camera draws into focus on a single detail, a palm and the 5 separated fingers. And what was that hand telling me? It was showing me that most human of human organs which transformed us from ape to human, and the most perfect member of the human body. A flat space with 5 cylindrical agile prolongations like acrobats. The hand was waving. That which made the first flintstone, which made skyscrapers, books, fabrics, tractors, and violins, and also these floats, a palm and 5 fingers. That which made the hominid think and speak, discover fire, make these revolutionary floats, make a revolution. The hand that also clutched a weapon on the barricades, the rifle raised to the sky in stylized silhouette. All that is made, everything human on the earth is handmade. I couldn't tell whether it was a male or female hand, but it was a hand to clasp other hands, or another hand, and to caress also another human being. Nothing more human than a hand. Brother, give me your hand. We were also given hands, brother, to walk holding hands, hand in hand holding hands. And that hand disappeared, and more hands held high kept on waving. Foundation of the Latin American Association for Human Rights. The conference hall in the form of functional amphitheater, genuinely style-free, typical intercontinental architecture, delicately covered with a rough creamy material, a texture stimulating to touch, and where the brown plywood gleams under the golden light shed by silvery cylinders set in the white plastic ceiling, and still more by blinding spotlights, and photographers' flash guns, where the rows of Latin American flags form a single borderless potpourri of national colors behind the raised platform on which stands the main table with gleaming glasses of sparkling water. And the podium with nickel-plated microphones shining beneath the spotlights. This hall in Quito, today I see it, from my place on the platform, strangely, full of animals. There are ex-presidents. Important personalities. From the iguana slowly we arrived at this species which is seated in this conference hall, and from the microphone denounces the fascist regimes. Article 16, the Executive Committee has the following functions. We are animal, each one separate, individuals. Animal just like the iguana. Although we're called a rational animal. But together we are not animal, we are man, for example, in this hall, defending man, his human rights. We are a strange species, with spectacles, with ties, with hairstyles. From life in the trees to these talks a great advance. We're strange beings looking at each other, smiling together, talking together in this hall, a diverse being and one. In the hall there is only one in many seats, that one getting to his feet, the other taking out a cigarette, this other one photographing the rest. The Arhuacos gave themselves that name, Arawak, which means man people. Ruth Benedict says that the Zuni, the Dan Pound, the Kiowa gave themselves those names, which mean human beings, although they were surrounded by other peoples. The Colombian Kaji, their name is people. My Yaruro friends, their name is people. And in Antioquia, in that Indian boarding school, a young Pianese told me that their name is not Pdes but Naza, which means people or person. Animals adapt biologically to the environment, and their adaptations are hereditary. Whence the species. Man's adaptations are cultural, not subject to heredity. Which is why Paul said, there is no Greek or Jew. For a long time I continue to gaze at my species, although the flashes and the spotlights dazzle me. Gentlemen, solidarity with Bolivia, with El Salvador is a human impulse which has its origins in Brother Iguana. But there was something that made us human. The hand no longer suited to climbing. Canticle 15. Nostalgia for Paradise. In the beginning, they tell, there was only water and sky, everything was empty, everything a huge darkness. They tell that one day Tupena descended in the midst of a mighty wind and from the depths of the water brought out a little earth. He kneaded it in his palm and formed a human figure. He blew a dense smoke into its mouth and then, they tell, it spoke. It spoke, yet missionaries have now forbidden them to utter the name Tupena. Through song God made man in Arizona. He infused life into the mud body with a song. According to the FON, clay with water like the walls of their houses are made. Clay man, very deficient, never ate nor spoke, the Sumerian text breaks off. Two negative electrical charges repel each other, two positive electrical charges repel each other, but negative and positive attract. The love-hate of atoms, said Democritus. A heavy nucleus of positive electricity and around spin the electrons, negative electrical charges. The hydrogen atom was the first, the simplest of all, a single negative electron around a positive nucleus. Adam and Eve who engendered the rest of the atoms. Helium first, now a nucleus with two protons. And then the rest. The universe isn't only atoms and chaos. And it didn't come about simply by chance but by laws which guided chance. The atmosphere, such as we have it, is highly improbable. The unity in the diversity is because the whole of creation stems from a single creator. Einstein's theory of relativity is that different observers see a different thing but the thing is the same, and the law which governs that thing is universal. Matter appears a thought but with someone thinking it. Or like a dream, with someone dreaming it. Or like someone's love. Who is the one that loves? Not merely a journey from nothing to nothing. In any case, there's a purpose. In the universe, an energy directed towards a progressive concentration. The hand made man, but also language. Or they made him together, hand and word. Or work made man with the hand and the word. Is God communication and we his grammar, as the Sanskrit text says? Communication itself included in the Sanskrit text. The campus Peruvian jungle distinguished 27 greens. Mosquitoes on the coast, such good sailors, have 25 words for the wind. Eskimos 20 plus colors for snow. Lapps more than 60 words for reindeer. Tupena showed them the words in paradise, yet in Amazonia they forbid them to mention Tupena. Also widespread the business of the great tree that joined the earth with sky. Cosmic intertwining of the pseudo-Chrysostom, which for him was the cross. Tree that rises from the earth to the sky. That was on Quetzalcoatl's clothing. Huge solitary tree of the pampa which Darwin saw being adored, in ancient times, say the Kajas, they went to visit the lands above. Now that's not possible. The Peruvian land was blessed by Khan. Since laid it waste as the Puno wilderness has remained. Ever since, it never rains there. Bohemia, the young with fur cuttings. Saxony, the bride's fresh conifer. Alsace, from house to house singing. In Swabia, holding hands beneath the tree. Crowned with sprays of wheat in Bavaria and crowned with flowers in Westphalia. Silesia, Franconia, etc. Tree of life. Or tree of love, like the one they gave me, in bronze, in Bhopal, India, with courting couples in the branches like fruit, two making love. The tendency of atoms to combine, did they come together by pure chance, has produced life. Life, an organized form of matter. The stars and life. From hydrogen to man there's a purpose. We can say, life is inherent to matter. And also love. The multiplication of life by division and suddenly in reverse, union. We don't know when nor how, in which microscopic, nigh invisible paradise, two ordinary cells came together amid thousands of millions of others. Greatest revolution the earth has seen. 3,500 million years ago there were already cells which had experienced sexuality. With sexuality and death, mass-produced life gave way to the diversity of life. Each different one from the other. Death making life increasingly more varied. A change of chromosomes in each new generation. Each one a product of the union of two and each one different from the two. A taking away in order to increase. Variation between individuals ever greater. And in this way sexuality and death became accelerators of an evolution until then so very sluggish. Love alone unites without destroying. The fusion which brings not death but yes, life is only that of love. We don't believe it despite the experience of human reproduction. So it is that nothing is still. From gas come galaxies, from them stars spring like flowers, atoms become molecules, molecules cells, and from cells flowers emerge, animals. And the point that everything is rotation. Dance chorus. Harmony, but of jazz. Dance from the atoms to the stars. According to Roland, the hydrogen atom is like the vibration of a single guitar string and that of Mercury like a grand piano. The sun and the moon are circles, the horizon a circle, their tents are circular and they make camp in circles, in their ceremonies they sit in circles, day and night form circles, the year is a circle, and in a circle the sacred pipe is passed around. The same ones who invoke the force that moves, and say to him in their soiled buffalo skin tents, "The fragment of life you have given us." And they also say, "What is life but love?" According to Dirac, it is more important to have beauty in one's equations than to have them fit the experiment. Creation you made too beautiful and we fell in love, but not with you. And in eroticism, Lord, you got carried away. With gigantic forces the stars attract each other. Similarly the magnetism that beats in the heart of atoms. And in me. Unquiet is my heart, and similarly the sexuality of molecules, this is the internal propensity of the molecule towards union. The urgency of corpus cleis to come together is that of my heart. The pressure the stars engender is that of my heart. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is also in my heart. And the attraction of matter, my crucifixion. The condensation of corpus cleis. The dances and courtships of atoms. The wedding of spermatozoa and ovum. Shoots stir from their sleep, young pigeons chirrup, a couple hug each other in the park. And the park keeper looks away. Spring arrived in Monachini. We are crucified in sex, said Lawrence, I don't know in which context. I have my own. Saint Augustine spent nights crying over what he would never again enjoy. Ancient Jerome, the Roman dancers which he saw in his youth. Which is why he set about furiously translating books of the Bible. Book of Ruth in a night. Those eyes which to see again would be as though light were to travel backwards. Together in my sad canto, astrophysics, and love. Eyes the color of gold were Mireille's. Mireille my childhood love on the beaches of Ponloya. She was my Beatrice. With Dantesque eyes, for the Dantesque is not merely a bombardment, an earthquake, Dantesque is also paradise. And my Mireille, Dantesque. Pius XII was for me what Stalin was to Neruda. Faces in which we have seen heaven, a radiance of heaven to be more exact. Occasionally as the car passes swiftly by, the unknown woman waiting at the light seemed of a beauty impossible for her to be in reality. That girl, Cha, in swimsuit, me 18 years old, she stretched out in my canoe on a picnic, did she not hail from Olympus? Now would seem a good time to mention her. For it's not that she was beautiful, she was of course, but that she was much more than that. The beautiful were many. They were the others. She was perfect. And even more than that, the only one. If through some scientific breakthrough, yes, if through some scientific breakthrough it were possible to choose one's dreams, I'd always dream like the other night, the long dream in which we were so long together, finally so united. At least I dreamed it was a long dream, but what if that pain which once was real were to recur in my dreams? Fire it is. And the production of fire by friction was learned from that friction. Rose petal skin. It's chafing, the chafing of kindred corpuscles. Essence of the universe. Body plenitude of the cosmos. Ah, tiny cosmos. There's something oniric in woman, something seemingly born from the male dream. Her sex, that little infinity. Attraction of that nook of woman. Cave of mysteries. Whence so many of us in the world. But also the question of entropy again. Perpetual process towards disintegration and chaos of the second law. The car rusts away. The childhood country house stands derelict, stars go out, Melba died. How did the cosmos begin against this natural tendency? Against the second law of thermodynamics, beautiful order, Venus, skin color of pearl, emerged from chaos. Demographic explosion of beauty. Pity that youth is not so long in the lasting, and once it's past has lasted nothing. Alone you are unending youth. Paradise is not in Paria as Don Christopher Columbus believed. Most beautiful, indeed luscious, and green lands like the gardens of Valencia in March. Most clement temperateness and the lands and trees as in April in the gardens of Valencia, neither in Antigua where the temperature never goes above 80 degrees and bathing conditions are almost perfect, and there's electricity and no malaria, and there are 3 golf courses, nor in St. Lucia painters and photographers' paradise, nor in the Cayman Isles, with no income tax, where you can still hunt for pirate treasure and live in a hotel for $6 a day. You can't get there through tourist agencies. And it's not Tobago, a mere 7 hours from New York, a tropical paradise at reasonable prices where on $2,000 a year a couple can live in a bungalow by the sea, with electricity and TV amid mangoes, coconuts, guavas, exotic flowers, and the rum's cheap and you spend nothing on clothes because you can live in shorts and sports shirt, nor in the Virgin Islands, English, a perfect paradise were it not for the nuisance of there being no dentist. The kisses you were unable to bestow shall be granted. The union that never was, I swear to you by God. Who there is in our eyes, he does not die. That was said in front of their villages of rotting palm in Amazonia. Or are we humans the failure of the universe? Because animals they do have their fill. Who am I in my most intimate face that no one has seen but a cry that the universe hurls at you? The lakes that you gave me. Never till now have I revealed my obsession with lakes. Fixation. What it cost me to renounce my tropic and even more my lake. Shall I reveal it now? Lake as fixation. Not understanding how anyone can live without a lake nearby, or a sea, or a big river at least. The gentleness of that blue, to what shall I compare it? To the heavens. Reflection of the kingdom of heaven. In the Yankee Trappist monastery there were only man-made lakes, they called them lakes. And a dwarf banana tree, skeletal, unable to bear fruit in its exile, like me, I thought. And now the film cuts to Solentinaim focusing on a rainbow above an island and duplicated below in the still water, or another shot, the dark lake, and flashes of lightning, for a moment the lake golden, again dark, then gold again. My lake greets the day like a dream. Only the wave on the shore like a kiss, sounds on the sand like a kiss. Only that wave alone. A tiny bird on a branch sings and shits. Beauty, the supreme creator of the world, this was a way of saying it, and theology is a word invented by Plato. But those to whom reproduction has been denied, envying the insects, the batrachia, the mammals that reproduce, and the stars that reproduce, we bear testimony to the void, to the unfulfilled fullness, of the future paradise. Two shapeable arms, those exchanged for another embrace. Against nature, to have your arms on a cross. Stone embraces in Khajuraho, Tantric Hinduism, stone embracing stone passionately, in human embrace, not of flesh but of stone. The ineligibility to unite with someone from one species. We are sinking a canal in dry land for when the floods come. For when the floods come. Beautiful girls with their internal flower between their legs. The suppleness of the human body greatly facilitates coitus, says Remy de Gourmont, comparing it with other animals. It's the solitary ones who will enter the nuptial chamber, says Jesus in the Gospel of Thomas, which bears no trace of being apocryphal but merely more revolutionary than the synoptics. Sierra Leone, Bride of God. Nigeria, Bride of God. The loving earth longs to be wed with the sky, says Aeschylus. That yourself may separate myself from us too. I don't know whether between quotes self and self in Arabic, if they use quotes in Arabic. Some of them so beautiful that to us it seemed we were in the presence of eternity. Bodies on their surface reflecting the sky. But fleeting they were. Like the iridescence of diesel on water in a port we are leaving. They flew off like frightened larks and never returned. The words below, written in a sterile corner of paradise: it is not appropriate for man to be alone with enforced solitude. Or, if you want, voluntary. Like that emaciated banana plant in the monastery next to the refectory. With the man-made lakes. So-called lakes. Seems the banana was the fruit of Adam and Eve and not the apple. Primates are from the tropics. Paradise, but a sterile corner of paradise. This May night with rain. Alone but with the people. Better that love like love amongst flowers, among them there's none who loves more or who does not love. Love is by force major, that of chance, some it unites, others are excluded, but it's love without the pangs of love, without the pain of pollens, without an ovule, or the ovule alone without its pollen. Or if our love were like that of the sexual cells that are irresistibly attracted to each other after copulation, whatever the manner of that copulation. Already the May rains are upon us. Tropical winter with gentle dawnings. For us winter means rain, and it starts in May. The May rains are here with their smell of childhood, and a smell as of being 20 years old again and being in love. A secret that his creatures are unaware of. Egyptian hieroglyphs, the uncreated which we carry within us in the language of Eckhart in the 14, on which basis a Princeton undergraduate today would say in the XX. Are you serious, Mr. Feynman? Surely you're joking, Mr. Feynman. I saw total happiness when I entered the monastery, and a friend told me her ambitions were modest. Complete happiness for her could consist in nothing more than a beauty salon. Did Haiti ever get her beauty salon? The ads in full color. The photos of an emerald sea. On the beach Adam and Eve stroll in swimsuits. The vegetation, as they say, luxuriant. In the background a yacht. Beneath the photo runs the legend. Our islands as it was an eon or two ago. The water still crystal pure. The beaches are pristine. Just picture yourself on a picture postcard beach. In fact, we printed such picture postcards. And although we have all the comforts of civilization, our island is virgin, sparsely inhabited and beautiful. Visit your travel agency. Come see the world as it was when it was new. Our island's called the best of the Bahamas. Or ask for a free brochure. Taste the finest cocktail under the shade of our palms. And have no fear, here there's no revolution, nor will there ever be, not in an eon or two. The dove song from the Song of Songs. Morning dove, which sang to me in Kentucky so lovingly at daybreak, dove of the Song of Songs, for me is the same St. Nicholas dove here, in Solentiname gentle dawnings and dusks. Coo of the St. Nicholas dove, say the peasants. Blue earth upon blue water, and sky. The clouds trail stains in the water. In the deep blue some a deeper blue, the stains, or green. Keys, waters all around mother of pearl hue. Here we have seen love. All this the work of such a sexual creator. We've seen on the island of Ometepe the kingfisher with long beak and ruffled crest, the veteran with plucked neck like an old duck though still young. The fin of a young shark cleaving the wave like a machete. Two chirrups on this key and another identical chirrup replies on another key. Moyagalpa under moonlight, a single wave in the lake, on the shore, that dies in the sand and shines beneath the moon, is bomb again and dies and shines beneath the moon. The shadow of a launch in the milky night, and there in that spot a tiny light in the water, a launch star or thatched hut. Not a launch. It's a star or a humble thatched hut. Star or hut? And the tenuous sound of the moonlit wave and that of the generator motor. Hydrogen, the most abundant element in the universe. And in our body the same abundance of hydrogen, especially in water. Hydrogen that we reflect a universe of hydrogen. The sun so distant from the earth and simultaneously. Right here in the gull's wing and in the wave. Kleenex clouds. The grey-green water wavy, above it the black crag, and upon the crag the heron with its neck curled backwards. Girl and boy with dog between the rocks hunting crabs. Neck of duck-like snake emerges with silver-plated fish in beak. Oscar drifts by whistling in his boat and firm as ice the wake remains still in the lake. Merely albumin, salt, and water make an eye. Two eyes really, precise for a single image. And 80% of the eye is water. Lenses created in womb darkness, for the light. Lenses from skin cells turned transparent. In practice we see through water. Along one of the old lanes of the Stork Torget, behind the royal palace, in a pair of eyes I saw the transparency of flesh, where the flesh sees and is seen, crystalline flesh, the rest smooth skin but opaque, fresh tissue but opaque, seeing there very deep, down to the bottom perhaps there was no bottom, and I saw there the immateriality of the soul. I didn't take her to my hotel. I never saw her again. They say the eyes emit no light, rather they receive the impact of light quanta. But where does the eye's light come from? And how can one see there so deeply as in the clearness of Corn Island where, even at 30 meters the barracudas can be seen? The world is brimful of beauty but none is greater than human beauty. Puddles in the night inlaid with moon silver, from a full moon in turn inlaid by the sun. All the frogs singing in the muddy light or the luminous mud. This is how we reflect you, puddles in the night made to shine very brightly by the sun. By the lake a small bird sings on, a song about and for whom I don't know. Song gone now and I guess I know why. Next a pigeon sings, much less musical like if I were to sing. And its song ceased and it has to be because it went off with someone. Me left alone. Half moon impaled amid the blossoming silk cotton. Silent lakes green from the green silent woodlands reflected in them formed the frontiers of the beyond in Ireland. Which one could not reach by boat on those lakes. In Australia they say it lies to the west, the island of souls. Island of music and sport for Pindar. It seemed such that we were in the earthly paradise. But Captain Cook later admitted. For them it would have been better never to have known us. The lakes like a fixation. That sudden delight on the Mexican plain, bone-dry Mexican plain bordered at the end there, way in the distance, by lilac mountains, and all of it beneath a patina of silvery mist, so flat that it seemed like a lake. Unconscious delight. Believing myself to be in Nicaragua. Ducks' wings thrashing in the water. The whole group thrashing their wings in the water simultaneously as though a scaly dragon were approaching. Could that explain dragons? Water, sky, keys, and a boat alongside a quay. This is the scenery. But the water is a mirror reflecting boat, keys, and sky, and it renders everything too. Suddenly a duck. And the duck also is too. And I wonder if in turn the scenery isn't also, all of it, like another mirror reflecting God. Lake Nicaragua, my sacrament. I ask for a glass of water in Cologne in the restaurant overlooking the God knows what green Rhine. Hermann tells me, the water in Germany's bad. It's not like Solentiname water. It's lavatory water. I sip it, it's true. Colorless, tasteless, and without smell, sterilized lavatory water. It's been recycled at least 10 times. Has passed through the human body. Out in urine and fecal waste. Drunk by animals and urinated and shitted by them. Purified and sterilized. Passed once more through the human body. Passed once more through toilets and urinals. Hospital and brothel water flowing again through the sewers to the world's largest sewer, which is the Rhine, with arsenic, mercury, sulfuric acid, purified again. Put into this glass. I think of a glass of Solentiname water, fallen from the sky. Out of Eden there flowed a river which watered the garden and thereafter divided into 4 branches. In other words, all the world's waters residue of paradise water. Paradisians. The hot and humid nights with idyllic frogs. Silhouettes of black islands in the night with moon. 3 stars, and with the moon, an almost perfect quadrilateral. All so clear that you can see on the far shore the volcanoes of Costa Rica. 3. Smell of the Sicuanjoque flower like a girl's smell between the little church and the jetty. Flower also known as Nicaraguanita, red Sicuanjoque, of this Nicaragua which Fray Bartolome VI de las Casas called most felicitous land. And wanted to found a peace community in this lake. Paradisonians XU, from the international jet set, yet NICAY Nicaraguanita, with smell of Sicuanjoque that night. Shortly after, or not long after the triumph. Your atoms and mine had never drawn close to each other in the 15,000 million years more or less of the present universe and never again will draw close in the present universe. I didn't go up to your room in the Intercontinental. It was merely the brush of a kiss on the cheek. But I believe in the dogma that in another way we'll be united. The law of gravity was felt between us. In this most felicitous land of Nicaragua. This Nicaragua is a paradise of the Lord. It is many delights and joy for the humankind. So much fertility, so much abundance, so much amenity. And freshness, so much healthiness, so many fruiting plants, laid out like the gardens of the city-ace of Castile. And he wanted to found a peace community in the south of the lake, region of Solentiname, a fresh-water lake which descends 130 leagues with a river which emerges from it like the river of Seville, believe me your majesty, which explains that decree which forbade the Spanish to enter there unless so licensed by said Fray Bartolome de las Casas under pain of being perpetually banished from that said province and from all the islands and Indies of the ocean sea/I the Queen. To the south of the lake, region of Solentiname, which in Nahuatl is Solentinamitl, place of many guests, place of hospitality. I learned from the Solentiname peasant woman that previously the scenery gave them no pleasure. 3 stones in the calm lake and 3 ducks, 1 on each stone, black like them and like them motionless but tremulous their reflection in the water and that of the ducks. The ducks by now not hungry since they're not scouring the water for fish but it's still early to go to sleep. The ducks not looking anywhere in particular merely globally taking in the immense afternoon, the rose-hued vastness of lake and sky absorbed in the scenery and part of the scenery. But for the peasants it was only a place of misery from which they longed to escape. Later they learned to love the scenery with their primitivist painting. My fixation with this lake. And that non-stop flight over my country. First there was the lake, calm. And in it, my place, what was my home, Solentiname. All the islands in a cluster, they seemed a single one. But from a distance I could pick them out, name them. The spot where the community stood. All raised. The library burnt. That hammock under a palm roof overlooking the lake. Elvis and his guitar. Where did the Guardia bury them? Near side, La Zanata, alone in the midst of the lake. Where we went to fish guapotes. Virtually beneath the plain but unreachable. From the string hammock FD now see this plain. The air hostess offers drinks. I ask for whiskey on the rocks. I drink it, eyes glued to the glass that separates me. Nobody on the plain has a hint of this tragedy. The exile looking at his country. There through the glass. But between me and my land lies an abyss. My land at war. It was after the September business. Me flying to a Socialist International Congress in Lisbon to cry out for the beloved blue I could see from the clouds. I want to see the sites of huge demonstrations. The places of night meetings by the light of campfires, the shots at jeeps which patrol the streets, the children in masks, the contact bombs, exactly where they are operating in the hills, the mothers crying, Monum 6, where they dump the murdered. I want that for which it is beautiful to die, all blue and clouds. the beloved geography denied to me. I couldn't see the cities. Only blue mountains. And suddenly I saw Estelf. To my chagrin, I knew that that was Esteli, a grim and blackish quadrilateral amid green fields. Not the white and multicolors of tiny houses, but a carbon-colored, ashen stain like a charred body. No one else has noticed anything. And the stewardesses begin to serve the plastic food, quite oblivious. Unbroken flight over paradise, and because Fray Bartolomé de las Casas has offered that he alone or with other religious disposed to whatever martyrdom/I the Queen, Doha Juana the Mad, very fertile with much diversity of fruits said Las Casas, the land where he wished to settle. In the New Eden, was there already one? I doubt it, there'll be no forbidden tree. All trees trees of life. Canticle 16. The darkest before dawn. I'm going to tell you now about the screams from the cud screams of women as though in labor. Maria Venancia, 90 years old, deaf, 1 foot in the grave screams at the guardia I've not seen the muchachos. Amanda Aguilar, 50, with her little daughters Petrina and Erlinda I've not seen los muchachos, as though in labor. 3 months imprisoned in a mountain barracks. Angela Garcia, aged 25, with 7 young children. Candida, 16, breastfeeds a little girl so small and malnourished. Many have heard those screams from the cud the nation wailing as though in labor. Upon leaving jail Esteban Agarda with 4 youngsters gave birth. Had to give away her children to a landowner. Emelinda Hernandez aged 16, cheeks glistening with tears, tresses wet with tears. Captured in Tazua while on their way from Waslala the cornfield in flower and the yucca by then high patrols going in and out with prisoners. Esteban they took up in the helicopter and returned a short while later without him. Juan Hernandez was snatched by the patrol one night, and never returned. Another night they snatched Saturnino and we never saw him again. They also took Chico Gonzalez. It was like that nearly every night. Around the time the Cocorocas sing. With people not known to us too. Matilda masquerade where she sat as all night long they grilled us about the guerrillas. A guard summoned her, Dida, come and wash these pants, but it was for something else. Somoza smiling down from his picture like an Alka-Seltzer ad. Worse ones arrived in an army truck. 3 days after they left Candida gave birth. This is the story of the screams from the cud, sad like the Cocorocas song, the story told by the peasant women of the cud who in tears tell, as though peering through a haze of tears, of a jail and above it a helicopter. We women know nothing of them. But yes, they have seen their dreams are subversive men with beards, blurred in the mist, swift crossing a stream, hidden in the cornfield taking aim, like pumas, springing up out of the cane fields. Giving the guardia a fucking hiding, calling in at the hut, smothered in dirt and glory, Dida, Amanda, Emelinda in their dreams, many nights with their rucksacks climbing a mountain with songs of Dichoso Fui Maria Venancia aged 90 at night they see them in dreams on strange mountains. Night after night the muchachos. We leave the plain and head, Nicaraguans and foreigners, pell-mell towards the large lighted building, first immigration and customs, and I'm thinking as we get closer, passport in hand, my pride in carrying the passport of my socialist country, and the satisfaction of arriving in the socialist Nicaragua Compafiero, they'll say to me, a revolutionary Compafiero welcomed by the revolutionary Compafieros of immigration and customs. Not that there's no control, there should be, so capitalism and Somosism never return, and the thrill of returning to the country in revolution with ever more changes, more expropriation decrees which they tell me about, ever more radical transformations, many surprises in the short time you've been gone, and I see joy in everyone's eyes, those who remained. The others have now left, and now we're into the light, and they ask for the passports of nationals and foreigners, but it was a dream, and I'm in Somoza's Nicaragua, and they take my passport with the cold courtesy with which they'd say to me in security, this way, and they take it inside and don't bring it back. You can bet they're on the phone, you can bet to security, to the presidential office or who knows where, and now all the passengers have gone, and I don't know if I'm to be arrested, but no. They return with my passport after an hour. The CIA must know that this time I didn't go to Cuba and was only a day in East Berlin. Finally I'm allowed through to the customs check, me the only traveler in customs with my old suitcase, and the young man checking my bag goes through the motions checking nothing, and in a low voice has called me Reverend, and he doesn't dig deep into the case where he'd find the recording of Allende's last call to the people from La Moneda punctuated with the sound of bombs, which I bought in East Berlin, or Fidel's speech on the overthrow of Allende, which Sergio gave me, and the young man says to me 8 o'clock and we've not eaten. Customs workers also get hungry, and me, when do you eat? Not till the last plane's in. And now I travel on towards the gloomy devastated city where everything's the same and nothing's happening, but I've seen his eyes, and with his eyes he called me, Compavtero. The blood-stained moon rises on the horizon. That is, it appears to rise on the horizon. The countryside a single vast cotton field, as though it had snowed. And what did they once sow? They once sowed their maize and beans and pumpkins and pipianes, but now someone has a cotton plantation. The plots plowed by those beautiful oxen back and forth are gone, and the carts that clattered along loaded with maize at harvest time, are gone. And there are no more trees. Just the sun over the cotton field. Cotton's been sown up to the foothills. They head into the hills with dogs to hunt for gurabas, pigeons, armadillos, but populations have declined, and now it's hard to catch a rabbit. Pigeons are few and far between. When there's nothing to eat, they go into the brush to look for guavas, go to someone else's land to cut green mangoes. In these pastures there used to be tree after tree of hog plum providing fruit and shade in the pastures, and now there are no plums and there are no pastures, just cotton field after cotton field and clouds of dust from tractors and trucks laden with cotton. At midday they set out with dogs to hunt quail, hoping to catch them on the foothills. There on that hill in their palm hut the Martinez family dine nightly on maize tortillas and salt. The fresh-tilled lands, my friend, no longer exist. Saddlebags full of young ears of corn are unknown. The cattle herd's cry is no longer heard, nor is there the early morning bustle bringing the oxen to their land to sow maize, beans, pumpkins. My friend, I'm telling you, their lands have gone, leaving files of men and women and children and old people every morning amid clouds of dust, carrying water-filled gourds and bundles of sacks to the cotton field. At night you see their feeble lights in the hills like stars. They go out and only the stars are left. The moon sets behind the hills. That is, seems to set behind the hills. And now the stars have gone. Then the September repression. The so-called Black Friday. The darkest point of night before the dawn. I gave a speech in Bogota to the Congress, plenary session, October 25, 1978, it's in the congressional records. Mr. Senators and deputies. And not only congressmen but some thousands in the galleries. To whom I spoke of the old narrow streets of LE6N where tearful eyes peered from doors and windows. Shyly they began to come forward, saying to the reporter, "In that house lived two. One lived there. On that corner only the women and children were left." Two girls told what happened. They discovered a pistol on a boy from the neighborhood, and they didn't search anymore. They pushed the women, children, and elderly to one side. Made the boys lie on the ground. 3 of their brothers were on the ground. A guardia ordered them to look away. After the shots they saw the bodies writhing on the ground. They drove a tractor over the bodies. The tractor then piled them up, a single red mass. They were the boys of the dead end. Aged 21, 20, 19, 18 and 17. They met there to play baseball or to chat. Boys who'd never again meet in the dead end. The female reporter from the Times saw the boy taken from his house, a guardia holding a rifle to his head. His cheeks streaked with tears. He knew he was going to die. They ordered the Times reporter to clear off. Senators, deputies, sirs. They took 21 boys with their mothers to the outskirts of LE6N. They pushed the women aside, and killed the boys on the road. They stole their watches, forcing their mothers to wash them. Dogs tore off pieces of badly buried arms and feet. The mothers buried what was left in a cotton field. Or there's the case of Dofia Socorro de Martinez, in LE6N, with a few tatters of her husband's and her son's shirts. Or Josepha P. Poundrez, who's lost her mind, eyes turned to the void, she rants. Roger, my love, Roger, come. Where is Roger? In Subshiva's Indian Quarter 7 were playing baseball in the street, ages 24, 22, 20, 18, 17, 16, 14, a patrol arrived and they started to run, and there they died right in the street where they played. A boy leaned out into the street wearing a red cap, they seized him, and broke both his legs before killing him. The neighbors heard him begging for mercy, and the Guardia, fucking red and black son of a bitch. In Katarina they'd shoot 2 young people every night. Killed in pairs. Imagine the mother's dread as night drew in. At the risk of boring you. In Managua 3 truckloads of boys, taken to a police station and never heard of again. The pregnant woman with her belly rent by a bayonet, the child coming out alive. The bayonet in the child. 1 Sandinista less. Senators and deputies sirs. Night falling in Masaya not knowing who'd be dead by dawn. In many parts of the country the killings would start at sunset after the curfew. The wait for curfew time. High on dexedrine they fought women and children. Orders were issued in English, translated into Spanish. And in Estelle the butterflies of death phenomenon. The code name for their planes was butterflies. Hovering around from first light until nightfall. And at night the tanks came in. Not wishing to go on too long. They told of a sudden flash of light as though platinum plated. And they heard their radio call for more white phosphorus. There were no prisoners in the big insurrection, just murder victims. Let me end with what a woman selling clothes in Chinandega market told the reporter from La Prensa. My boy, let's hope all these deaths have not been for nothing, and the reply of another female stall holder. Rest assured, lady, better times are on their way. My speech over. The session over. With a huge ovation in the galleries that night. EED it. EED it. EED it, the Chinaman was saying. He was cutting off chunks of flesh from the peasants, frying it and making them eat it. The Chinaman maybe wasn't Chinese but Vietnamese or Korean. Once the hole was dug they got them on their knees at the bottom, and there the sound of bullets. Night after night the sound of bullets. Helicopters would fly into the camps with peasants. They all emerged trussed like garabas. Black Macho called over the radio from the mountains asking for bags. They all knew they were plastic bags for the dead. To the trained dogs they gave raw meat, never cooked. I once saw the Chinamen give them flesh from the prisoners themselves. Night of bullet sounds and Black Macho saying send me bags. Now the cocks are crowing. Now your cock has crowed, dear Natalia, yours has crowed now, dear Justo. Rise up from your straw beds, from your sleeping mats. I think I hear the Congo monkeys awake on the other shore. Now we can blow on the embers, empty the chamber pot. Fetch an oil lamp so we can see our faces. A dog barked in a hut, and from another hut another answered. Must be time to light the stove, dear Juana. The darkness grows darker, but because day is coming. Get up, Chico, get up, Pancho. There's a colt to mount, there's a boat to be paddled. Sleep kept us apart, on cot beds, straw beds and sleeping mats, each one with his dream, but waking brings us together. The night is receding, pursued by its demons and haunting animals. We'll see the water deep blue, right now we can't see it, and this land with its orchards, which we can't see either. Get up, Pancho, Nicaragua, grab your machete, there are many weeds to be cut down, grab your machete and guitar. A barn owl at midnight and another at 1. No moon had the night nor any bright star. Jaguars were roaring on this island, and those on the coast answered them. The night bird has gone that says, fucked up, fucked up. Later the skylark will sing in the palm tree, will sing, Compavtero Compavtera. The shades fly off like a vampire before the light. Get up, you, and you, and you. The cocks are now crowing. God speed your day. Canticle 17. Journeys in the night. The sky pitch black with all its stars and me gazing at them in the middle of the lake from an old launch, the Maria Dania lying in the stern on some bags of rice. I've just come from being interrogated by the military court, and I think of the immense worlds above us, a single galaxy. If the Earth were like a grain of rice, the galaxy would be like Jupiter's orbit. And I think of Campafiero Modesto in the mountains, of peasant origin, his real name's not known. They are fighting to fulfill our destiny in the galaxy. And about the peasants hung by their wrists, dragged by their balls. A boy of 8 beheaded, say the Capuchins. Prisoners kept in communal latrines, one on top of the other, women, children, old people. And those luminous worlds, the society of the stars all around us. The kingdom of heaven radiating light years. Which was prepared for you from the beginning of the world, ever since the primordial gas emerged from the black and cold interstellar spaces, and as it condensed grew hotter and brighter, hotter and brighter. Will we ever return to the interstellar spaces? And life, might it not be as characteristic of the universe as light? So distant in space-time. Worlds that reach us only as light. But we do not see all of the light. In the rainbow beyond violet there's invisible ultraviolet. And there's another ultra beyond ultraviolet, now it's the zone of love. I gaze from the Maria Dania and the dark waters of Nicaragua at the universe of light. The curvature of light. Like flying by night over New York. Or rather, the stars in the galaxy holding hands like a chorus of dancers around a bonfire, and Pythagoras heard the maracas. Yet the center of the Milky Way isn't a major star but a cluster of stars, out there by the Sagittarius constellation. There's something like 1,000 worlds I'm looking at, but astronomers can see about 1 billion. To love evolution in Cuba, schools, health centers, nurseries proliferated like mushrooms after the rains. Gravity is nothing more than the curvature of the universe, that is, its desire for union. We have a common center and it lies before us. Many are in prison, others in hiding. They throw peasants out of helicopters. To give your life is to offer yourself to the future. So as to be a single body with a single mind and wanting the same thing all together. The president of the court said. Do you have evidence that they are fighting for the poor? Answer yes or no. To transform yourself into something greater than you. Everything is movement, galaxy, solar system, planet with the Maria Dania, the Loriot family's old launch, everything sailing through space-time. I believe they are fighting for the poor. I was summoned to the court and I fulfilled your will. I gaze at the stars and say, I have kept your commandments. In our small corner, the planetary revolution, a humanity without classes, that for which the planet revolves around the sun. The unification of the universe. And the dark outer depths, the interstellar spaces. Everything is movement. Thy will be done on the planet as in the galaxies. Waking up at midnight next to the small oblong window of thick transparent plastic, only blackness and stars, like in a telescope lens, small ones, tiny ones, bigger ones, the plow among them. We're halfway across the Atlantic, surely the Sargassos, en route to Czechoslovakia, the nearby passengers asleep, like lights of a village in mid-Atlantic, Bermuda, the Azores, yet not below but above, a village of worlds. And thus Giordano Bruno in his window, worlds. Whether there are more planets. As though there aren't more birds than those seen from my window. Brother Celestino, Giordano's cell neighbor in Venice, has informed, he said that a multitude of worlds exists, all the stars are worlds. The same witness upon interrogation. He insisted that there exists a huge quantity of worlds, and whatever stars can be seen are worlds. Brother Giulio mentioned above, I've heard from him that everything is world, every star is world, and that above and below worlds exist. He was not interrogated again. Francesco the Neapolitan, that he said that many worlds exist, there is a great confusion of worlds, and all the stars are worlds. Francesco Graciano, cell neighbor in Venice, that in his conversations he affirmed that many worlds exist, that this world is a star, and thus resembles other worlds, just as the heavenly bodies, worlds too, shine on us like stars. He himself, interrogated, Once one night he brought Francesco the Neapolitan to his window and showed him a star, saying that it is a world and that all the stars are worlds. Which is why he was burned in that Roman square. In the Campo di Fiori, in chains, wood piled around, we cardinals, inquisitor generals, signatories, pursuing the future of an idea like a dog on the trail. Like Hus burned in a flowery meadow among vine groves, the smoke of his body like a cloud over Lake Constance. Some ashes were left, for the waters of the Rhine. For making Czechoslovakia Bolshevik. The blood of Christ like a flag, red chalice embroidered on white. Communion under both kinds like a symbol of the communism of the early church. The clergy were the theoreticians of a mass movement of lay peasants. Communism as important as the religious reformation. The Tabo writes. The village of Tabor Hill, on a mountain, fortified, ringed by a ditch. The ditch is still there, I saw it, and there the classless society proclaimed. Peasant tools were their weapons. Fierce long scythes, covered wagons for transporting crops, weapons that required no training. A barricade of covered wagons impassable to the traditional feudal army, mobile barricade. A movement above all from the villages. A community of brothers and sisters. Social equality and suppression of all domination. Against international reaction and foreign intervention. In southern Bohemia a kingdom of heaven. And there on the other side of the plastic, while here the passengers sleep in the darkened aircraft of the Cuban airline, on the other side of the plastic, with the plow, the celestial village. Midnight, in a launch, in the middle of the lake, between San Miguelito and Granada. You still can't see the lights of Granada, and the lights of San Miguelito can no longer be seen. Just the stars, the mast pointing up at the Pleiades, and the moon rising over Chanteles. Another launch sails by, a red light, and sinks into the night. Us to them, another red light that sinks in the night. And me lying down on deck gazing at the stars among bunches of bananas and Chantalifio cheeses. I think, perhaps one of them is another Earth like this one, and someone is looking at me from there, gazing at the stars, from another launch in another night in the middle of another lake. That clandestine night flight. With the danger of being shot down. The night serene. The sky full, really full of stars. The Milky Way so clear through the thick glass of the window. Whitish and gleaming mass in the black night. With its millions of processes of evolutions and revolutions. We were passing over the sea to avoid Somoza's Air Force, but following the coast. The small plane flying low, and flying slowly. First the lights of Rivas, taken and retaken by the Sandinistas, now half under Sandinista control. Then other lights, Granada, controlled by the Guardia, it would be attacked that night. Masaya, completely liberated. So many fell there. Further on Aglo, Managua. Place of so many battles. The bunker. Still the bastion of the Guardia. Diriamba, liberated, Jinotep, battle raging. So much heroism shines forth in those lights. Montelimar the pilot points out, the tyrant's ranch by the sea. Nearby, Puerto Somoza. The Milky Way above, and the lights of the Nicaraguan Revolution. I seem to see further off, in the north, the fires of Sandino, that light is Sandino. The stars above us, and the smallness of this earth, but also its importance, the importance of these tiny lights of mankind. I think, everything is light. The planet comes from the sun. It is light made solid. This plane's electricity is light. The metal is light. The heat of life comes from the sun. Let there be light. The deep darkness also exists. There are strange reflections, I don't know where they're coming from, on the transparent surface of the windows. A red luminosity, the tail lights of this plane. And reflections in the calm sea, they must be stars. I look at the tiny light of my cigarette, it too comes from the sun, from a star. And the silhouette of a large ship. The U.S. aircraft carrier sent to patrol the Pacific coast? A great light to our right startles us. A jet against us? No. The moon rising, half moon, so serene, lit up by the sun. The danger of flying on such a clear night. And suddenly the radio. Confused words filling the small plane. The Guardia. The pilot says, there are people. Those waves are ours. Now we are close to LE6N, the liberated territory. An intense red-orange light, like the glow of a cigar, Corinto, the powerful lighting on the wharf glimmering in the sea. And now already Polnoya Beach, and the plane heading inland, the cordon of coastal foam radiant beneath the moon. The plane dropping down. A smell of insecticide. And Sergio says to me, the smell of Nicaragua. It's the moment of greatest danger, the enemy air force could be waiting for us above this airport. And now the airport lights. We're on the ground. Out of the darkness olive green comrades emerge to embrace us. We feel their warm bodies, which also come from the sun, which are also light. It's against the deep darkness this revolution. It's dawn on July 18th. And the beginning of everything that is to come. Canticle 18. Flights of Victory. It was like a trip to the moon with the complexity and precision of all the details reckoning on everything foreseen and also the unforeseen. A trip to the moon in which the slightest error could be fatal. Workshop here. Hello Agence 6N. Hello Cornfield. Workshop was LE6N, Agence 6N Masaya, Cornfield Estelle. And the calm voice of the young Dora Marla from Workshop saying enemy reinforcements were dangerously closing in on them, her calm sing-song voice, Workshop here. Do you read me? And the voice of Ruben in Estelle. The voice of Joaquin in Office. Office was Managua. Office would be out of ammunition in 2 days, over. Precise coded instructions, where the plane would land. And Dora Marla, our rear guard is exposed. Over. Serene voices, calm, back and forth on the Sandinista frequency. And there was a time when the two forces were evenly balanced and nothing would shift, and it was becoming very dangerous. It was like a trip to the moon. And without any mistakes. So many working in coordination on the big project. The moon was the earth. Our piece of the earth. And we made it. Now it's starting, Rugama, to belong to the poor, this here earth, with its moon. It was a task for everyone. Those who left without kissing their mother so she wouldn't know they were going. He who kissed his girlfriend for the last time. And she who left his arms in order to embrace a fowl. He who kissed his grandmother who was a mother to him and said he'd be back soon, took his cap, and never returned. Those who spent years in the mountains. Years under cover, in cities more dangerous than the mountains. Those who acted as couriers along the dark paths of the north, or drivers in Managua, drivers for guerrillas each day at dusk. Those who bought arms abroad dealing with gangsters. Those who set up meetings abroad with flags and shouts or trod the carpet of a president's reception room. Those who attacked barracks to the cry of free country or death. The boy standing guard on the corner of the liberated street, a red and black scarf over his face. The children hauling blocks, tearing up the blocks that paved the roads, the blocks one of Somoza's businesses, and hauling more and more blocks for the people's barricades. The women who brought coffee to Los Muchachos on the barricades. Those who carried out the most important tasks, and those who did the least important ones, this was a task for everyone. The truth is we all piled blocks on the great barricade. It was a task for everyone. It was the people united. And we did it. It was a week after the triumph. We were returning from Cuba from the July 26th celebrations. I was mulling over Fidel's speech and Martel's phrase, everything is glory in July. And suddenly there's Mummo Tombo, blue on blue, free for the first time since the age of the Indians. The squared fields, soft green, at daybreak. Lake Managua pinkish in that daybreak, tiny bird island close to Managua. It too was Somoza's, the first Somoza wanted to change its name to Love Island, and I realize that the country seems more beautiful now. And I say so to Dora Marla, who's sitting beside me gazing ecstatically at the liberated country, this dream we are all living and from which we'll never awaken. Before this beauty was kind of withered. How beautiful the country now seems. How beautiful our nature without Somoza. And the thrill of hearing over the Rosdan Lake the Cuban Airlines stewardess announce that we are about to land in the Augusto C. Poundsar Sandino airport. The plane full of guerrilla commandants. And now getting off without any fear, and incidentally we weren't carrying passports, and arriving at immigration, and arriving at customs, and for them to call you, Compefloro. We're all very busy. The truth is we're all so busy in these difficult and jubilant days, that will never return but which we'll never forget. We're very busy with confiscations, so many confiscations, so much land distribution, everyone removing barricades from the streets so cars can get through the barricades in every neighborhood, also changing the names of streets and neighborhoods, those Somocista names, disinterring those murdered, repairing the bombed hospitals. This hospital will be called such and such, now setting up the new police force, taking a census of artists, bringing drinking water to such and such a place, and these others are asking for electricity. The electricity Somoza had cut off from them, quick repairing the installations, water and power for Ciudad Sandino, their choice to call their neighborhood Ciudad Sandino. We are very busy, Carlos. The markets have to be clean, have to be well ordered, more markets also have to be built. We are creating new parks, and of course already new laws. Rapidly we ban pornographic ads, the price of basic grains under tight control. It's time also to make lots of posters, quick new judges have to be appointed, quick to repair the roads, and how beautiful. Also we have to lay out new roads, the election of local government steering committees. It's time a million people learn to read. You go to your cabinet meeting, you go to your trade union, the countrywide vaccination of children, and right now plans for education, power shovels clearing away the debris. Monum 6 once more with Mari MBA's fields humming to the sound of tractors. The Association of Field Workers organized seeds, insecticides, fertilizers, new consciousness, and quickly. We have to plant seeds right away. It's also the time for new songs. The workers return to their noisy wheels happily, brother. All the urban bus routes are running again, and so many cultural festivals in the neighborhoods, politico-cultural events they now call them, and also every day there are masses for the fallen companeros, and there's a new word in our daily speech, companero. All this will be left in the old newspapers for whoever wants to see it, in yellow newspapers, the beginning of the new history, poetic newspapers. There they'll see in beautiful headlines what I'm saying now about these heady days which will never return, about these days in which we are so busy, because the truth is we are very busy. Now everything is happy in Waslala. Waslala, lovely name. Before, the name alone struck terror. No more do peasants arrive blindfolded and tied up. Nightfall no longer brings with it blood-curdling screams but guitar sounds. Free of those people who shouted, "Long live the Guardia, down with the people." Girls have come down from the Qua very happy, with flowers in their hair. The nightmare's over now, Waslala. Waslala's happy, the capital of terror and death for peasants in the north. It was the headquarters of the integrated counterinsurgency plan for the strategic siege for guerrilla annihilation. The worst of the strategic villages of peasant repression. German shepherds no longer are used to hunt down revolutionaries. This light-hearted corner of the mountain, which was the darkest in Nicaragua's night. They'd kill everyone in the hut. They'd burn them alive in the hut. Waslala now free of the beasts. These lands meant for maize were silent cemeteries. Sometimes whole families buried. Now Pancho is weeding the cornfield with his machete. You don't have to ask permission at the barracks to bathe in the river. Waslala school will have teachers, and not security appointees. Soldiers in olive green play with the children. The fields are no longer concentration camps. Helicopters no longer roar above the hills with peasants, returning minutes later with just the crew. They brought people here from Dudu, from Cubali, from Cuscads, from Wanads, from Zenica, from Zapote. Here were the jails, were the underground prisons, were the pits with men, women, children, and old people. The mountain is now free of the wild animals in camouflage. Peasants who come from elsewhere sleep in the barracks. 5 years the night lasted. How beautiful the mountain is this morning, the mountain where so many gorillas moved among monkeys. Outside the police station, children flitter like hummingbirds. Outside the CDs, women chat among flowers like toucans. The red and black flags look like birds. How beautiful is the green of the fields and the green of the compaved rows. How beautiful the river Waslala now slips by. Suddenly the day came. The coffee will be good this year. How happy Waslala is. When after 2 years you return to Salantiname, Juan, a child of 5 then, I remember perfectly what you said to me. You're the one that's going to tell me all about God, right? And I increasingly have come to know less of God. A mystic, that is, a lover of God called him nothing, and another said, whatever you say about him is false. And the best way for you to have knowledge of God was perhaps for me not to be talking to you about God. But once I did talk to you about God, by the lake, on the jetty, one late afternoon all pink and glowing. God is someone who is in everyone, in you, in me, everywhere. And is he in that heron? Yes he is. And is he in the sardines? Yes he is. And is he in those clouds? Yes he is. And is he in that other heron? Yes he is. A tiny boy's naming your entire small paradise. And is he in this jetty? Yes he is. And is he in the waves? Why do children ask so many questions? And me, why do I ask why like a child? And is he also in my mum and dad? Yes he is. And you said to me. But he doesn't go to the island of the wicked, does he? 12 years old now, a member of the Association of Sandinista Children. You go to rallies. You contribute voluntary hours. You undertake revolutionary vigilance. You are in the militia. Those on the island of the wicked have now gone. And he's also in the tiny stars that are so big, isn't he? The numbers of the small are as big as those of the big. Where did you come from? And I was staggered, not only by your questions but because in addition I thought that out of 300 million spermatozoa only you were, one, out of 300 million ones distinct from the one that you are, but your twins only you were, once. And like you 300 million were asking me from their non-existence where is God, telling me to tell them all about God, whether he is also within them. And with them all the infinity of those non-existent infinitely greater than the existing one. As though I were suddenly being interrogated by 300 million stars but non-existent ones. Although out of all those millions, in which God is also, only you were, one, the one who was asking me questions that evening by the lake. He who one day believed I'd tell him all about God. In the little round window, everything is blue, earth bluish, blue-green, blue, and sky. Everything is blue, blue lake and lagoons, blue volcanoes, the more distant the earth the bluer, blue islands in blue lake. This is the face of the liberated land. And where all the people fought, I think, for love. To live without the hatred of exploitation. To love each other on a beautiful earth, very beautiful, not only in itself but because of the people on it, above all because of the people on it. That's why God gave us its beauty for the society on it. And in all those blue places there was fighting, suffering for a society of love here in this land. A patch of blue has greater intensity. And I seem to be seeing there the places of all the battles, and all the deaths, through that small round glass, blue, every shade of blue. Boys whose pictures appeared daily in the newspaper lying down, eyes half closed, lips half open as though they were laughing, as though enjoying themselves. The young people from the horrendous list. Or otherwise they appeared serious in tiny ID or passport shots, perhaps deeply serious. Boys who daily swelled the horrifying list. One took a walk in the neighborhood and they found him dumped on a piece of rough land. Or he left for work, from his house in the San Judas neighborhood, and never returned. The one who went to buy a Coca-Cola on the corner. The one who left to see his girlfriend and never returned. Or taken from his home and carried off in a military jeep that sank in the night. And later found in the morgue, or by the roadside on the Cuesta del Plomo, or on a rubbish heap. His arms broken, his eyes gouged out, his tongue cut off, his genitals ripped away. Or they simply never turned up. Those taken by the patrols of Black Macho or Lion Face. Those piled up on the lake shore behind the Dario Theater. The only thing left to their mothers of their physical form, the flat shining gaze, the smile, on a piece of paper. Pieces of card their mothers held up like treasures in La Prensa. The image engraved in their entrails, on that tiny card. The one with the unkempt hair. The one with the eyes of a frightened deer. This one smiling, roguish. The girl with the sad look. One in profile. Or with the head to one side. Thoughtful one of them. Another his shirt open. Another with curls. Or with hair in his face. With a beret. Another out of focus, smiling beneath his mustache. Wearing his graduation tie. The girl smiling with a frown. The girl in the photo her boyfriend carried. The boy posing in the photo he'd give to his girlfriend. Aged 20, 22, 18, 17, 15. The young ones killed for being young. Because to be between 15 and 25 years old in Nicaragua was illegal. And it seemed Nicaragua would be left without young ones. And after the triumph I even was surprised sometimes, suddenly, when a young boy greeted me at a rally, me asking him inwardly, "And how did you escape?" They were feared for being young. Those taken by the Guardia. The beloved of the gods. The Greeks said that those whom the gods love die young. It must be, I think, because they will always remain young. Others might grow old, but in their minds those will always be young and fresh, the smooth forehead, the black hair. The blonde Roman girl who died remained forever blonde in the memory. But you, I say, are not those who never grew old because you remained young, ephemerally, in the memory of those who will also die. You'll be young because there will always be young people in Nicaragua, and Nicaragua's young will now all be revolutionaries, because of your deaths who were so many, those killed daily. They will be you again, in lives forever renewed, new, just as each dawn is new. In September more coyotes were seen around San Ubaldo. More alligators, shortly after the triumph, in the rivers up by San Ubaldo. On the roads more rabbits, raccoons. The bird population has tripled, they tell us, especially that of the pishes. The noisy pishes come down to swim wherever they see shining water. Somoza's people also destroyed the lakes, rivers, and mountains. They diverted the course of rivers for their farms. The Ocumego had dried up last summer. The San Capa dried up because of the big landowners' deforestation. The Rio Grande in Matagalpa, dried up, during the war, down by the Sibaco Plains. They placed 2 dams on the Ocumego, and capitalist chemical wastes flowed into the Ocumego and the fish floundered in the water as though drunk. The Boco River with sewerage. The Moyud Lagoon had dried up. One of Somoza's colonels stole the land from the peasants and built a dam. The Moyud Lagoon, which for centuries had been a beauty spot. But soon the little fish will return. They deforested and built dams. Few garabas sunning themselves, few armadillos. Somoza used to sell the Caribbean green turtle. In trucks they exported pasalamas eggs and iguanas, making the caguama turtle extinct. £pound Somoza wiping out the sawfish in the Great Lake. Near to extinction the jungle wildcat, its soft pelt the color of jungle, and the puma, the tapir in the mountains, like the peasants in the mountains. And the poor Chiquito River. Its misfortune, shared by the whole country. The Somoza era reflected in its waters. The Chiquito River in LE6N, fed by springs from sewers, waste products from soap factories and tanneries, white water from soap factories, red from the tanneries, plastics on its bed, chamber pots, rusty irons. That's what the Somoza era left us. We have to see it clean and pretty again, singing its way to the sea. And into Lake Managua all the sewerage of Managua and the chemical wastes. And down by Solentiname, on the island of Lazanata a huge white and stinking tip of sawfish skeletons. But now the sawfish and the freshwater shark breathe again. Tizma is once more full of royal herons reflected in their mirrors. It has many starlings, pishes, geysers, widgets. The plant life has also benefited. Armadillos are very happy with this government. We will reclaim the woods, rivers, lagoons. We're going to decontaminate Lake Managua. It wasn't only human beings longing for liberation. The entire ecology was crying out. The revolution is also for lakes, rivers, trees, animals. And women from the CUD also attended the huge rally. The wife of Jacinto Hernandez who fell in Cuscads. The wife of Bernardino. Amanda Aguilar. A delegation from the CUD. They brought children along too. They remembered the sufferings, the events in the CUD. From the CUD where they wouldn't say where the guerrillas were. Amanda Aguilar knew a poem about the CUD. Amanda Aguilar was her pseudonym, her name's Petrina Hernandez. They were taken with their children to the police station in the CUD. Some of us were pregnant. They lost their homes. Angelina Diaz said. We drifted through the mountains from place to place. And Bernardino's widow. Beaten and dirty, blindfolded, they took him away. A story you never forget, said Juana Tinoco. She told of the tortures on the little children. The little children screaming in that police station. It was so they'd tell which of us gave food. And Bernardino's widow. He had a sick child, and he was comforting him in the loft. The Guardia arrived. And they shouted at him to come down. He said, I'm tending my son. The lieutenant said to me. Say goodbye to your husband, you ain't gonna see him again. I walked out behind him. Bernardino Diaz Ochoa, the one who said. We're not birds to live from the air, we're not fish to live from the sea, we're people to live from the land. When they took Bernardino away, the corn was ripe for harvest. And Bernardino's wife also told. They wrenched out his tongue with a cattle clamp. They stuck nails in his ears. They were asking him, how many guerrillas through here? You know Tom's Borga? When they killed him, the Guardias were drinking cususa. Day and night, nothing but night. Until the lads' revolution triumphed. Then it was like a hood had been removed from them. Amanda Aguilar used to take food to the guerrillas. These things were told by the women from the CUD. They came dressed simply with a placard which said, the women from the CUD, present. This was the newspaper story of the arrival of the peasant women's delegation from the CUD. Commandante, when we were with the Association of Sandinista Children and you uttered a phrase in your speech, a simple phrase, now we are free, linked to other phrases, just as you said that phrase I noticed some children moving on the steps, some going up and another tiny one, trying to get down, one eating an ice cream. There was a lot of movement and even disorder in the happy gathering of children and adolescents beneath your voice amplified by the microphones and its booming echo, and I felt that all those children were free. The 7-year-old licking his ice cream, free forever, would grow up free, like the Compafiero who told me as we drove along the road. That he never thought he'd be able to drive along a road that when he saw the Guardia pass and the EEBI, in the hills, he thought he'd always be in hiding or in the mountains, or like the peasant from El Jocote, beyond Palacagdiana, who said that now he went to parties at night without fear. Without fear of the helicopter which took away the peasants and they never returned, that before he felt like a caged bird. All this flashed before me in a vision when you uttered that phrase, and you were already on to other phrases, Commandante. I remember Escobedo when you returned from your training and were talking about the most beautiful weapons you'd learned to handle. It's beautiful, Mom, you were telling your mother, like someone talks about the beauty of a girl. Later a sniper bullet struck you in the face when you leapt onto the street in LE6N shouting, to encourage those of your squad following you, a free country or death. Poet fallen at the age of 20. I'm thinking of this Echo Bedo now that children are kissed by soldiers and the police have their poetry workshop and the literacy army in blue and gray uniforms is scattered throughout the country, and agrarian reforms happening and the child newspaper sellers and shoe shiners are taken to play and, well, truly those weapons were most beautiful, and I remember the gleam in your eyes as you said it. I was in Nikanohomo and there they told me a story of a young boy who went off one August day to hunt garabas. He set out from the station over yonder, following the railway line, where he met up with a friend. It was midday and very sunny, and there were some fat garabas sunning themselves in the trees. The boy shot the first garabo with his pistol. And suddenly the Los Pueblos train came along blowing its whistle and the other garabas took fright. The train was crowded with people, all in khaki. They seemed to be Nicaraguan soldiers, but as they went past the boy saw they were Yankee Marines heading for Jinotep, and the boy was furious and said that he'd like to hang every one of them from the trees. The interesting thing about this story is that this boy later was able to carry out what he wished. They just told me the story in Nikanohomo when we were turning the house where that boy lived into a museum. Summoned to a cabinet meeting knowing beforehand for a very important reason but not what. All the ministers and managers of state industries around the big table. And it was a serious matter, the setting up of a national emergency committee to combat the danger of plague from the Aedes aegypti mosquito. It breeds especially in man-made receptacles. You recognize it by the silvery lines on its thorax. It's the female which bites human beings. It needs the blood for its eggs which it deposits in any water-filled receptacle. There has to be a preventative campaign in flower pots, cans, old tires, barrels, roof gutters, the elimination of unnecessary objects, cleanliness in the patios, land and air fumigation. Dark and small the disease it transmits, high mortality among infants, dangerous to the elderly. Very possible an outbreak may occur in Nicaragua. Material resources. Financial ones. An intensive public awareness campaign. Contributions from every department, health, transport, education, Air Force. The involvement of workers, students. And I look at the serious faces around a huge table where there are attaché cases, ashtrays, and I think, how curious, how curious. It's love, the cabinet gathered together by love of their neighbor. Combatant of the Frente Sandinista in this photo with your pistol aiming at the enemy, red and black scarf over your face masking you to just below your eyes, taking cover behind a wall with your gaze fixed and your weapon held tightly trained on the enemy. Many things happened in that battle, which battle we don't know, many more things went on to happen. We won. July 19th came. There've been many great things since then, and there will continue to be great things. New generations will come. But you will always be like that, 18 years old, behind a low wall, brave, tense, motionless, eternal, aiming at the enemy. Sun and flags, first the hymns, sun and slogans, placards and speakers, applause and slogans, sun and smiles. Eyes of every color, every shade of skin, all sorts of hair, each smiling mouth different, each nose different, the eyes, light of innumerable colors set in white, long, short, straight, curly, afro hair, young people, fat people, woman with child, wrinkled old woman, kids, yellow trousers, red blouse, white t-shirt, red, blue, white, olive green, black, orange, pink, yellow. And from the platform I suddenly saw a single face with thousands of smiles and thousands of pairs of eyes, a face of faces, a body of bodies, like those photos in newspapers made up of tiny dots. Face still blurred, but it had a kind of halo. Or a wide-brimmed hat, or a beret with a star. I saw that united flesh was the triumph over death. Photographers firing their flashes. The people squeezed together, and you could see the unity of everyone, unity the guarantee of victory. My friend Michel is the commanding officer in Somoto, up by the border with Honduras, and he told me that he discovered a consignment of parrots which were to be smuggled to the US so that there they'd learn to speak English. There were 186 parrots, and 47 had already died in their cages. And he sent them back to the place they'd been taken from, and when the truck was approaching a place they call Los Llanos close to the mountains those parrots came from, the mountains seemed huge behind those plains, the parrots began to get excited and flap their wings and to press themselves against their cage walls. And when the cages were opened they all flew off like arrows in the same direction to their mountains. The revolution did the same thing for us, I'm thinking, it freed us from the cages in which they were carting us off to speak English. It handed us back the country they'd snatched from us. Parrot green Campefloros gave the parrots their green mountains. But there were 47 that died. Who'd have told you, Colonel, when you were dying in Cuba from lung cancer, with the FSLN still a long way off from any victory, that one day you'd be disinterred in Cuba and would enter Managua triumphantly, where you'd been only once before, the time they murdered Sandino, acclaimed by a square with more than 100,000 people, on the shoulders of the National Directorate and the government junta, all the ministers behind, Sandino's flag waving all around, and the 21 cannon salute, and so on, the whole nation honoring Colonel Santos L. Sixpez, the boy with no father who worked from the age of 8, for 20 cents a day the Yankees then owners of the nation and began to fight alongside Sandino at the age of 12 in the children's platoon, the choir of angels, never went to school and afterwards said by not knowing how to read. He'd kept his mind clear so as to understand the intervention for which reason Commandante Tirado has now called you an intellectual though he never wrote books and an inexhaustible source of knowledge and 7 times wounded promoted to colonel by Sandino at the age of 17, and one of the few present at Sandino's midnight wedding in San Rafael, withdrawing from San Rafael that same night, the general saying, "From now on the finches and all birds will be the songs that will accompany us in our mountain lives, a barefoot army, and almost without clothes, plantain leaves your quilts and mattresses." And those humble troops Sandino called the defending army of Nicaraguan national sovereignty, with all the jungle diseases, with only the medicines the jungle itself provided, only moments of comfort, between battles, in El Chipote with guitars and accordions, and the air raids, Sandino gave the order to fire on the planes, that first plane shot down which was in Quilali, 216 battles you fought. That time for example, aged 18, when with Umanzar you stopped all the trains, and finally you accompanying Sandino on that fateful trip, the only one to escape in Managua, leaping over the roof, crossing an unknown Nicaragua, with your wounded leg to Honduras, and starting work there in Don Toribio's soap factory, in Colutka, always hidden in the soap factory, the endless exile, and 28 years later a young man finds you, Carlos Fonseca, and you prove to be a direct envoy from Sandino, the link between the first Sandinistas and the new ones. At once they put the new struggle to you, and without hesitation, you reply, "Les filles do it," and you're back again with the choir of angels, founding the FSLN in the forest depths by the banks of the Patuca. You teach vigilance, guard duty, how to move in the hills like a snake, to carry a small branch of a fluorescent tree at night so as not to get separated, to leave no tracks as you travel, how Sandino's ambushes worked. 3. Attacking in the middle to finish them off as they flee, forwards or back, your fondness for Taper because like you he was a peasant, unable to read. And your advice, Sandino's, peasants would still be the backbone with the support of those who know more, Modesto and Francisco quarreling in front of you over the leadership of a squad, Modesto wanting Francisco to take command and Francisco, Modesto, now an old man with lung cancer, you fighting once more in those rivers, and later dying in a hospital in Cuba, a death alone and battle-free, but for the battle with death, so far from any victory, when nobody knew when victory would come, nor whether it would come, and now the homecoming, acclaimed by an entire people, who'd have told you, Colonel, or perhaps there was no need for anyone to say it, because you when you were dying, who knows how, you already knew about this, in some way, who knows how, you already knew everything. On top of Motas Teep Hill, On the outskirts of Managua a huge sign in white letters Ralter could be seen from many streets in Managua, and young Juan asked me as we rode in a car what those big letters Ralter meant, and I told him a make of shoes, and it was so people would buy those shoes. But when the revolution triumphs those signs will disappear, won't they? The child said to me. It was a few days before the October offensive about which he knew nothing, anxious days for me. That afternoon he played Sandinistas and Guardias with other children. Problem was, they said, nobody wanted to be a Guardia. Frequently after the triumph, the big letters reminded me of one's words, as yet unfulfilled. For a year now we've seen from many streets in Managua on the hill instead of those letters others, FSLN, and me also remembering the child's words with joy. It was midday one gloomy overcast Sunday. And there are days when you beg for a sign. Very intimate solitudes. As when little Saint Teresa on her deathbed had doubts about the existence of God. Then from the car I gazed up at the huge letters on the hill, and God spoke within me. Look what I've done for you, for your people, that is. Look at those letters, and do not doubt in me. Have faith, man of little faith, asshole. She was the guerrilla's companion, although the guerrilla was married, and when he was killed she understood for the first time what she'd heard before but never understood, the earth wherein the beloved remains are laid to rest. And ever since then she's loved the land so much more, which she had loved so much already, the land for which there is guard duty, battles. It wasn't only the land where she was born, had always lived, but now it was also her dead man's land. Last night when they woke her for guard duty she was dreaming that he was washing in the river, tea on his bare chest, the most minute of his muscles stood out. She has a love buried in her heart, and some bones buried in a corner of this land. This is one more reason to defend this land against the Yankee invasion, against the Contras, because she was the guerrilla's companion. When you receive a nomination, a prize, a promotion, think of those who died. When you are at a reception, on a delegation, in a commission, think of those who died. When you've been voted in, and the group congratulates you, think of those who died. When they applaud you as you mount the leader's podium, think of those who died. When they turn out to greet you at the airport of a great city, think of those who died. When microphones are placed before you, or TV cameras home in on you, think of those who died. When you're the one handing out certificates, titles, permits, think of those who died. When the little old lady brings her problem to you, her patch of land, think of those who died. Look at those without shirts, dragged along, bleeding, hooded, broken, plunged into tanks, suffering the electric prod, an eye torn out, beheaded, shot to pieces, dumped by the roadside, in ditches they themselves dug, in mass graves, or simply on the land, fertilizer for wild plants. You represent them. You have been delegated, by those who died. The huge airplane flies above the flushed dawn clouds, over the Atlantic, and later the Caribbean, still heading sunwards, and still into the dawn, and now the earth, the liberated mountains of Nicaragua, the mountains recently made literate, and still the flushed clouds, still the dawn, and then descending towards the airport, and we're now about to land. And as I look closely at the earth I think, I don't know why, of the dead. Not all of them, just those, are dead, in the mountains, in common ditches, in lonely graves, in cemeteries, at the side of the road, close to this airport, throughout the national territory, with monuments, anonymous without any monument, all transformed into this earth, making this earth more sacred. Sandino, Carlos Fonseca, Julio Buitrago, Oscar Tercios, Ricardo Morales Aviles, Rugama, Eduardo Contreras, Carlos Aguirre, Claudia Chamorro, Luisa Amanda Espinoza, Luis Alfonso Velches, Arlen Su, Ecobedo Castillo, Pedro Joaquin, Jose Benito Escobar, David Tejeda, Pomers, Silvio Mayorga, Rigoberto, Pablo Ubeda, Gaspar, Cheto Medrano, Donald, and Elvis, Felipe Pefta, and so many more. Let them bury me in this earth alongside you dead compafieros. The wheel's just a few meters from the earth. and a voice should announce over the microphone, "Ladies and gentlemen, the earth we are about to touch is very sacred. The wheels have just touched down, dear passengers, on a great tomb of martyrs." Canticle 19. Towards the new man. In the beginning, at the time the Father created the Word, he had a drum. The Widoto tell and sing in their anthropophagus culture. He summoned his water and it rained on the earth from the sky. The Widoto word, Nikino, different from logos. Rather, that in the beginning was the myth or the dream. I think they identify the dream with the word. Things, created by the Father from an unreal, inexistent substance, or with an imaginary, dreamed existence. The Father dreamed, and his dream was vague, was a chimera, a chaos without reality. With a thread of dream he gathered in the void. He fastened it with a new magical dream, like literally tobacco smoke or tuft of cotton. He sat down upon this imaginary earth. In the beginning. What was there before the universe began? It could be answered. Simply, there was no universe. Or equally, it could be answered, we don't know. Will scientists ever know? Let's accept that there is no God in the universe. But in the pre-universe? Where did you get such well-shaped hands, your eyes with such very deep light? Or what makes that person dying of thirst say, "I'd love if only for a moment to kiss that mouth"? And if the orthodox atheist, some contradiction, says that the spirit is material, you could say to him, "It's a thought, that matter is spiritual," and then you're an idealist. So what? What the hell? The Prime Minister asked Faraday what use would electricity be. The evolution of matter has been towards life, and from life to thought, and from thought towards love. Everything is structure in the universe, that's to say, society. The atom is society, the molecule is society, the cell is society, the organism is society. Man is society. The loneliness we suffer comes from being only individuals. Happiness is others. Hyenas do better to hunt in packs than each one selfishly alone. The amoeba cut off immediately tries to rejoin to the group. The same with electrical forces, or troism, or love. And from thought, to love. Adam on his own was unhappy, in paradise. Jesus says, "When you make of the two one, you will become children of humanity." This is from the Gospel of Thomas, and as for St. John's, may it not have something to do with quantum theory? The fact that God is light. That the message of Jesus Christ was that God is light and there is no darkness in him. And that the light is to be united with one another. They say, or used to say around 1909, that in the beginning all men were Choctaws. They split up. That's why there are so many tribes in North America. Or those others. The first men emerged from caves. Men and animals were equal, and they all spoke. In all species the youngest are more adventurous than the old, more curious and inquiring, more disposed then to change, to the new, and therefore more inclined to death, to die for change, for the new. In all animal species. To die for the species. He rose up in Galilee, our geological contemporary. Believe this news. The new casts out the old, the new springs from the old, Mao. But in the Vatican, old wine in old wineskins. They accuse us because of our triumphalist auguries. But has there ever been a conservative or reactionary prophet? And I saw the Holy Society. The New Jerusalem descended from the future. Like the bride adorned for her groom. Traveled the half of Jacob's ladder. According to the Apostle, Marty. Never before have peoples loved each other as now. Aggression is anachronistic. Survivors of 4 ice ages. If the thinking planets exchange signals from afar, what would our message be? To design computers more intelligent than us so that they design computers more intelligent than them, and so forth? Could technology advance to such an extent that humankind could become redundant? And if the most intelligent beings in the cosmos, there above, are supercomputers? And one day will supercomputers be born of us on Earth which will break the electrical cord with us and fly off? Men of the Golden Age, or the Stone Age, Higher Paleolithic, the best stone artifacts of all time. Modern techniques have been unable to reproduce their laurel leaf knives. The thousands of mammoth bones prove they were well fed. They'd have had as many hours leisure as the lion or the chimpanzee, and more than the North American farmer. Each one made up his own mind each day how much he was going to work and on what. Whether making a bow or hunting rabbits, it was without a chief or overseer. The woman, if she wished, gathered wood, or wove a basket. Wood for bows, firewood, and palm, rabbits, everything was there at hand, and everything for everyone. Each one with his own equal slice of nature. There were no rents, no taxes, no tributes. Not a case of some of them workers, hunters or gatherers, and others nothing but. Bows and arrows were not restricted to certain hands. There were no kings nor dictators, prime minister, police, jails, bureaucrats. Nobody knelt humbly to salute anyone. The Golden Age, scientifically true according to Helmich. The Golden Age must really have existed. According to the laws of psychology and of logic. In prehistory, thought faced with invisible forces painted. Not yet having words. Its cosmic anguish painted. The same as contemporary arts. The animal conceived as symbol, or the symbol turned animal. Vertebrate, mammiferous, of the subclass of placentalia, not so far removed from rodents. Man thought an antelope before saying antelope. When he said antelope, he made the others in the dark cave see antelopes coupling. We owe organized cooperation to language. Whoever speaks like us is one of us. There's no language without society, nor consciousness without language. Language which unites each of us to each other and the living to the dead. The ancient stars, that blind Borges mentioned. Their movements noted down on bones by prehistoric man. Known, astronomy, since ancient and infinite time, says Philip the Opuntian. With straight and curved lines in the dust trying to draw the heavens. And Frobenius, that from the earliest migrations of peoples they began to take note of the sky. The coming of the kingdom of heaven on earth. In matter all is movement, change, from changes of place to thought. From the displacement of particles to social changes. There is no motionless body. Matter exists only in movement. Or rather, movement is matter's existence. And there is no movement except in space and time. Night/day capitalism and socialism. I have come down to deliver you from the Egyptians. Without the victory of matter over antimatter, the universe would be nothing but radiation. Let's imagine a planet of human beings, each one more complex than a star, all united in a single communion. There are, for example, insect societies. Society so perfect that more than society it's now an individual. An island without any life recently emerged from the sea, and little by little approaching the desolate island a solitary coconut. Communion. Souvenir of my first communion. Camilo Torres Restrepo, in his sailor's suit, like we had framed on our Solentiname island. Where it had arrived like a solitary coconut. Your blood wine for all, your body bread for all. Childbirth is also violent. To plunge our lives into the future. To transform yourself into something greater than you. A biological urgency. Their country's soil they turned red with their hemoglobin. Their ethical machine guns. A violence that does not act like violence. And then the whole people a single guerrilla. If God is angry, why not us? Kingdom of God mentioned in the Gospel about 100 times or more, 90 in Christ's mouth geologically are contemporary. May your kingdom of heaven come to earth. From slavery to the brotherhood of sacrifice, Marty. A war inspired in the purest abnegation, idem. Columbus had already encountered socialism in Cuba. Besides the leaves not falling, and the nightingale singing in November, and the point you should love your neighbor as yourself, without meum and tuum. The workers of the world, the unlearned workers from seed to cotton thread to cotton shirt, they are building paradise and resowing paradise. The poet is prophet, seer, like the Congo monkeys that howl when it's about to rain. A metamorphosis of man. We are the men who make up or will make up mankind. Parrots in the wild have a highly creative language, it's said. Only those in captivity are the ones that mimic. Or like monkeys that don't reproduce in captivity. It has never happened that one society permanently dominate. Quoted incidentally in Time magazine. A book has been written entitled From Africa to the Stars, From the Descent from Trees to the Emergence into the Cosmos. 1. The Descent from the Trees. 2. The Trek Across Continents. 3. The Navigation of the Seas. 4. The Venturing Forth into the Open Cosmos. Perhaps with artificial intelligence. And how surprised I am to find myself reading with such interest things like cotton crop up 25.5% from last year, coffee exports $124.2 million up 17.5% from last year, an expected increase of 13.6% in sugar, maize production fell by 5.9%, gold fell by 10% due to Contra attacks in that region, likewise shellfish. When did this information ever interest me before? It's because now our wealth, however small it may be, is for being for everyone. It is for the people, then, love for the people, this interest. It's because now these numbers are love. Gold brought out of the earth, solid sun cut into blocks, will become electric light, drinking water for the poor. Translucent mollusks, with reminiscences of women, smell of woman, brought out of the sea, from their underwater caves and colored coral gardens, to become pills, desks. The sanctity of matter. Mama, you know the value of a glass of milk. Cotton, soft shreds of cloud, we have gone off singing to cut cotton, we have grasped clouds in our fingers, will become zinc roofing, roads, and it's because now things economic are poetic, or rather, with the revolution the economy is love. From Africa to the heavens. We can have great love for one person only, or a few. Love for the whole of humanity is not loving anyone. The distant starvation we see at home on TV is distant starvation and not at home. Turn the other cheek, yes. But feel as on one's own the blow to another cheek. And who loved many even without knowing them and gave his life for them. Something new. The new man. If not, he wouldn't be new, the new man. We have seen him, eyes open, black beard and black curls, stretched out in the washing place like the Montaigne Christ in Milan. Can it be that the universe will abort the new man? One day humanity will love itself entirely like a single couple, although that is still a geological time away. Selfishness has still not withered away in Cuba. Carlos Rafael told me in the Central Committee, just the two of us, everything was white marble empty at that hour, in the middle of the night. I was catching the plane at 1. For the workers it could be a television, for us a car. And he said, I don't know whether one day religion will wither away in the world or won't wither away and will be defeated. And me, with the help of Christians it will wither away. Surrounded by white marble gleaming under the light. Me meaning to say that Christianity is not a religion. Circa 1972. In the foetus we still have a tail. Still in a very primitive phase of our evolution. But how do inanimate atoms in living beings come to be animate? Scarcely have we awoken from inert matter, and inert matter takes us to its breast, when we are sleepy, for example. The mind is, to a certain extent, inherent in each electron. A vague life there was first floating in the water, and it learned to unite, becoming a cell. Life is association. The ease of organisms to associate, the progress of life. Our body cells are communists. And one day we will be a single cell. The thinking planet. Consciousness of the stars. In all higher animal societies there's an instinct for social discipline. Wolves, pigeons, etc. Whence the communism and democracy, a physical law of the universe. Or are we a game of drafts played by blind chromosomes? From one generation to another the transmission of individual experience. First imitation, then language, books, communication of knowledge, inventions, the old to the young. And knowledge continued to grow. Hardly 10,000 years, there are trees from that age, agriculture invented. And until then and not before, violence. When we function with the lower part of our brain which is from the alligator. The problem, how to escape from that part of our brain. But, for example, there is no spirit of competition amongst Eskimos. Ecologists are fully aware that a system with many species is more stable than one with few. Impossible to love without hating. Love your enemies, but hate enmity. His Purpled Eminence the Cardinal with his face of National Guard who had dogs' faces hates his enemies and loves enmity. Love hatred is not the precept. The feeling of blame, remorse is also Darwinian. Selfishness is against nature. Nothing grows except with the others. A flock of little sparrows is feeding in a meadow when the falcon arrives, and there is one who cries out first, laying itself open to be the first to fall to the falcon but alerting the others. For it's nothing but a biological law to restore the balance, the revolution. Balance because they enrich capital. Work not paid for in the salary. They enrich capital with surplus value. An egalitarian distribution of calories. The temptation of parasitism has always been there. At every level in the advance of life there are parasites. Yet parasitism is not an advance but a step backwards to lower levels of organization. Dependency is so pleasant that the parasite feels no need to advance, he advances backwards. And any modification on the part of whoever he depends on kills him. I have a niece who complains about the revolution because bras are extremely expensive. I've no experience of having breasts, but I believe I could go around with breasts without needing a bra. My friend Rafael C. Sixerdova lives close to the little town of Escapulas, and he told me that before, many funerals passed along the road with very small coffins, 4, 5, 6, 8 funerals every afternoon. They were children's funerals, every afternoon. The old don't die so much. And a short while ago the gravedigger of Escapulas called on him, "Pound doctor, I've come to ask for a little something, I'm out of work." There are no more funerals in Escapulas. Before bras were not so expensive. Now in Escapulas there are hardly any funerals. You tell me, which is best? Yesterday I went into a supermarket and I saw the empty shelves, most of them empty, and I felt something of the melancholy of the empty shelves, but more than that, joy at the patent dignity of our people in the empty shelves. These shelves once so well stocked with every shade of essential or non-essential goods, or as they are in other countries. It's the price we're paying, a small people fighting the Colossus, and I see them crammed with heroism, the empty shelves. The price of independence. And why there are thousands of Sandinos cubs loose on the mountains. And so just as those rows of colorful goods are missing, the lady on the pavement showing her wound is missing, the child with eyes white as marble reaching out his hand. Children romp around in their barrios, the older ones, at ease. And the police without rubber clubs on the streets. To hit the people, nor tear gas bombs nor water hoses nor anti-riot shields, because of the empty shelves. They are without goods essential or otherwise, but full of sacrifice and pride, the empty shelves, the pride, arrogance if you like, of a people, the empty shelves. It's not for sale nor surrender. And I went away, regretful but cheered by the empty shelves. An obstacle placed in an ant trail may momentarily confuse the ants, but eventually they'll manage to find their way. It so happens that we became man in society. The mystery that animals that haven't seen themselves in mirrors, for example fish, and don't know what they're like, frogs, iguanas, recognize members of their species, without mirrors they come together with their kind, socialism, communism. Life is nothing but the organization of a structure. And in society we became man. We recognize human faces because they are the same and different. We'd recognize no one if they were only the same or only different. Liberty and order, not law and order. Liberty with equality. This is the life we have to nurture. Let's recall Kandinsky, vice president of the Academy of Beaux-Arts, Chagall, director of the School of Painting in Vitebsk. Futurist, Cubist, Constructivist times Mayakovsky, horse in the squares, Eisenstein in the cinema. With Lenin dead, it all came to a halt. Political crimes because of the personal traits of Stalin. Beria, who was enchanted by opera. And the suffering of his victims, caviar to him. But looking now as though the October Revolution is returning. And poets who have already sung the new Havana descending from the heavens. Reconstituted, says St. Paul. The reconstruction of our bodies, you might say. Biologically human upon becoming psychologically one. Ants pat each other with their antennae. Behold, the reign of the transnationals approaches its end. And wars will be a thing of the past. From the original gas to the new society. And beyond. Beyond the most distant radio galaxies with weak radio signals thousands of light years away, where the universe's last light waves peter out. And could the universe have an edge? It wouldn't be a limit of space but of time. And beyond the limit there'd be nothing but deep darkness. The deep outer darkness. Depart, ye accursed of my father. Those eliminated from the consciousness of the universe. Let's take something round like the earth. The lines from a single point continue to diverge from each other until reaching a certain equator, after which they begin to converge towards a single point. Divergence and convergence. Such is evolution. An irreversible unification. Canticle 20. The music of the spheres. In the beginning, God shaped the cosmic dust with his fingers. So why do the galaxies revolve? What set the universe on its spinning motion? The basic fact of the universe is its expansion. The most basic of life's realities, this expansion. That's to say, the density of the universe decreases, the galaxies draw further and further apart, and light travels ever onwards. A static universe is impossible by the simple fact that the sky is black at night. The entire night would shine like the surface of a star. Each point in the sky would be a star, and all of it like the surface of the sun. But night is dark and the universe neither infinite nor eternal. Einstein had made an algebraic error, overlooking a division by zero. With this corrected, the universe ceased to be static and glided into motion. The music of the spheres. A harmonious universe like a harp. Rhythm is equal beats repeated. The beating of the heart. Day/night. The coming and going of birds of passage. Cycle of stars and maze. Mimosa which unfolds during the day and at night folds back. Rhythm of the moon and the tides. And of crabs who know when the tide is going out and before it goes out find their burrows. A single rhythm in the planets, atoms, the sea, apples that ripen and fall, and Newton's mind. Melody, chord, arpeggios. The harp of the universe. Unity behind the apparent multiplicity, that's music. Difference between music and noise. The sound of the bell lies in its shape. Or incidentally, girls' legs. Matter is music. Matter in perpetual motion in space and time. Rhythmic hearts and stars. The universe sings and Pythagoras heard it. The music of the spheres, a music closer to jazz than to classical music. The disorderly dance of things. All accomplished through the play of large numbers. And between the harmony of the stars and that of atoms, the anatomy of the human body. With those proportions they must have built the temples according to Vitruvius. Those of the human body. And the social order, like that of the sky. Also within us the dance of the stars. Observing the movement of the stars they perceived that there was order in the heavens, and thus one day there could be order among men. The cosmos sings. But for whom? Why is the blackbird so musical when the mating season has passed? Pythagoras discovered amid the pines of his island of Samos, the harmonious pines, that if the number is not exact in the string, the sound is discordant. And the musical intervals in the string were the same as the orbits in the heavens. Furthermore, salvation in another life. His movement must have been revolutionary since his followers were mainly slaves. The universe is music. The pulsations of the stars. Even in the 4th century Athanasius pursued the simile, taking the universe into his hands as though it were a lyre. Asteroids respond to the rhythms of the sun and the moon the same as an oyster. They dance the same dance. Our interest in an atom is because of its relation with the whole universe. It is maintained that the universe is isotropic, that's to say, the same in any direction for whatever observer in whichever of the galaxies. On a vast scale, naturally, in the galaxy, solar system, or inter-American system we are not isotropic. The Pima Indians say that they dreamed their songs. A man withdrew in solitude to dream up a song line. They also sing the song the Creator sang at the beginning of the world. Electrons sing in choirs like seraphims, cherubims, thrones, and dominations, says physics professor Dr. Ramo. Out of some elegant equations of Maxwell's radio was born rhythm. All is rhythm. The rhythm of the sun and the moon are the rhythm of life. Owls by night and doves by day. Flowers waken and then go to sleep. Cocks at dawn and frogs at dusk. Annual rhythms in the breeding of animals, the migration of birds and the flowering of plants according to seasonal changes, the length of the days and nights. Lunar day and lunar month in the tides. And the tide in the life of oysters. Lunar rhythm all along the coast. At high tide mussels open to gorge themselves and at low tide crabs rake over the beach. The heron knows when the tide will go out and abandons its nest to go down to the shore. Palolos rise in their thousands from the depths on the nights of the waning 4th quarter October and November moons to release upon the sea surface their semen at daybreak. Women the same, their menstrual cycle is the synodic lunar month. And oysters and crabs even adjust their lives to the tides in laboratories thousands of miles from the sea. In Solentine I gaze at the moon through the mango's thinnest branches and I think of the bluish ball of earth in the moon's sky. Let the heavens come to earth. The cosmos is change. Its structure is change. Ever-changing spider web of light. Meditation as contact with the rhythms of the universe. Returning is the motion of the Tao. Going far means returning. Now separated some from the others by space-time. Your kingdom come. With its 90% of matter that is invisible. To this out-of-the-way corner of the universe. Matter, where you and I are. And the fact that all stars are in motion. The cosmos as change. The heavens. It applies to us too for whoever may be watching us in the starry night. To believe that only we inhabit the galaxy is to return to pre-Copernican concepts. In the sky the natural movement is circular. The curvature, according to Eddington, is not metaphysics. Nor of mathematical fantasy. Heat is movement. Merely the energy of molecules in motion, merely the movement of individual molecules. And love, which is heat, is movement. From the particle to the absolute, movement. We never abandon the traditions even when we don't dance, say those Amazonian Indians the Widito, because we work only to dance. Matter in formation had a music and its echoes are the songs of the whales in the sea depths or Beethoven's quartets. To Kepler in Upper Austria it was a motet. Saturn and Jupiter the bass, Mars like the tenor, the Earth and Venus the contralto, Mercury the baritone, and on occasions the six could be heard in unison. The celestial movements an unending song for several voices, heard by the mind, not the ear, music which with discordant tensions, with syncopations and cadences, the same as man uses them imitating those natural discordances, advances almost at 6 voices towards a contrived ending in the immeasurable flow of time. The 30 Years' War had already begun. From water, from invisible hydrogen and oxygen, invisible life emerged that created the blue atmosphere and the greenness of the earth. Due to life the green of the fields, green come from the sun. Fields are green because they don't absorb green. Just as the flash of a photographic camera is sun. A flash of sun. Beautiful is the earth seen from the air especially where it meets with the water. Animals and plants, all of us from the same microscopic ancestor. We are notes from the same music. A universe harmonious as a harp. the wings, the tail, and the neck, all of it moving rhythmically. The heart and the aorta have rhythm the same as that of a musical instrument. The Navajo cult, verses and songs. Called Hata Yu song. As also they hunt with song. Motionless in the woods they start to sing and they are drawn towards them attracted by the rhythm. To Mrs. Kestler-Ilg they said. The non-Araucanians stole our land but they are not joined to it with their bare feet. And to El Roy, the African chief lowering his voice. There are more things about us than those recorded in the white men's books, pointing out to El Roy the firmament. Symphony of the universe. Creation is a song. The creation which has yet to run its course. In giant lenses the universe's past is still gloriously present. And though with brief lives, we live in the days of creation. In spite of tragic entropy. The tyranny of the second law of thermodynamics. Perhaps another explosion will occur and the universe will be reborn. At the beginning of time there was a singularity. A singularity is a physically impossible situation, that is, impossible within our physical laws. Or let's say that it's a mathematically incorrect function. Where do we come from and where are we going? From the improbable to the improbable. The mystery of life is not how individual molecules operate but how they cooperate. An irrelevant quality at atomistic level. Your body beats rhythmically, your molecules undulate, your atoms vibrate, within your atoms your particles dance. And deeper within you is empty space full of oscillating fields of energy. From the void spring suns, flowers and girls. In the street, by the gutter, I saw a crumpled sheet of newspaper with a photo, the photo of a face. The hair, the head of hair rather, was such that, at a glance, I couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman, unisex style as they say nowadays. But the curvature of that face, like the curvature of space and of light, curves of the eyes, arched eyebrows, the double curling line of the lips, the undulation of the cheeks and the chin, the forehead sloping backwards, the nose upwards, the ears spiraled, oval of the entire face, his or hers, around it the round halo of hair, and the whole body, male or female, must equally have been a wave of curves. In his image and likeness. Whose? The one we've never seen, since he is beyond space, yet in everything we see the circles of his fingerprints, sun, planet, petal, fruit, fish, snail. Pure male, or pure female spirit, also pure curvature? Pure spiritual curvature? Nothing natural is made in a straight line. The wind swept away that newspaper, paper made of waste, itself now waste to be recycled again into new paper. Atoms are empty. From the hydrogen atom to man. But it is not a chance meeting of atoms. Matter. Form of the spirit. A non-random ordering of atoms and photons. Or as if matter were made of spirit. Physicists speak of subatomic particles as though they had an objective reality. Matter always in motion. And it never rests. If atoms were immutable, there would merely be a dead universe. Nothing is or is not, all things in the process of being. And what's real? Is jealousy real? Love is real. The bodies of gaseous spheres that we call stars held together and lit up by their own gravity. Their light is nakedness, says Rubpound, he who brought harmony from the sacred forest. Suppose, reader, that we wish to see star HD 193,182. The star could not see its beauty except through us. We are the star seeing itself, that sees its own self. Bomb in the fire of it and cooled down so as to be able to think and see. Protons, neutrons, and electrons are the human body, the planet and the stars. Consciousness emerged from the unconscious. So in us the planet loves, dreams. It is the earth that sings this cosmic canticle in me. The music of the spheres. The spheres are not the planets but electrons and atomic nuclei. And the music is not of sound but of light. E equals mc2 photons, particles of light. The ether's violins Alfonso mentioned pulsate their clarity. If our eyes were more perfect they would see the atoms singing. They say the proton resembles a Bach fugue. Now they are on an Oklahoma reservation. But they came from the stars, they say. Once they were pure and beautiful because they came from the sky. All were then show, the tribe from the sky. Why they came down from the sky is not known. It's never mentioned in their myths. Did Wyonta expel them? They had led an orderly life in the sky, they know, because they were living among the stars, and upon the earth they only had Ganidha, chaos. Buffalo, eagle, bear, pelican, beaver had no names. They gave them names. It was the first thing they did. The elders, however, began to find signs of Wyonta in them, and in everything that surrounded them. They began to draw apart for periods from the village noise, and thus they became wise men. They organized the form of government according to what they had known in the stars. Order in the buffalo hunt. Open out in huge circles on the prairie and begin at a given signal. Their songs and dances in accordance with the order of the stars, and a language for communicating with Wyonta, he answering in the flight of the sparrowhawk, the whistle of the owl, the coyote song. This they told for the benefit of Paleface, writing to Mr. Matthews, by then no longer on the beaming river Osage but on the reservation, by then as for the animals, only their names. At astronomical distances from the stars. The oak on the hillside full of acorns and bees, and the sheep laden with wool because of just judgments. Just as the bad time for Alaskan Ayaks is for crimes. If our heart is good when we dance, then it rains, a Pueblo Indian in the dusty village of San Ildefonso. Likewise the laws known to the Hopi, an untroubled heart and compliance with the rules maintains the order of the stars, the rains, the crops. What an individual does affects the whole tribe and the cosmos. Pacifists, Gandhians for 2,000 years, they've never signed a treaty with the United States, nor declared war on anyone, not even on the United States. Political, moral, and cosmic harmony, yin and yang for the Prime Minister too. The 4 seasons pass in order when the right thing is done in everything. Confucius awaited the coming of the wise men from the west. And because of good actions the sun and the moon will keep their times. Canticle 21. Robber barons. And coming down, or up, to earth again. Pirates and traders in Negroes were already gathering on the corner of Wall and Water Street in the 18. In 1790 financiers already displayed, they say, a serene indifference in the face of public calamity time-honored since then on Wall Street. In the 19 the destiny of Nicaragua was already being gambled in a place called Merchants Exchange between Wall and William Street. Days of terror and others of calm, unpredictable like the sea, Wall Street. They didn't drink or gamble or go to brothels, they spent their nights calculating and poring over ledgers while others drank and laughed and danced, the robber barons, after the war with Mexico an orgy of speculations. Those railroad owners never went to jail. The divine right of millionaires. Like birds of prey in the galleries of Congress. Railroad concessions meant free chunks of land the size of kingdoms with timber, coal, copper, iron, gold, oil, silver, and the future cities. So Huntington stopped selling timepieces. Cold, distrustful, vindictive, sarcastic, hypocritical, ruthless. "I've paid out a fortune to get these laws passed," writes Huntington, ordering the letter to be burnt. They'd turn up at a small town saying, "If you pay so much the train will pass through here, if not through somewhere else." If not, they killed off the town. The train would pass 3 miles from there. Worse than it not passing at all was to be 3 miles from the train. The skeletons alongside Huntington's Union Pacific tracks. A change akin to that of the religious experience called conversion. Carnegie's when for the first time, in London, he saw steel. "The Iron Age is over," he bellowed. Visions of the gleaming metal crisscrossing the United States and he the absolute king of that metal. That shy Carnegie, fearful of progress. Cautious. He loathed adventure and being a pioneer. There's no money in being a pioneer. His prophets, opposing the historical process. Resisting progress. Holding it back. Lowering production. Crushing businesses. Bankrupting companies. Rejecting advances proposed by technicians, experts, inventors, workers. He's lost nothing but his honor," said Gould. The Mephistopheles of Wall Street. He had agents and not friends. Closest thing to a vulture in any man I've ever known. He'd scour the country like a vulture seeking out bankrupt railroads. Nothing in life interested him except dividends. Daniel Drew, the Sphinx of the Exchange. He always thought the worst of men, same as Vanderbilt. Whenever he wiped someone out he'd find peace in the divine office. It was said he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice a friend, yet that he was genuinely God-fearing. A mystery to people, like Vanderbilt, on account of his sharp and shady speculations. "Can't I do as I please with my money?" asked Vanderbilt. He owned New York, the exchange, the highways, and the railroads, and the bulk of the ships. He never lost a day's interest on the smallest amount of money. The works of art which Vanderbilt bought. Money well invested, because paintings increase in value with time, especially after the artist's death. Armour, the butcher, naturally became a millionaire during the Civil War. Peddling pork to armies, he became a millionaire. Cook retired to his Philadelphia castle with its theaters, fountains, conservatories, Italian gardens. As for Morgan, Pierpont Morgan, not the pirate, Providence dealt him the good fortune to trade arms in a war. Hence his trip to the church to sing hymns. The secret of his success was, so they said, being free of the encumbrance of moral scruples. He was able to perform that miracle by which an upright man can turn paper into gold, and gold into paintings, manuscripts, antiques. And he whose early days were marked by prudence and self-restraint. In the blue money box every cent he earned. Already as a child he began to lend, at 7%. And would give 10 cents to the Cleveland Baptist Church. He had no time for relaxation or friends. Devout, he began to grow rich with the Civil War. His chaste accountant's soul feared none but God, neither judges, senators, competitors, nor the press, nor the general public. The most reviled man of his day. The one who dodged every regulation. Rockefeller's eyes were awesome. He threw himself into the oil business with evangelical fervor. He never slept at night, scheming, calculating. His soft voice. His soft footsteps. But with a ferocious passion which was money, but stony-faced as he took it. Like Carnegie, he detested being a pioneer. Advising moderation, no gambling, no drinking, saving. Silence is golden, he used to say, and in silence he crushed all his competitors. Fraud, murder, terror, bankruptcies. In 1882 his company was turned into 40 companies. Standard Oil. And so his millions grew, as did the lines on his face. By then an old man, he said at a dinner, I discovered a new world, though at the time I didn't know it. The monopoly was the new world. He created the mother of trusts, Standard Oil, an empire as vast as the British. In its wake came all the other trusts, whiskey, steel, sugar, meat, iron, coal, copper. The means of production in socially concentrated forms. Or centralization. Monopolies. Forcing the others to draw less from the wells. Standard Oil machine operators belong to Standard Oil like the machines. As powerless to seek a wage rise as the machines. God gave me my money, he would say. Like a shark's, his mouth lipless. Carnegie's vision was in that London conversion of his, the thousands of shimmering tons of steel rails. Throughout the United States. Everything came easy to those people. The interweaving of railway lines. Bringing railways together, they brought industries and businesses together, and railway networks, which were networks of industries and businesses, networks and more networks, and so one person owner of everything, and as a result still more owner of everything. Buying and selling. Capital, industries, men, and raw materials. They went on to become patrons of the arts, benefactors of churches, owners of newspapers and of politicians. Their businesses well structured and smooth running but behaving on the exchange with Bacchic frenzy. Nativities purchased like shares and bonds. And the Rembrandts going up in price like the railroads. Canticle 22. In an unexceptional galaxy. In the beginning, when the expansion that is still with us began. First there was chaos according to Hesiod. The sudden appearance of matter and space exploding out of nothing. How did things start to emerge from nothing? If galaxies fill the whole of space, how do they expand? Unless it is space that is expanding, simply the scale of all distances. And the start of expansion is the creation of the universe. The closest thing to the act of creation that science has discovered. Nothing physical could occur before the start of expansion which satisfies the requirements of an act of creation. Before the expansion not only was there no matter but neither time nor space. If something happened before, it was before there was before. But a mechanism separated matter from antimatter. The quantum leap from nothing to time. Coleman mentions. Agreed, creation may be explained without the need of a creator. But maybe the universe started to be when the creator ceased participating, the supposedly atheistic hypothesis of Atkins. The timeless photon. Almost all the universe is empty space. Possibly the most conspicuous of its characteristics is its emptiness. There's also the metaphor that chaos is order. And the possibility of black holes within black holes within black holes. And the arrival at your destination before you've set out. And the fact that antimatter is matter oriented backwards in time. Newton discarded. And the whole of Einstein continues to be supposition. The universe, after all, is a hypothesis, says de Sitter. And if the universe is merely a part of the universe, the question of how many subatomic particles there are in the universe can be answered. But there are questions that would require a new mathematics to be answered. And other questions that would require new theories for phenomena outside the ambit of existing theories. New laws of nature that could be waiting to be discovered. There's still something missing in physical theory and physicists don't know what it is. Scientists searching now for the real reality. The laws of quantum theory are not about particles but about our knowledge of particles. Nature has a sense of humor and is pulling our leg. We don't see light, merely its effects on molecules. And light and matter have become muddled to us. Particle/wave or Schrödinger's theory. What do I know about that equation and the theory that the entire universe is merely one bubble, never mind if you don't like it, in an infinite foam of universes? The so-called Trey-Emin theorem. Sam Trey-Emin of Princeton University. Impossible things usually don't happen. Einstein was horrified by that balance in modern physics between genius and madness. And to gaze at that above which is all emptiness. Emptiness, that's to say all silence. Where supernovas explode in total silence. Meteors fall silently on the moon, opening huge craters in silence. That stormy brilliant river above us of stars, dust, gas, the Milky Way, which is silent. And furthermore the greater part of its mass is invisible. The non-brilliant Milky Way, like saying in the realm of dreams. What's typical of our universe is black empty space. And if the center of our universe is a black hole, round 100 million suns sinking together into a circle as small as the size of the Earth, or a tennis ball, or a grain of sand, or less. Is it for you in your practical life an absurd universe? Is there someone beyond the silent void who listens to the faint cough in a child's throat in the night? We cannot speak of where. There is no cosmic limit and therefore there's no cosmic center. We're in a world without center or border. The world's center is there where the world is thought. Here where the Earth's crust trapped the light and out of it made life, and life that would multiply and then think. We are on a planet which is full of questions. Such as why the distribution of galaxies on a grand scale is so uniform. Such as why there are galaxies more millions of light years away than the age of the universe, without ever having reached there, moving at a greater speed than the speed of light to an observer, without them even having had to move. All this on account of the curvature of space-time. And that the real world is not of particles and waves but observation of it. The word quantum refers to the aspect of nature which goes against common sense. The same as what Feynman has said, that you had to discard common sense to understand the atom. Where do the stars go which sink into themselves? Before we never knew we were traveling in a spaceship. Or are we merely a disposable planet? Quasars billions of light years away from us, separated by billions of years of time. Perhaps the size of our solar system and brighter than 100 billion suns, brighter than galaxies. To the extent that there are astronomers who refuse to accept it, and it's still not known what they are. Whether chains of exploding supernovas or nuclei of runaway galaxies heading towards black holes, towards unfathomable centers of permanent darkness. The child swimming in calm waters as in a state of imponderability. And suddenly in a totally different medium. Helpless now in the face of earthly gravitation he tumbles from one side to another. And beneath the cascade of noises and colors. Already in the dark he heard a melody, the beat of the maternal heart. Could already distinguish between tranquil and restless rhythm. 4-month foetus he was smiling or screwing up his tiny face. Now he has entered a vaster rhythm, time. He has been born to time. But he was born knowing how to make sounds. The scream. And to understand sounds made to him in his mother's arms. All is well, the world is good. Let's suppose there are several million civilizations at this moment in the galaxy. If we are not alone in the universe we must be the youngest. The rest, superior beings. Could they be transmitting? But how to tune into the right star? We could be surrounded by extraterrestrial messages without the adequate tuner. Like when we were on the brink of discovering language. Planets with their days in light, from their homely star and their nights of infinite distant stars, we among them. Will our minds understand one another? Our machines and theirs? It seems it's inevitable that there be stars and intelligence. Why shouldn't there be other heavens and other earths? Thought 10 mu. Perhaps from there they might tell us of the new society. It would be to believe that the solar system solely existed so that they could look at it from other places, tiny, in their most distant starry nights and nothing more. Night and day the stars shine, day and night, by day we don't see them. The universe is all night, with stars, night, and day only night. In the interstellar spaces only light or deep darkness without twilight. Light lights up nothing without an organ gazing on it. For example, let's consider the universe a few million years after, or at the time it was the size of a grapefruit. The temperature at the moment of creation. Hydrogen began to form small clusters. To be able to gaze on worlds in the present and in the past. Alfonso's equations, distance equals silence, vision equals sound, equations in poems by Alfonso Cortés. The universe is not bound by space but space by the universe. There is space as far as there is matter, a space without matter wouldn't be space. In a universe expanding like a football without center of expansion or center of the universe. Of course the expansion of the universe is that of space itself, it's not that the galaxies scatter like frightened pigeons. The flowing on and on of time in the expansion of the universe is the shift from the state of hotter to colder. However, the equations of relativity, it's said, permit a way back in time's journey. The present depends on the past. And the future on the present. Did the past equally depend on the future? Without future there's no time. And without time there's no beginning. There is no experiment for the physical passage of time. Late and early are relative. Just as relativity rendered distance meaningless. The concept of space and time is subject to new changes. For example, possibilities of traveling to other space-times. The principle is maintained that the universe is a region of space-time which dwells in the future. The Persian Sufi al-Sufi gazed from the turret or minaret into the pearl-sown sky like a nebulous shock of camel hair, vaporous, blurred more than 2 million light-years away, tenuous like a night candle through a sullied glass. Thus Andromeda appeared in a telescope for the first time in 1611. 100,000 million galaxies can be seen through telescopes now. Structures that have existed from the dawnings of cosmology. Through materials of the earth we have gazed at the heavens, raising up eyes into the nocturnal sky to lights which emerged before Homo sapiens existed, and radiations generated when there was no Milky Way. We see it as it was, and not as it is. Astrophysicists are archaeologists of most ancient radiations. From a wheelchair the entire universe. Hawking, deformed, in a wheelchair because of amyotrophy, able to move merely a few fingers imperceptibly to speak through a computer with a metallic voice, the expert on black holes, determined to read, he says, God's thought, searching for grand unification, until such time as all physics is explained, the origin of the universe, its workings, its end, and there are no more physics Nobels. There are numbers in the universe which cannot be written except with a universe of zeros. In spite of everything you are important, you, molecular structures on a middling planet of a common or garden star in a suburb of an average galaxy. We are self-conscious space-time. We are the explanation of the cosmos according to Hawking. We are the midpoint between atoms and the stars and between the mini-particle and the observed universe. The decidedly strange form of the human body. Midnight in Solentine, and I gaze at the stars from the window by my bed. Our galaxy 100 light-years in diameter and more than 400 million stars. They thought that it was wheat scattered by ISIS. And the Bushmen, the embers of campfires. And our telescopes detect galaxies thousands of millions of light-years away. Billions and billions of galaxies and baby galaxies. Lights as old as the universe. We see galaxies heading away, said Eddington, like someone who sees an airplane go by, not knowing where it's bound. A bit of black has greater intensity than the whole night. In this patch of night in my window, how many planets are there without life and how many with life, flying by? What will our brothers' anatomy be like, their biochemistry, their music? Sagan calculates around 1 million technical civilizations alone in our galaxy. Reagan was chopping wood on Sky Ranch. And he had a brainstorm recalling the film Star Wars directed by George Lucas. He had been worried by the squabbling between bishops and missiles. The advances of the peace movement. He'd already caused quite a scare with the open window business, in the skies of the USA, a gaping hole left by Carter through which the entire Soviet arsenal could enter. It had yet to occur to him to inspire fear with the imminence of the invasion of the Nicaraguan hordes. He had the flash of insight and flew to Washington. And he gave a speech very beautiful in parts and its thoughts, some of them written by him. The balance of terror is immoral, with which he wrested the crozier from the bishops and the placards from the pacifists. Better to save lives than to avenge them. Star Wars is for peace, said Reagan. It's just to destroy the missiles before they reach the ground. Thus to make nuclear weapons obsolete from the sky. It would fill the children of the XXI century with millenary happiness. Pax Americana. Nostalgia for those golden years and happy days when only they had the bomb. Now the innocent missiles were pathetically defenseless in their silos. Thus the screen man declaimed on television. Words with hot dog simplicity. American as the corn of apple pie. Pie in the sky? Pentagon and State Department stammered. NASA blamed the films of his younger days. NATO next day leapt alarmed from its bed. Was mad over mutually assured destruction? The balance of terror had biblical authority. No longer any war on Earth but in the uncertain sky. Wasn't Star Wars just a film? This was riding into space, firing into the air John Wayne, or Reagan, style. Without thinking how easy it is in space to blind infrared sensors and deafen radars. And the difficulty of ionizing hundreds of kilometers of sky to conceal a vehicle for 3 minutes. As well as submarines so huge the ocean would scarcely be deep enough to hide them. Without mattering to him that the whole world together could not pay that astronomical cost, Reagan flew back again to chop wood on his Sky Ranch. The larger the ball of gas, or rather the pressure inwards, the hotter its center. The stars, and on their fringes the planets. A universe that exists as though to be observed by us. The mystery of why a world ideal for life appeared with Big Bang. Darwin thought, the beginning of life had to be part of a general law. We have measured the universe, or at least we have calculated its age. If the solar system were the size of an olive, our galaxy would be the size of the Earth, and Andromeda would be as far away as the Moon. The distance is so great because time is so long. And because the stars separated so much, our existence was possible. Apparently immutable in the night sky, they change, some no longer exist. Astronomically ephemeral like human life. To ancient supernovas we owe life, since through them we have flesh with heavy elements. So many stars have died so that we might live. They are born of gas and dust, and in the end they will sink into the night, their gas exhausted. Ephemeral as flowers and as human life. In a boat in Solentiname, while it was growing dark, from blue to black, the first stars, and soon after really full of stars. Without the shore now. Bobbing up and down, only the galaxy above us. Did you see that light? No, which? Yes, and that other one? Same as the ones above, but level with the waves, appearing and disappearing, solitary, scintillating, Don Patricio's tiny light, lights of the Abandos, of Doha Saba, of Mustache. Life and consciousness are properties of the stars. Macrocosm and microcosm are inseparable units. The whole sustains the parts, which in turn are the whole. Cosmic and atomic are the same. A unity exists in the universe which goes beyond its uniformity, the unity that without everything nothing can exist. Matter, which is particle and wave. And particle and wave are you and I, waves like those of the ocean, those of sound, those of light. Waves come from where and going where? How life emerged from inorganic matter. The boundary between matter and life is confused, and even life is confused. We are not life in the cosmos, but living self-knowing cosmos. And if it is to end, what lies behind it? There must be a boundary. But I ask, what might the boundary of the universe be like? And what might not lie beyond the boundary? Looking further out in telescopes, we gaze further back into the past. And already we are a most distant past in telescopes which on most distant galaxies are gazing at us. Mathematics may scorn small magnitudes, but not the infinitely large, or the infinite. And truly we have an instinct for infinity. No mathematically valid means of eliminating infinities exists. Although there are theoreticians who eliminate infinities from equations, dividing an infinity by another infinity, with which you can get any result. 100,000 million galaxies in the observable universe, with roughly 100,000 million stars each. Not to mention non-observable universes. The galaxies rotating, gigantic girandoles. Unimaginably enormous on a cosmic scale, the galaxies are insignificantly small, and groups of galaxies are the atoms of cosmology. How God made it, said Einstein. To know his thoughts. The rest is details. And human life of middling rank in the universe. We are to an atom what a star is to us. Don't write about something so remote as the galaxy, Sylvia says to me. And me, but we're in it. Canticle 23. Room 5600. Returning to Earth dwellers. They had a happy childhood on the banks of the Hudson, on a 3,500-acre property with 11 mansions and 8 swimming pools and 1,500 servants and a huge house of toys. But once grown up, they moved in to occupy room 5600, in fact floors 55 and 56 of the highest skyscraper in the Rockefeller Center, where hundreds and hundreds of foundations and businesses are managed, as in reality is the case as Sing, E. Fortune. Dependent on room 5600, the millionaires in Venezuela, private enterprise in Brazil, and UNI. First came the ads in Latin American newspapers and radio emanating from room 5600, a formative education for the young Rockefellers in the vulnerabilities of the press, every program with the press divided into two categories: economic warfare and psychological warfare. Doing with the news, Nelson explained to the Senate, the same as is done militarily. And room 5600 has undercover observers, like the first spawning of the present CIA, informing on the proprietor's editorial line, personal opinions, down to the lowliest reporter. From which emerged its propaganda analysis dossiers systematically organized on Latin American public opinion. Thus in room 5600 they learned the rudiments of news manipulation. They soon discovered that news isn't born of facts but of group interests. And so it was that Latin American news, edited in Washington, with economic incentives and economic pressures reached Latin America from room 5600 together with canned editorials, telephotos, flashes, exclusives, cartoon strips, and Walt Disney for the cinema, until 80% of the world news for Latin America, originating in Washington, was strictly controlled and monitored in New York by room 5600, and thus all the businesses of Latin America, and its misery, had to do with that room 5600. An operation which only required sufficient funds from room 5600. The mind, the passions. What the landlady of a rooming house thinks. The stroller along the deserted beach. A silhouette of lovers kissing beneath the moon, room 5600's influence greater than the moon's, the opinions of Octavio Paz or Pablo Antonio Cuadra. Whether you say Rose or you say Russia, room 5600 influences that. Perceptions conditioned by room 5600. And thousands of Latin American journalists invited by room 5600 to Miami Beach where it's all fake, even the sea's fake, a serval sea out in front of the hotel. So that 220 asterisk. Nicaragua totalitarian country. Sandinistas persecute the church. Mosquitoes massacred. Terrorists. That's why, Yankee journalists, La Prensa is censored. Monopoly over what the public reads, hears, sees, as they saturate the air with carbon monoxide, mercury, lead. As for the press, silence was imposed on the poor. This from Nelson. From David, the younger one, the Chase Manhattan Bank tied into almost every major business in the world in the same room 5600 where the whole of the huge dispersed fortune is only one, in a single room. With as many public relations people in room 5600 as they had servants in their childhood. Their criminal image thus transformed into one of philanthropists. About whom it was said they did everything, as with oil, to Yankee politics, except refine it. Corporations growing carcinoma-like. And thanks to room 5600 the Holy Family dumped in trash heaps. Children playing next to streams of shit on account of their monopolies. Their monopolies growing fat on malnutrition. Monopolies making the planet more expensive, bread and wine, happiness, medicine, the divine comedy. Manhattan seen from the sea like a holy mountain and as though celestial the skyscrapers erected by usury in one of which. Room 5600, its Luciferian lights. The gleaming waters of Lake Erie without fish because of its sewers, those of room 5600. Ducks coated in oil. Toxic wind over deserts and dead rivers. Contaminating the species with radioactive iodine, room 5600. Chocolates or napalm, they manufacture them both. And manufacture facts. At dusk you look out from the car, over the sulfurous swamps, the tremulous fires of the oil refineries like purgatory, and above them like a city of Oz the glass skyscrapers lit up Wall Street and Rockefeller Center with its room 5600. Every Secretary of State since Dean Acheson, that means since I was 25, has worked for a Rockefeller organization. Do you remember those new companies lusted after on the exchange like nubile maidens? Their orgies with voluptuous and smiling surplus values in room 5600. Does Rembrandt pay dividends? And the dividends from the Vietnam War. SO profits reaching stratospheric heights. 1 gallon of gasoline which cost the planet to produce it $1 million. And Venezuela selling its oil for trinkets. 12-year-old girls on sale in the Northeast. The acidic yucca flower. Sterilization of women in the Amazon. Monopoly even on life. the millions flowing back to them as though through oil pipes, owners of land banks, industries, human beings as though through oil pipes from where the fields are enormous and the leases minimal. They flooded New York with moral bonds, that's to say fictitious, hence the bankruptcy of New York on account of the millions in room 5600's moral bonds. Terrorizing entire peoples with ferocious stories. Its vampiresque shadow over culture, academies. The whole weight of the printing presses over us. Subjected to the whims of its limited companies. That's why, Daniel Barragan, the Nicaraguan young are fighting. Be it milk or poison, never mind the product, bread or napalm, never mind the product. David, for example, lunched with a Mr. Carter on Wall Street, and once lunch was over chose him as President of the United States. They continued their happy childhood in room 5600. Canticle 24. Latin American documentary. That the Chaco War was between Eso and Shell, Galeano, you should know this. Or the millions of Paraguayans killed by Rockefeller, you should know this. Paraguay, there's not a child who cannot read and write that was in 1845. It's in Galeano. The balance of payments with a large surplus also in 1845. Later Carlton Beals couldn't find a painter, a poet. All abroad. Nor books. Like the exile in the VLTH century before our era. Now throughout Europe it's the diaspora. Their economists and sociologists roam the streets aimlessly. Once more like the great pilgrimages to the land without evil through the Rhine forests, seeking to cross the ocean, in the direction of daybreak, free of death, of mosquitoes, of foreigners, fertile lands to cultivate freely, free of vast estates. They settled for staying in their huts by the sea. In the small square the men with their timbrels, the women with their bamboo pipes. The manuscripts of Fray Bartolomé de las Casas, property of the Creole Company of Caracas, while the Indians last, once kept in the convent of Saint Philip Neri. If your majesty were not to remove them from the Spanish, without doubt all shall perish in few days. The following day the shares of Anaconda rose, fell by half when Allende took office. Scientific knowledge of reality is necessary to the prophet. And barbarism can strike suddenly like a bolt from the blue. A fat man shouting in the street, we won on, shambling like a fat man, fingers in V, euphoric over the military coup, and the military shoot him from a truck. ITT was cabling frantically from Santiago requesting economic chaos in Chile. Never a more meticulous massacre. But though they cut down all the flowers, spring will return, imprisoned priest. Or how the army took the decision to murder the Guatemalans. The U.S. Embassy suggested it be done out of uniform. And that was the last he was heard of. Evening paper. First the big party, and they were laughing, they looked at themselves in mirrors and laughed, painted, feathered, with tooth and shell necklaces, and following the drunken orgy on Cacha del Rey, the massacre. The open veins of Latin America, clothes infested with epidemics. For the children cholera lace sweets. And when His Eminence the Cardinal left his hour-long meeting with the Justice Minister, asked by reporters if he touched on the Mato Grosso genocide, he replied, "We had it in mind to talk of that affair, but we forgot about it. Flee from the mountains they must, countless hordes in hiding there. They ceased to be slaves without becoming free. Now they dance the dance of the conquest, monotonous dance, monotonous. Melodies based on Spanish melodic models, monotonous dance of the conquest, and if the sound of the flageolets is so sad, the melancholic music of the flageolets, it's because they are not theirs, they are defective instruments which were imposed on them." Also some time back Perillo wrote to me that in Los Llanos he uncovered a terrible secret, tiger hunters who at times went hunting for non-animals. Also right there in Colombia, absolved by the defense argument that they didn't know killing Indians was a crime. In Brazil in 10 years they stole $82 million from the Indians. O Globo also in favor of blood exports. And there in Haiti the legislative chamber, the church, the judiciary sided with terror. Jubilant te deums for baby doc te deum laudamus during the present state of siege, Guatemala once again, that the poor should not mill around the tourist zones, negative image of the country, but bombs raining down on the pet pound N. And the Cardinal Archbishop of Guatemala with feudal mitre and beneath oligarchic pallium in most solemn procession trampling over the oppressed. The oppressed, and a carpet of flowers and colored sawdust. She who wheels around her two handicapped sons in a small cart. The TB sufferer living under the rusty remains of a car. It's enough to ask, who makes the laws in Guatemala? The majority of Latin American bishops professing the Monophysitic heresy, without wishing to offend the Armenians. Just as the Cuban Catholic Church had fallen into the old heresy of Docetism. And Argentina news that in the Argentinian night the press hushes up, Cacho's in jail, they arrested him the following week at I'm telling you what we know from Coca at 2 in the morning they rang the bell. Poor neighborhood under moon silver distant sound of Milonga and Cardinal Danny and OU in the banquet to the 400 Argentinian officers did not say. Don't harm anybody, nor bring false accusations and be content with your pay a good priest yet he yielded to the temptation of idealism. Led to a red car, the whole neighborhood saw it. That was the last time his wife saw him alive. My neighborhood, how unsettled is your soul like a pining sparrow. Lights of these cities like the firmament braided with stars laughing lights, Rio, Mexico City. And all around a cordon of tears/shanties chabalas jackals favelas villas miseria conte grill/cod goes off in Sao Paulo and they add Creolian so that the poor won't retrieve it from the refuse and Carolina Maria de Jesus in a notebook which she fished from the refuse, wrote that her father told her I'll give you 100 cruceiros for your cunt and she gave it to him and he only gave her 50. The girl tore up the money. Señor Montero, forgive me but you told me that we were going filming. Through the rain the letters, Motel Señor Montero, I don't want. You told me 4 months later I found out I was expecting. Obese general like a ball of cheese in limousine with pretty girl Paraguay again and the prisons bursting, 300,000 in exile and almost half the land property of 25 people exactly. But the landowners' land-grabbing law Allende dusted off to grab back from the big landowners. In a dusty folder kept by an old one-eyed man. It was frightening notaries with cut lilies. That mine in Lota which I visited, the owners once had a castle in that mine and Versailles parties and under the castle at 1,000 meters below sea level, beneath the parties, in the coal their miners sweated black sweat. And the textile factory that at the official exchange rate imported machinery, looms, from Paris from one of their own firms which sent unusable machines, no longer working, hundreds of looms that would never weave any thread the dollars remaining in Santiago on the black market, and I lunched there with the proud workers, now nationalized, kissed babies in their creche, and their Pinochet later killed so many workers, the workers of sumac hanging from trees. Trees of such beauty. Vespucci to Lorenzo de Medicis. That it felt like being in the earthly paradise. Oh, the chateau tropical amid coffee groves, the woman on a divan, tired from doing nothing, the black nanny whisking the chocolate. Hunger another of its traditions. And in Port-au-Prince presidential palace out of a musical comedy. Close to which, coconut palms, blue turquoise smelling of salt, the picturesque thatched hut, and in the doorway the child with elephantiasis. Exactly like an elephant's leg. What are you going to tell me, Che? It's the system. They pay their newsmen and their gangsters. Propaganda and torture. The people flattened as though by bulldozer. Shining blood on the asphalt. And that reporter told me we have orders to print any news against Allende and to suppress any news favorable to Allende. The boy on Costa Rica is Lana C6N. This is Lana C6N. And the nation. Monsignor Pimiento, president of the Bishops' Conference, which, it's all the same, gave his backing to the state of siege. Children knocked down by firemen's hoses. The sick student under their cudgels. His collar bone. Boot upon pregnant belly. The stench of the Buenos Aires slums rising up to the Lord of the hosts. Or again in Brazil, wire on my testicles revived with ammonia to that horror for aspiring to a world of love and union. Electrodes. Electrodes for all. He sold all the islands, banks, rocks, territorial waters. And so, the Haitians exiled without leaving the country. Zombified church. Interrogations in the National Palace and thrown into sulfuric acid in the president's presence. With the result at the least whisper of wind in the trees their conversations freeze. All the shares in the Haiti National Bank bought up by the National City Bank. So, words of the advisor to the Treasury, Haiti lends money to Wall Street. So it's also been said, if Haitians didn't sell their blood, what would they sell? Duvalier Jr. inspects the troops dressed as a panther. In a panther or leopard uniform, yet the beast's face is more human. Who demonstrated in effect he had no political prisoners, having earlier to that end killed them all. And the Swiss official from the International Red Cross satisfied. Haiti's offer is substantial, starving figures, lining up, to sell the amber-colored plasma in their veins, their proteins, globulins, mineral salts, antibodies, supply like demand very buoyant. What they sell, the richest part of their blood. The open veins. And off it flies to the USA, the frozen plasma of the Port-au-Prince poor. The daily bled. Also the export of cadavers. 100 a week to American universities. Also the Homo Caribbean and the Blood Export Center estimate 4,000 liters a day of Central American blood, Somoza the biggest exporter, and the dictator swiftly sweeps by in his macabre Cadillac. On the corners, leaning against shop fronts. Daisies sprung up from the economic putrefaction. The young whore in Puerto Rico, my first kiss was in the cinema. Don't remember the boy's name. It was in the Royal. A film with Maria Antonietta Pons. And the boy put his arm round me and all, and went to kiss me, and as he kissed me he stuck his tongue in my mouth. He was hugging me and squeezing me and all, a boy of the very nicest and best, but you know, with a gentleness like with a flower, like when someone goes to take a budding rose and put it in a glass and doesn't want the bud to fall off. The young Puerto Rican whore. That's how the young whore told it all. Or again, Uruguay blows from the butt of a machine gun in the police station, naked, doped with ether, blindfolded jail enclosure, heavily fortified military police guard dogs couldn't see who was doing the interrogation. He was North American in English. What were we doing? Contact names, addresses, or Noche. You're in Argentina. Argentinian night boats that will remain forever on the wharf, shadows that lengthen in the night of pain. In another room, another beating, more blood, same answers given. Again and so on. Coal boats that will never set sail. Ass wind, evil wind, of punishment, anthropophagical wind. The hurricane wind. It brings the devil. When the waterspout arrives, sweeping away trees, crops, animals, man remains motionless. It also penetrates the body, produces death. It's capitalism, imperialism in Peru. Just like the excamnical wind, when it comes the Maya take out gourds of ash to draw crosses on the ground. And now a poor and sad city, Potosi. The open veins. The young Puerto Rican whore, they ask in English. And you'd say yes. He was saying, how much? You suffer a lot in this fun life. One night an American wanted, let's put it crudely, 2 fucks for 5 pesos. You know, he wanted me twice for 5 pesos. The jubilant ringing of bells greeted the new laws. And some were saddened. They cursed Fray Bartolomé de las Casas. Without man there is no world, the Chilean peasant said to the anthropologist. Huaylanquili was digging the earth to sow yucca, and he brought out a shining yellow stone. Huaylanquili. That's how the gringos came to Huayzacan. That's how the fish began to die, the shrimps, because of the cyanide. Our river before was crystalline. And like the shrimps and the fish, the mosquitoes and sumo. And soon none will be left in Brazil. Due to titanium, thorium, uranium, manganese, bauxite, zirconium, thallium, mercury, those that remain hardly know they are Indians. Equally the monkeys, the toucans, the iguanas. In brief, the Amazon. Of the 200,000 Portuguese words in the shacks of the Northeast, only an average of 300. Julino spoke to them in parables. Wages are like a lump of sugar. Case Aldeliga seen as diabolical, and Saint Monsignor Romero. A conservative Christ and his vicar on earth, a utopian capitalist Pole. El tiempo el mercurio la prensa la C6 en el comercio o globo extra. Camilo Torres dead, they toast as though with champagne with the blood of the poor. God sick and tired of so many high masses in Colombia. 100 children dying daily of hunger in the delightful Colombian countryside, and the Cardenal, you should trust in the mercy of my God. And in Bogotá on Corpus they bring out the body of Christ in that huge green monstrance with so many emeralds that the people call it the lettuce. I was hungry, sick and tired of pontifical masses. But to the pectoral cross Camilo preferred the cross of Jesus. Had he preached in the language of pastorals and encyclicals, he'd have died of natural causes. The rector had forbidden us to mention his name in the seminary of Christ the priest. They buried him secretly in the forest, saying, let's hope he never rises. James the Apostle quite categorical, liturgy pensions for widows, nurseries for children, and not to be contaminated by capitalist mentality. My society is not of this establishment, Jesus said to Pilate. And that red and black poster, in so many students' rooms, like a sacred heart, it's not the president of the Bank of Cuba, nor the minister for industry, it's El Che risen again. Whoever wants a telephone has to buy shares from Trujillo, which Mr. Trujillo himself will later purchase at a lower price, which oscillates between a vulgar assault. Who nevertheless donated the chapel in Cuernavaca, work of angelic architect, Brother Gabriel. Madero told them, fine. Now the revolution's over. We won. Villa said, General, the revolution's not over. It's not. Course it is. It's not true, says Zapata. No, General, the revolution's still not over. Expropriated of their land and their history. Collective memory now mere tourist exotica. Schizophrenic socio-economic system. The commissions having met, the certificates discussed, etc. One stood up, seized them without paying a peso, nothing, because God granted land deeds to no one. To the Colombian peasant we say, Compavtero, invade. Now he's conscious and not like a damn fool. They're invading and creating a huge fuss, they say. Go fuck yourselves. Because with our children we've shed blood. We bathed the roads in blood. Their hands are full of the poor's surplus value. Take from the mouth of every poor person a little sugar, through a small rise, for holidays on the C6 d'Azur because of the cement monopoly, the mother sleeping on the pavement clutching her little ones. The onset of the plunder of everything, says the Cumail. But it will descend, says the Kilambalam of Cumail, the justice of God, in a fell swoop across the world. For the time being they go down to the market in their tattered queenly costumes. Called the rubble of the national economy, thanks to whom the national economy exists. And the entire Guatemalan legal system is criminal. In Bolivia everything exactly as it was in the colonial period except for the Coca-Cola ads. The open veins. The child news vendor, the prostitute, the beggar on Revolution Avenue. The poor began to plant corn, but the caciques did not want this, and they spoke amongst themselves. They formed committees. Well, we're not going to let them plant so as to keep our laborers. So the laborer, poor man, he goes to offer himself so they'll give him maize. Vasconcelos said, here in Mexico there's no literature because the truth is hardly ever spoken. Administrative corruption, land problems, etc. Short stories, ideologically impoverished, and Jospound revueltas in jail. The first night was in the Silver Cup. It has some letters which flash on and off. That night, cause I was new, me sat in the corner. Then Luz Celeste brought me a man. You know how ashamed it makes you, you know what it is to go day after day and day after day to that business. The old Jew had a jeweler's. He says, Rabbi, we had all we wanted to eat. But there were children starving in Cuba. We had no ration books, but the poor were hungry. Tell me, Rabbi, what does our religion say? Rabbi, you see those shoes? They're not as good as the ones I had. But you saw people barefoot on the streets of Havana. Rabbi, what's best according to the religion? We shopkeepers made a living, but Rabbi, young girls were selling themselves on the streets. Rabbi, the peasants couldn't afford a doctor. Shalom Elohim, Rabbi. Now we don't have some winning while others lose. We eat or suffer hunger altogether. Is that bad, Rabbi? Tell me, Rabbi, didn't we do well to remain here? Religion-wise, Rabbi. Like the dreary drizzle of Colombian towns in misty muddy streets, ever more muddy, the oligarchy. The coffee growers rancorous. Streets of San Salvador, like dogs run down by a car. No completely convincing evidence, the massacres, says the State Department. The president of the World Bank proposes instead of an increase in per capita income contraceptives to reduce the capitas. Argentinian Nights. Taken away in a car with her eyes blindfolded. Destination unknown. I guess at the twinkling of the lights that in the distance the 110-volt prod, the 210 time you get out you'll be no use to any man as a woman. For me the whole of life was like a spring sun. Puppet or tyrant governments. Or puppet and tyrant. United Fruit and the Yankee Army squabbled over who should control Honduras until the State Department resolved the dispute. General Ubico was a sentimental soul who was never moved or took pity. Alone? I'm always alone. He used to say he had no friends, only domesticated enemies. His hatred extended to all written thought. Once having wanted to burn the National Archives. Then came the firing squads. Thereafter he began beatings in his office. Continent devastated by national security. So many loves shattered by national security. The soft steps of the rubber solace. Next it will be the sitting on slimy excrement. The soft steps of the rubber solace day, night, they keep on pursuing you. Then comes the pit with water and confessions muttered amid shadows and pentodal. It seemed that everything was over, no voices could be heard. My beloved Buenos Aires, never shall I see you again. Young men's bodies torn apart in the ferns. And by the way, that expression that so typifies them, Hitler, Somoza, Reagan. Faces as if smelling a foul smell. Bodies thrown to the sharks in Trujillo City. Blue turquoise reverberating, blue lazuli celestial glimmering, glassy gleam, blue lapis lazuli translucent blue turning to methylene blue, the hills emerald that moment, pearl-colored clouds, smell of salt, of seaweed, reefs teeming with submerged life, and prisoners one by one being hurled from the cliff. And here I can fit in the Jabali. Jabali Gold Mine and Trading Company Limited. A vast cemetery brimful of crosses. Only the huge wheels have remained in the hills, empty tunnels, and decaying crosses on the hillside. Like tunnels made by a colony of large-headed ants, said the old miner, like the tunnels in a Zompapo anthill. That's what the graves were like in the cemetery. The young men were hale and hearty. And like tunnels the miners' lungs. Within 6 months they were in the ground. It's calculated that in the good old days, there'd be 3,000 cases of silicosis. And on the streets of Santo Domingo, Chantal's coughs. Miserable discoverers of rich veins who remained in misery. Great bars of gold, weighing 90 and 100 pounds, passed through the hands of the poor who were always poor. And not just those crosses. Also many graves lost in the hills. The Secretary of State had been deeply disturbed by violations of the Monroe Doctrine in the Dominican Republic. Which explains Lilies, the country's most terrible tyrant, alone surpassed by Trujillo. Trujillo and God. He ate simply. Breakfast was light. Lunch frugal. His drink just a goblet of cognac. Punctual to the point that punctuality was an half-hour earlier. Friends he had none. Clemency unknown to him. If ever he gave the impression of pardoning, it was a political manoeuvre. If dishonesty proved ineffective, he resorted to murder. Every form of deceit was second nature to him. Secrecy and unpredictable reactions, an instinct. His inveterate habit of uncertainty. His greatest strength was cynicism. Brutal with everyone, excepting his children and grandchildren. Beneath his two-cornered, ostrich-feathered hat, the immense rancor. Pitiless even in his magnanimity. Ecstatic at human suffering, trembling with pleasure his small goblet of cognac. The airplane that came in the afternoon from Puerto Rico would fly low over the ominous island, in melancholy twilight. Or boat passengers viewed with fascination and terror Trujillo's sinister island slipping away in the blood-colored sunset. Cemetery, he said, is a Greek word which means inexorable warning to the living. He gave orders to kill with his voice sharpening but without emotion. Imagine the effect if the Somoza delegation was horrified. The ones he chose, almost always virgins. Ghostly political parties. The foreigner who stepped out onto the streets at night, the slightest gust of wind shook him to the bones. From the Puerto Rican plain the sugar-cane plantation seemed sad or ghostly in the dusk. Something mysterious down below. The passengers gazed and were silent. And from the sea there in the distance, pale or powerful police lights, apparently, on the sea surface. The infernal promenade and boulevards. The only thing he didn't admire in Hitler was not using decorations. His collection of 2,000 suits and 10,000 ties. In the photo, wearing one of his most splendid uniforms. On his left the Pope, same one who refused to receive Gandhi in loincloth. Those on the afternoon flight leaving behind the somber hills suddenly completely eclipsed by tragic black storm clouds. Or to the boat passengers it was the will-o'-the-wisp glimmer of Trujillo City with its tongue-tied population and its prisons, sinking into the night and the sea. Galindez, enrolled for a doctorate at Columbia, was completing his thesis on that period, and he entered the New York subway at 10 p.m. Between 57th and 8th, and nothing more was ever known of him, merely that he'd have woken in a cell prior to torture and death, and Trujillo standing there. Thrown into a cauldron? Or to the sharks according to others? Or put into a block of fresh cement and the block dumped in the sea? Such total control that he didn't need to kill so much, according to Galindez, from the plane. You felt you were flying over a satanic country. Or at night from the boat, the eerie lights of Trujillo City. Confidential memorandum from ITT, that you tell Mr. Kissinger that Mr. Jeanine wishes to come to Washington to discuss the interests of ITT, being disposed to offer seven-figure sums, since all along we've dreaded an Allende victory and tried to alert other companies in the community. Personal and confidential, we've recommended over and above direct help the following: that we and other businesses in the Chilean community feed ads into the Mercurio and certain radio and TV outlets, and insist that key European papers reprint, and with the Savings and Loans Company faring badly and the banks failing to renew credit payments or stalling them, it would be a realistic hope that a bankrupt economy, runs on banks, factory closures, etc., might provoke a wave of violence, and our hearts sigh caressing the dream of a military coup. And Victor Jara sang there. Without a guitar and without hands, sang in the stadium when the officer told him, "Sing motherfucker," he sang. He sang to all those who were in the Chile stadium, and to God. God he addressed like a close friend. Why did he work so hard for 6 days for such a terrible world? A dead man, a bruised man I never ever believed in, he shouted. And silent in that stadium, the Supreme Being totally impotent in the face of Pinochet. And the song lingered there, not borne away on the wind, immobile like the cement of the terraces. It lingered, adhered to every step. It's still there, even with soccer, in the Chile stadium. In the morgue his eyes remained open, says one who saw him, as though looking death in the eye, or rather, God. Governments like public calamities. Ubico considered hospitals sissified. Papa Doc with his very peculiar cosmovision. Trujillo awarded the rub-pound and Dario order. And why go on? Bacuri's body was found on the beach without eyes, the bright shiny beach, the last he saw, Prussian, cerulean, cobalt, and his mouth gashed to his ears. The people who make the railways, the bread pins, or high up there finishing off the skyscraper, uneducated because they transform reality. And those lights above Caracas, above the skyscrapers, the mountains like a starry sky, they are the paltry lights of the poor. Their cordon of misery there in the sky. In other places they're hidden, not here, they can be seen from anywhere, and in the full sky. If we could see once again Zapata's bonfires. He'd said, well now, no way now they've all elected me, well now me. And now no way, they support me. Well we're all here, they replied. He fought for liberty, water, plots of land. But what went wrong? Right now they're selling their little houses to the rich, their few springs, dying of thirst, and the rich, next reservoirs. Next this, next that. Guest Airlines was bankrupt. And what happened? The National I don't know what covered Mr. Trujillo's losses with money from the starving Mexican people. He who donated the chapel in Cuernavaca, Morelos. Hold as enemies all the rich, Morelos would say. Temple of God. Temple of God. Temple of God. Temple of God through donations from the den of thieves. The rich who sweep by in their cars that throw up dust *, Granada still unpaved, thus that beggar praying in La Merced, praying at the top of his voice before the altar in La Merced, Granada, the rich who sweep by in their cars that throw up dust. On the elegant avenues of the walking mannequins scavenging like dogs trembling not from malaria but from hunger, their beds are crumpled newspaper on the pavement. El tiempo el comercio la C6N. Should I make these lines more poetic? The subreal poet wants these lines to be more poetic. And the famous cycle of the Recife crab faces crabs humans faces, people eat the crab that eats people's faces, but since there's ever more hunger and consequently less faces, the crabs growing scarce on the dunghills. The prisoner with no light thinks of the island of birds, the solitary island of birds, where there are only birds, and from afar its smell comes to us, of bird shit, long before it can even be seen from the boat across the waves, and a screeching of birds above the surf breaking on the rocks. Then came his mania for washing his hands and changing shirts. Told by the servant engaged to the chauffeur in the presidential house. They cut off Des Bones' penis. It must have been his blood that stained the shirt. You Medrano, tractor driver, to whom they read my Hora Zero, and you understood it. Nicaragua was a Middle Ages in which Radio Havana could be heard. That Moorish palace above Managua. He'd watch movies in the intervals between torture sessions. Would he side with the good guys or the bad in the films? The Pentagon's favorite. He learned how to torture in West Point. Torture? That's not torture, they're piffling exercises. The floor and the walls covered in shit and piss. Then talking rambling incoherently on the television my philosophy, he never knew how to smile. Only laugh. I'm talking about Somoza 3. The mosquito with his tongue cut out and his mouth sewed up with wire, he gave him a smash with the butt which broke the bone in his face. He handed them rope so they could tie up my husband, and they handed him over to the station. That was about 3 in the afternoon that they put him through. You could almost say Christ's passion, like you hang up a mosquito net. They had him in the air, his body naked, worse than Christ because Christ had a loincloth. They gouged out his eyes, cut off a piece of his tongue and gave him acid when he asked for water, and stitched his mouth up with wire, when nobody mentioned mosquitoes abroad. Like when that pirate, Lilliputiense, came into the lake who ate the hearts of prisoners. He would chew little pieces. The girl's name was Melania, and she hired an express launch to Solentiname to tell me, almost exclusively to tell me. Those hungry faces. I keep seeing them even when I switch off the television. Around the time young Laureano was saying in Solentiname, they think we're nothing. As though we were worthless. With his furious emphasis on nothing. Fonseca had spoken to me of the peasant's poetry, quoting one to me who said to him one night, "The moon is the light of the poor. They paying the bills of someone in Miami, in." Which means that 3 out of 7 peasants. Here are the statistics. The same as happens to Uruguayan wool, etc. Now commonplace. The peasant is idle, he says, at the Terraza Club between whiskey and oyster cocktails with no other task than that. Another who'd said, "I give them work," he gave them work, true enough, but not the fruit of their work. By royal decree the sale of Indians was authorized at fair prices. Medrano the tractor driver, my first conscious tears as a child, my little friend crushed in the sugar mill, with no help towards the wake, the burial, and the mill owner on his knees before Monseigneur Simon Pereira y Castel 6NS ring. In the telescopic sight. The child is in the sight. He's playing in the schoolyard. In the telescopic sight he and the ball. The guardia laughed afterwards. Like someone who's killed a bird. Cantinflas's logic is Cartesian, Cardenal said, compared to Mons. Vega. Even before the bishop excused the murder of children. Gorillas in white ceremonial costumes under tropical palms. The lepers raised their hands to the sky as Che's raft slipped away. But not long after the little Cuban boy is saying, to Iglesias, you see no shoes in the shops here because there's money to buy them. If in Mexico all the people could buy shoes, how many do you think would be left in the shops? Simple, there were none in the shops but on the feet. Can there be a way out? There can be a way out. Like the insect longing to break out to the sunlight, they're straight ahead, colliding again and again, until the window is drawn back for it and it flies out to freedom. The kingdom of heaven in the planets. In our cells the hero's chromosomes. On his poster there he is like a traditional Christ but with a hard face. He required of others what he required of himself. I was a doctor, said Che. As Madero said. Now the revolution's over. We won. Villa and Zapata. General, the revolution's not done yet. No, General, the revolution's still not done. Canticle 25. Visit to Weimar. In the beginning. There was no space and there was no time, since it was before time. The universe was shapeless and it was empty. Out of nothing something emerged and time began. Time, which is space. Space in which there are atoms and spirit. Elemental particles formed 92 atoms, and these atoms thousands of types of molecules, molecules whose properties stem from the elemental particles and from which cells come. From the moment molecules learned to create other molecules, it was inevitable that one day there'd be people writing about molecules. We went through Weimar and naturally stopped off at Goethe's house. There are his paintings. A Lucas Cranach. An Italian primitive. Also a pencil sketch he made of his beautiful wife asleep in the garden. The piano where the young Mendelssohn played. The Greek statues, his mineral collection. The desk on which he wrote Faust. The humble bed. The armchair he died in. The drawing rooms very elegant because he was prime minister, his bedroom modest like Lenin's in the Kremlin. The sofa where he talked the night away with the Prince of Weimar. Deep considerations about nature and art. A time he devoted more to natural sciences than to poetry. Here he discovered man's intermaxillary bone. Also the vertebrate theory of the cranium. 246. In 1790 he began the study of color theory. The same year he wrote The Metamorphosis of Plants. It was a snowy day when Schiller came to live in Weimar. Here he chatted with Napoleon. In 1815 he was appointed prime minister. It was also a kind of ministry of culture. This was the intellectual capital of Germany. Here the young Heine boasted to him that he too was writing his Faust and how delicious the plums of Weimar. The devastation that Schiller's death brought him. Palermo's botanical gardens led him to the protoplant. Working on the metamorphosis of animals, he argued with increasing emphasis that the poetic art is a common good of humanity and in all times and places it exists in thousands of people. Poetry writing could be taught to the masses. Only culture and barbarism concerned him, he said. Gradually he was being left alone. In 1827 his Charlotte died. The following year, the Grand Duke. But he had written, on high peaks there is always calm. At the end of Volume 2, Faust, now blind, has a vision of a free people living on this earth. He fastened the binding of Volume 2 with a lock and key and shut it away in a cupboard so they wouldn't read it. Later, he no longer left his apartment for the elegant salons. The day he was in his death throes in the armchair he thought he saw a letter from Schiller on the floor. And 15 minutes from there, set in the woods, we enter the highway of blood. The prisoners themselves paved it. It ends in desolate platforms where hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of trains used to arrive. They open for us the imposing bronze gates with floral grating. And huge letters in reverse on the grating which can only be read from inside. When the gates have been closed, each one gets what he deserves, like the entrance to Dante's Inferno. Lasciate ogni speranza, o voce entrate. It's the entrance to Buchenwald. Barbed wire within more electrified barbed wire. The horrendous watchtowers. And we saw the cremation ovens in red brick. The special cells for those who resisted, where heroes bellowed out to the whole camp not to surrender from the tiny hole with bars, before dying. It was truly another city. With as many inhabitants as Weimar. The bodies walking skeletons, their steps faltering, their terrified gaze empty. Everything well ordered. The name of each one who was going to arrive sent beforehand to the concentration camp with a copy to the Central Management of Concentration Camp, CC to the Gestapo, etc. With reference to previous discussions, I attach in duplicate for the appropriate end a list of those unfit for work, signed, Buchenwald Camp Doctor. In the surroundings, mounds of dead. The grey multi-story building where they left their clothes. Girls with elegant dresses emerged in the blue and white striped uniforms and the number tattooed on the left arm, many now to perish out of sheer sadness. Human skin was good for parchment. For writing poems on, love poems. For binding books. For lampshades. They shrank Jewish heads, like the Jivaro, as souvenirs. And doctors experimenting as they pleased on live bodies. There was 18 hours' work in December, amid snow and wind, in little more than a flimsy jacket, and due to the cold many flung themselves onto the wires to die electrocuted. The children herded apart, their barbed wire within more barbed wire within more barbed wire. Close to them a small wired pen with little bear cubs, the children loving those bear cubs, and when the children cried with hunger the guards poured the bear's lashings of milk right under the children's eyes, the cute bear cubs and the children crying, screaming. Blurred lights in the snow sweeping back and forth searching for the fugitive, and deep bark of police dogs behind the barbed wire and its echoes. You could tell whether they were burning bodies in the ovens according to whether the smoke was black or white. And also from the delicious smell of roast meat. The pastor's voice exhorting them gripped to the bars in the final cell. We saw the device for measuring a prisoner's height, and at the rear the shutter which opened and a hand came out with a pistol for a shot in the neck. Beforehand a doctor examined their teeth looking for gold. That's because they later discovered there was money in dead bodies, hair, gold teeth, lard, skins for painting. The capitalist economy gone mad. Contents of consignment. 2 kilos of hair in curls and tresses. At the platforms the death trains kept arriving. And in Weimar no one knew anything. They merely saw a forbidden zone and a file of trains. But they had their suspicions when a military truck crashed right in the city center and heaps of dead spilled out onto the street. These were the woods where Goethe walked. Close to here the oak beneath which Goethe read. And which the Nazis took great care of. One day a person writing about molecules. We were once a cloud of gas the size of the solar system. Later, a ball of lava. The earth revolved for 5,000 million years and began to talk. Basalt, granite, found a throat. The harmonic intervals of the notes of the scale that Pythagoras discovered, the same as the planets, the same as the intervals of sea waves, of sand dunes, of pendulums. A moon so that there'd be tides, and for lovers. The organ made simply to pump blood became the seat of suffering, dreams, and love. 92 atoms only, everything in existence. The unity of humanity and the union with all that surrounds it. Everything appears to interact with everything. There is speculation that before the expansion of the universe there was a contraction on an infinitely minute scale of galaxies, stars, and cosmologists. The present theories of physics strongly suggest the indestructibility of the mind in the face of time. Schrödinger has said. Canticle 26. On earth as in the heavens. In the beginning, from the moment time began. And before? Presumably the universe began in a chaotic state. And before? Before there was any before. A proton and a neutron join together to form a deuteron, the simplest of nuclear systems, but a new proton arrives and separates them forever. That's how everything started. Time still without time, say the Choi, in their woods where the rains never end, when the world was shaped in this liquid darkness before the sun dissipated the fog of electrons. And it has been transparent ever since then. From the beginning there was a union. Although the proton and neutron are separated forever by a proton, it is not appropriate for man to be alone, which is why a man alone is not human. What's human as community? Animals don't laugh, fish, herons or chimpanzees. An alone man does not laugh. It is not appropriate for man to be alone. Einstein began his relativity analyzing a simple problem: how can two people some distance apart synchronize their watches? Yet though the speed of light is a universal constant, long ago, a long time ago, in Granada, where every night the clock on La Merced struck 8, your light was not my light, Carmen.